Hello and welcome everybody to the 6 hours here at Misano 6 Hours Road to the Grand Finals, VCO Grand Finals, of course. I am joined today by none other than Lizzie Alicea. Lizzie, welcome and thank you so much for being here today.
Oh, thank you for the invite. It was, even though it was a short notice thing, but I'm glad to be here. I'm super excited for today's race.
Yeah, unfortunately, John was not able to make his visa. We've been having visa issues here at Trackalicious lately. It all happens, is what it is. Wasn't quite able to make it, but welcome everybody in chat. We see we got Provolone here, we got Stig in chat already. Welcome, guys. Hope you're having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. We are here today for the penultimate round of the VCO Road to the Grand Finals. It's going to be absolutely incredible tonight. We have had 24 hours of racing leading up to this point. 4 rounds in total, 6 hours apiece. That's 24 hours. We got about 12 hours left to go. And yes, Lizzie is wearing a tie. Lizzie has joined the club and has found some proper attire.
Well, not proper. I was been dressing proper for the stream. It's just a little bit more, I don't know, elegant now?
It's a tie. What do you mean?
Or what? Are we matching my outfit now?
We're twinning, absolutely. Lizzie and I twinning in the booth as it is. Almost, not quite. Could have went with a different tie, but... oh my goodness, Automatic Rabbit saving up those channel points, getting closer and closer. Welcome, everybody. As I said, hope you're having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning. We are here in this qualifying session as it stands. Currently, we have the Italian stallion here, the 201 Ferrari, Simone Basolio, going to be leading our pole position as it stands. It's going to be a split qualifying where we have the odd numbers out first. It's a night qualifying as well.
Oh my God, Eric. Really? I practice, okay? I was watching videos to actually learn how to do a tide.
What sort of knot did you decide on there, Lizzie? Is it a single Windsor or is that a double Windsor? I can't quite tell from...
I think it's the double one. I think it was the hardest one.
The proper knot, then. That is...
Yes. I wanted to look nice because I didn't want it, if somebody pay attention to details, be saying, oh my God, Lizzie got their tie wrong or something.
No, that's awesome. Also, Sparrow, what have I done with done to Lizzie? Welcome, Sparrow. Welcome, everybody. Let's get some in-game audio rolling here as it is quiet. I can hear nothing but our voices. I'm sure you guys are here for more than just us. We're here for the in-game. In fact, why don't we pop on down into the session here as we do have cars rounding the track now. Hopping out there, we can see Simone Basolio, the 201 Ferrari, currently sitting on pole position with a 132.9 around this 2.9 mile circuit here. Of course, Misano, built in 1972, current layout from 2008, and located in Misano, Italy. 16 corners, 6 to the left, 10 to the right, and a whopping 10 meters of elevation change. Not quite much in terms in that department, but in terms of action out on track, we're going to see a lot of bumper-to-bumper action. Qualifying is going to be extremely important, as setting the proper lap time out there is going to be crucial to gain track position. Ollie Raza up on P2. Great lap from Ollie there in that McLaren, surrounded by Ferraris here on their home soil. But qualifying, as I was saying, it's going to be so tricky to make an overtake here at Misano. Not too many opportunities. This currently is actually going to be one of the best opportunities coming into this corner here on the back straight, getting the best run possible that you can into that hairpin that Umar Kromex in the Racing Quest McLaren is currently rounding right now. But we are in for a thriller tonight, Lizzie. I cannot wait.
Well, for me, I'm getting familiarized with most of the racers because I got to switch from the viewer's perspective to the commentator perspective now, because I used to sit down every Saturday and watch the races.
I will say, it's always tough in the driver swap events where you get used to commentating on one driver for 75 minutes and then all of a sudden you have a new one and completely new driving style out there.
No, I bet. And how many driver swaps are going to be? Like, do we have a solo driver on the track?
Let's take a look. It's a great question, actually. We do actually have a solo driver. It's going to be the French driver here of, I'm definitely gonna mispronounce this one, and I do apologize. Is it? Oh, my French is very, very poor. Everybody, forgive me. Gaudy? No, it's not. Help, chat. I need help, please.
Which one?
The number 80 McLaren or BMW here in the pit lanes. Gwenel? Goril? I don't think I'm doing that right at all. I'm not. It doesn't sound French what I'm saying there, that's
What?
for sure.
Is it French? Did you say that it's French? It's
Yes.
hard for me. I'm trying to read it, but for me, it's going to come out like in Spanish, like Garul. Kind of mixing my English with Spanish.
Yeah, it's definitely not an L. It's an oi or something like that. You don't pronounce the L. I know that. You pronounce
like
the L?
Garwheel?
Garwheel?
Gary?
I don't think you pronounce the L. Typically, that's like an oo sound or something along those lines in French, like Gilles. I guess you do pronounce that, or Jules. Those are names. So yeah, that's tough. Apologies. I do genuinely apologize. Gwenelle? I think it's Gwenay. Wow, that's a tough name. I apologize. I genuinely do. Currently, drivers rounding the track. We have the other drivers out. The even number plates starting their laps, or the times are starting to come in. Wes Hepburn up to P3, 4 tenths off the pole position pace there in the Box 3 Esports. The battle for the championship standings is thick and close right now, as we have it currently. The Rocket Sim Sports number 22, or Rocket SRE 22, the number 22 out there on track is currently leading our championship, although Ryan Woodrow is out there. I didn't quite see it. The Rocket Sim Sports, Ryan Woodrow piloting the championship leading car, currently sitting down in P8, some time left there on the board for sure, and is on an invalid lap as well. Wes Hepburn, though, a close third as it stands in the, fourth, just behind the RNL Roar Blue, the AMG that is currently sitting in P3. It's 195 points to the championship leader. That's going to be the Rocket Sim Sports. We have Madhouse Racing at 190, although the 818 I have not seen signs of just yet. I have not seen the 818 in the lobby or anything from Ryan Yee or, Jeff Spangler and Ryan Yee, I think Ryan Yee and Jeff Spangler, I was correct. We've not heard anything from them, so their championship standings are going to be really on the line, as in third position, I said the RNL Roar, 188 points, 2 points behind the Madhouse. We have 181 respectively for who we're looking at currently, Wes Hepburn and Brian Knappen in the Box 3 Lamborghini team. The SPQR, the Italians, the 201, is going to be in fourth position. Simone Basolio, our current, no longer our pole sitter. 50 thousandths separating Simone Basolio in the Lamborghini Simone Basolio in the Ferrari and Wes Hepburn in the Lamborghini. And in fifth SPQR at 180 points, and the Vacuum Racing, that is one that I think a lot of people may be sleeping on in terms of the championship standings, but one, in my opinion, to keep an eye on. Gabriel Felipe, currently without a time on the board, going to be coming down the back straight now, back not so straight, into the flat-out kink here at Misano. Heading towards the tricky, tight Sector 3, which you can hop on board with and hear that flat 6 engine roar momentarily there, as it was at full chap down the back straight. Gabriel here going to be coming around the penultimate corner, a little bit deep through there into Curva Misano, the final corner. A bit hesitant, actually. Just wanting to get that lap on the board here, and the time for Gabriel Felipe is going to be a 2 tenths off. It's going to be a 133.09 for Gabriel Felipe. One that he suffered a disconnect. Did I just call a BMW a Maca? There was a Maca in front of the BMW. Give me a little bit of slack on that one. I was looking at the McLaren.
Oh, we got Hepburn on P1 already. Doing 132s.
Yeah, just cresting into there about 5 hundredths faster. Actually has gone severely up into P1 now. Ryan Woodrow
Yeah.
not quite able to answer just yet. Yeah, 3/10 is the difference. As Ryan here on a lap and no longer on a valid one. Needs to get it under control here. He'll have an opportunity to set at least one more lap, potentially two here at Misano. It's 2.9 miles, lap time of a 1:32. He's currently about halfway through. He should be able to set 2 laps. So the pole has not been decided yet. It has been decided for Simone Basolio. He retains in the pits as it stands. He will no longer be able to improve as the odd plates were out there first, and we have the even plates split qualifying here at the Trackalicious VCO Road to the Grand Finals here at Misano. Gabriel Felipe with a very competitive time, coming in 3.7 tenths off of the pace. 37 hundredths. Absolutely incredible margins here at the Grand Finals. Simone Basolio not far behind Peter O'Brien as well. Definitely don't count Peter O'Brien out in the Tire Sim Racing Esports Lamborghini here. The Charging Bull livery. Still drivers yet to set a time as well. Jason Provolone, fan favorite out there on track. As he heads now round Curva Misano. Final corner here. Gets on the hammer nice and early, runs a little bit onto the rumble strips, comes across the line, and what's it going to be for Jason Provolone? A 1:34.0. 1.4 seconds off the time there, and that's going to be the end of his qualifying, actually. He is not going to go around one more time and set another lap. He thinks that is it for the pace at hand. Jace Wright right behind him, and Stefan Waldhauser directly in front. Still a few drivers out on their lap. Jakob Schaber in the MSR Esports HoloLive Summer 2023 Lamborghini, which doesn't have a livery, unfortunately, but has an incredible name. He is on a push lap right now. The 66, though. Gabriel Felipe, he's going to be starting his final lap here. We can ride on board here in Sector 1 with Gabriel Felipe. Cresting the curbs very nicely, and on that throttle, this is going to be a section of right-handers now. Very awkward and just patient ones. Can't quite get on the throttle fully, but you need to get on the throttle enough to rotate the back end of that car, but you don't want to rotate it too much, as it's super easy to turn into a pirouette there. Gabriel Felipe, though, no slouch whatsoever behind the wheel of this 992. Using that curbing very nicely there, running out just onto it to the point where the tires are cresting the white lines, but not crossing them. Of course, it takes all 4 to be off the track in order to invalidate behind the white line on some corners. Some use the green. On to the Petronas Urinal straight. Well, not so straight. The buzzing bees roaring now. So get ready to come into the heaviest braking zone on the track. Down to 4th gear, where the right-hander comes quick. Down to 1st now for the second part of it. Gets on the throttle really early. Gets great rotation, maximizing that minimum speed there through the corners. Coming out in through Curva Misano, the final corner of the final lap here for Gabriel Felipe. And what's it going to be as he comes across the line? Is it enough to take Ryan Woodrow? Is it enough for pole position? It is enough to gain a position there on Ryan Woodrow. It is not enough to take down the likes of Wes Hepburn. But what a qualifying there, Lizzie. So we have it, Wes Hepburn on pole, Gabriel Felipe in second, and Rui Nunez taking third there, as he is going to be starting the race. Jake Wells dropping an tier 1 subscription. They've subscribed for 8 months total. Absolutely incredible. Jake, I hope you enjoy the emotes. And of course, we do have a new emote if anyone hasn't seen it yet. But
what emo? I haven't seen anything.
It's nobody's mentioned anything of it yet. It's been in there for a couple streams and I haven't seen it, so I gotta mention it so other people now see it. But nonetheless, we do got to get in here and meet our drivers. Actually, no, we do not. We got 4 minutes on the clock. We got plenty of time to meet our drivers. So, chat, how's it going? we can take a little moment here to cool down, chat a little bit, and get ready here. This is the calm before the storm, as it often is. Of course, historical events such as the Somme, Waterloo, all had very calm, very, very calm moments before, which turned into absolute roaring action, which we are going to see tonight.
Oh my god, I'm loving that emo. That's awesome.
As
Finally, we got a mic emo on the stream.
By popular
awesome.
request, it has been added.
Well, we gotta please our viewers, right? We gotta make them happy.
It was a surprisingly popular request. Which is kind of scary, but that's okay. Andy, welcome. Hope you're having a great day there, Andy. Andreas Borchers,
good luck to all the drivers today.
Oh my goodness, that's so good, Jake. Yes, that emote definitely has good prospects for the future. I have no doubt about that. Why don't we hydrate up real quick and then get in here and meet our drivers. As it stands, starting in P1 is going to be the Box 3 Esports driver here. It's going to be Brian Knappen. Going to be starting the race off here in the number 40 car on P1. Gabriel Felipe is going to be taking out and locking out our second row here, or first row here, the number 66 car, next to Rui Nunez in the number 22 Rocket Sim Sports. Ryan Woodrow actually will be piloting that in the number 3 car. Simone Basolio or Alessandro Zampieri behind the wheel there of the SPQR Ferrari, the number 201. Next to Peter O'Brien taking the third row here, the 114. Next to Ali Raza as well on the third row there. Quinn Smith going to be piloting that at the start. David Cesar behind the wheel of the RNL Roar, the Kia-inspired roaring liver. Hear them roar. David Cesar going to be piloting this one here at the start. Next to Andreas Kleinwacher in P8, the Italian, or the German driver behind the wheel of the Italian car. Next to Professor Chronotis. Lots of Ferraris here on the grid tonight. P9 belongs to Professor Chronotis, the number 42 car. Jace Wright, the Fuchsia Competition Esports. Unfortunately, no livery there for that one. In P10, rounding out our top 10 there for row 5. Umar Kromik starting out on row 6 there, P11 for the number 501 car, next to Devin Anthony in the Rockefeller Racing of the 1, 2, 3, P12 respectively for them. Lucas Lichten going to be 13th fastest in the Team Iris. Jordan Brunch piloting that one here at the start. The British driver next to Ivan Klemenko. Apologies there, Ivan. In the Air Force livery there, the Ukrainian driver. I'm so sorry. Gwene, Gorio. I tried in P15 there. I do genuinely apologize. The number 80 BMW starting off in P15 next to Dylan Allen in P16, South African driver. Dimitri Athwal going to be 17th fastest in the Box 3 Esports. And last but not least here, bringing up the back, is going to be the MSR Esports HoloLive Summer 2023, the German driver behind the wheel of the Lamborghini here. It is going to be Jakob Schaber. Because I didn't quite time the beats that well, but we are going to get underway here. Begin our 2.9 mile outlap. And the field is absolutely stacked. You are completely right there, Jake. Only 18 cars on the grid. I say only, it's still a good number. But 18 cars out there on the grid, and the competition could not be more fierce, especially up there in terms of the points-paying positions. I can send a link here to the championship standings, as this is what everybody is going to be keeping an eye on. Of course, first, second, and third. No. Maybe. First and second, maybe for second and third, are guaranteed a slot into the VCO Grand Finals in a GT3 car. First, second, and third. Yes, I I do remember now. Are guaranteed a slot into the VCO Grand Finals. 3rd and 4th in a GT4 car are guaranteed a slot. 5th and 6th, maybe 7th and 8th. A few positions as well are going to be up for grabs for the qualifier. So this is a potential qualifier for a qualifier for some of these drivers. We have Forzy, Ashley Forrester in chat. Welcome, welcome. The Red Bull BMW. Not that BMW. Where's the Red Bull BMW?
Yeah, awesome livery. Hi, Forzy. Welcome, you're just right on time. Right on time. We're about to start.
And Jake already finding very apt uses for that emote. Yes, I was aware of the potential. Yeah, I gotta admit, Forzy, that Red Bull livery that you have is so cool. I don't know if you made that. If you did, excellent, excellent job. Ditto, so prayers for no lap 1 crashes.
Well, at this point, I feel like 6-hour races. These guys are professionals. I feel like I don't think I will see any incidents. They're in another level because driving 6 hours, it takes, you know, oh my God. A lot of consistency, a lot of focus, a lot of everything.
Or saying max he can do is 4 hours. Yeah. I don't think I could do 4 hours. David, yes, Lizzie with a tie tonight.
Oh,
we'll be back at today. You're right, it is daytime. In fact, we need to get the settings as we are going to go green here very soon. Get some proper viewing. Look at that, viewing experience has improved massively all of a sudden as we get ready here to round the final corner curve of Misano. As we get ready to go green here, it's going to be Brian Knappen on pole position next to Gabriel Felipe in second. I'm Mike Nause in the booth. Join with me is going to be Lizzie Alicea as we head down to the first chicane here at Misano, 2.9 mile circuit. It's going to be 6 hours on the clock, and we are green here at Misano, heading down into the first corner now. It's a great start for the Brazilian Gabriel Felipe as he's going to make a challenge around the outside into the first chicane. In fact, he takes full advantage of it. He has a full nose like the head. Going to turn to the inside for the second part of the corner as he is fully ahead. Gabriel Felipe takes the lead of this race immediately. Brian Knappen is going to be under pressure as well behind. Ryan Woodrow needs to keep an eye, though. Zampieri on the move here as we have a massive send from the RNL Roar. David Cesar goes down the inside, forces that McLaren wide as I think Quinn Smith was trying to take avoiding action. The RNL Roar stays on track, manages to keep it done, gets a few positions made in the first few corners. And my goodness, Lizzie, what a clean start as we head on to the first straight here at Misano.
Well, it's looking clean. We got a few 3 wides on the back, but everybody's managing to keep it clean. That's awesome.
Absolutely. As we are green here. Dimitri Athwal, I think that has had a disconnect as he is, no way, he's here. Who was that? That was Dimitri Athwal, unfortunately. His people need him. He has gone underground. Jakob Schaber here going to be trying to make up positions as he started in P7, down 6 positions from where he started here at the beginning in the MSR Esports HoloLive Summer 2023. Currently, though, making moves here onto the back straight into the twisty, windy part of Sector 3. It's extremely tight and hard to make an overtake through Caro. And so far, I think we have had a clean lap 1. All cars are alive, I think. We do have a couple cars battling back here for P15 and 16. They might, or P17 and 16. They might have had a little bit of an incident. Up at the front, though, Brian Knappen is not able to respond there to Gabriel Felipe. In fact, Gabriel is sort of walking away with this one on the first lap. Peter O'Brien here is going to be under pressure from David Cesar. Excuse me, we're looking at Zampieri. Zampieri under pressure here from Peter O'Brien.
Well, car 80 just went into the pits. Garu? I'm trying to read it in another accent or language, but yes, number 80 is on the pits. I don't know if you have any issues with the car.
Also, Atomic Beauty,
if I mispronounce. Sorry.
Welcome, Atomic. Here to support, presumably, the Box 3 Esports. My goodness, though, Chronotis made a move here, or don't even know what I just said. Jakob Schaber's on a charge here to make up the ground that he has lost at the start. He started in P7, a little bit of bumping and banging on the back straight there. Chronotis not really anywhere to go as Jakob Schaber has given him a really nice squeeze there onto the edge of the track. It's all fair, though. Chronotis had a bit of a moment there mid-corner. Maybe actually went in too quickly, wasn't able to grip that Ferrari's front end up, maybe not enough temperature into the tires just yet. Devin Anthony, as a result, has slipped by with ease. Okay, so two cars did get into a crash at the beginning.
Did they?
Yeah, I presume that was Jordan Brunt. In fact, we actually see Gwinnett into the pits. Unfortunately, they're actually out of the pits, as Misano has one of the shorter pit lanes here, as I pull up my facts that I definitely already had up. Misano, of course, the pit lane is going to be looking about, it's alphabetical, Mike, come on, you can read. It's going to be about 30% of your lap time for a drive-through with a tire change here. It's going to be about 67% of your lap time. In terms of time loss total, you're going to be losing about 36 seconds in the pit. So all in all, not too bad, but not too great either. It's actually one of the higher losses of pit time in terms of the other track, 63% of your lap for a 30-second stop. So any extra pit stops are definitely going to want to be avoided here, especially in a 6-hour race. They can add up later. That is going to be the first stop of the night, though, by the French driver. And David loves Misano. Misano is a really excellent track. It's a track with such good history. It's been around for such a long time. I mean, 1972, I guess, not one of the older tracks. Current layout we use from 2008. But so much action that we see here in motorcycles as well as GT racing throughout the years, other forms as well. Actually, well, never mind. But 16 corners, 6 to the left, 10 to the right. It's very flowy, yes, as David is saying there. It's a track that requires, you can't drive on reactions. If you don't know the track, it's very tricky to be quick here. Obviously, it's very tricky on any track, but in particular, this one is Sector 1 here. We can hop on board with Chronotis. It's so technical, tight, twisty. It's all about patience, waiting to get onto the hammer as long as you can. There's a BMW pulled off to the side of the road there. Not sure what happened. Potential electrical issues, maybe mechanical failure. That's actually our solo driver as well.
Oh, you hate to see it. Yeah, he got out of the server. I don't see him in there. Maybe it's an internet connection.
Atomic with some genuinely a good opinion. My goodness, Atomic. Great track selection, if I have to say so myself. Silverstone being my personal favorite track. I absolutely love Silverstone with all of my heart. Any form of motor racing there is just incredible. Silverstone, one of the best tracks out there. Nürburgring, definitely up there as well. You gotta love Sector 2, the Schumacher S's, and through the high flowy chicanes. And as well as Misano we're watching tonight, as Atomic says, it's Bay. And thank you, Muff, dropping another subscription. Subscribe for 10 months in total. Absolutely incredible. Thank you for your continued support there, Justin. You're awesome.
Yeah, I think for me, Nürburgring is amazing. I love the flowy track there. When I think I drove there on the second season. Yes. Or was it the last?
I think it was second season. Or first, it was first. I think we've driven there both times, to be honest. But it could be. No, we didn't drive there in the second. It was the first.
Yeah,
Andy.
it was the first season.
Andy also gifting a sub to Forzy. My goodness.
I think Quinn Smith overtaking Jason Wright, is it?
Jace Wright, yeah.
Yeah.
Great spot there. Currently action out on the track. As I'm getting too enthralled with chat. but chat being super generous today. Thank you guys so much. As well, Huff, welcome Huff.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Good morning. For those that are waking up, for those that are already up, welcome.
So we have a little three-way battle on track here that is really intensifying. Andreas Kleinwacher, the German driver, heavily pressuring Jace Wright here. Jace Wright has just fallen victim to Quinn Smith. Quinn on an absolute tear right now. Currently in P7. Definitely a few more positions to be had by the end of this for Quinn if he keeps this pace up. He's down one position from where he started in P6. Kleinwacher here is trying to set up any opportunity that he can to get the move done here in Sector 1, but he has ran out of opportunities. Making an overtake into these corners is almost suicidal. He gains massively. That is definitely something he can do. Picks the alternate line and is going to try to go for a better exit here onto the first little straight bit here. A bit too far behind, though, to make a move. The WKS Racing of Kleinwacher going to be a bit too far behind for now.
Oh, morning, Atomic. And yes, 4C, I finally pronounced numbering the right way. Thank you for paying attention to detail. Been practicing, I guess.
And Jace has been racing with Muff, or Justin Moffat here in chat, on Friday nights, and Jace has had pace. Jace has been winning Trackalicious races lately. I don't know what has gotten behind, or I don't know what he's putting in his Wheaties. I don't know what he's doing, but this man on a controller is an absolute legend as of late, and his pace is just really something else. He's been putting in the work, and it's really been showing. His wrist movements are still absolutely devastating. Under pressure here.
You got Shaver and Clemento there.
Jace Wright
Going
there.
side by side.
This is Jace Wright and Kleinwacher actually here that we're currently watching. Oh, I see you're watching what on this little. Oh my goodness, we got action. We do have action everywhere as it stands. We also have.
Ooh, a little bump there.
And
Clemento. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, I mispronounced.
Lemenko taking the gamer line and gaining some lap time as a result. Or was that Shaber? That was Shaber, excuse me. My bad, Clemenko. Clemenko managing to keep it on track. Shaber taking the gamer line. And yes, David. Side by side again, Jace Wright trying to put the pressure right back there onto Kleinwacher after losing that position, and he does just that. Takes it firmly back. And yes, without John here tonight, there is no excuse me, I mispronounced it. Nürburgring. From the Scotsman, of course.
No, they're making fun of me because I mispronounced numbering or whatever. See, I cannot pronounce it right anymore. Thank you, guys. But yes. Oh, my God.
Thank you, Jake. I thought my Scottish pronunciation there was great.
Yes, it was. You hate to see it. Their 80 car, he couldn't be able to join back, I guess, to the stream. Something happened to the race. I guess something happened to it.
Yes, David. Anyways, moving on from that.
Hi,
moving on from that one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that.
Ivan is in the pits, or Ivan. It's probably Ivan, now that I think about it. Ivan in the pits. The battle between Jace Wright and Kleinwacher still firmly underway as it stands. Kleinwacher not going to be giving an inch here in terms of this Lamborghini. The straight line speed, though, for that bull is insane. You can hear the popping of the exhaust as we go down the gears through the hairpin at the end of the straight. And look at this. We're going to be seeing Andreas here set up for the best exit possible. A bit of a wiggle for Jace Wright. That's going to give the opportunity here to Kleinwacher as the acceleration on that Lamborghini is second to none. Holy smokes. Jace has tuned that thing into another level here. Takes the curb flat out, of course, as we head into the back, looking for the braking marker off to the side at the change of tarmac and a bit unstable for both drivers. As Andreas caught up in that dirty air, Jace pushing the wheels off that Lamborghini, and it is struggling for grip. Incredible perspective here, as well as Andreas is on the chase. We have other battles happening on track, multiple, in fact, a three-way one unfolding now. We'll tune in with that awesome livery as well from Andreas, as we have David Cesar pressuring Peter O'Brien pressuring Zampieri, and Quinn Smith pressuring David Cesar. It is amazing spectacles here in the penultimate race. VCO Road to the Grand Finals here at Trackalicious. Any way to see the relatives? Absolutely. I have been bad at switching them. That is the problem. The guys in the truck are not quite on it there. Quinn Smith has David Cesar in his sights, but Quinn Smith is a very patient hunter. He's not going to be... He waits, finds the calculation of the wind. Well, okay. Maybe I shouldn't sing the praises of Quinn Smith just yet. He gets a little bit unstable on exit, and that really hinders his charge. Let's not commentator curse him.
Well, I feel like they have quite a extra time. Like they still got 5 hours and 46 minutes to go. So I feel like patience is a key in this type of driving. Well, type of race, I would say. And yeah, I think with patience, we'll pay it off in time.
Absolutely, as these drivers here I know you say patience, trying to tell a racing driver, oh my goodness, Quinn Smith and David Cesar have had a massive coming together, not a massive one, but definitely a bit of a shove, and Quinn Smith definitely feels that he is at fault for that one. He has yielded onto the straight. Let's take a look. It definitely looked like he was at fault from the initial outlook of this one. He comes from a mile behind, different postal code, and actually taps David Cesar around. He gives him a little tap on the front, which actually rights him into the correct direction. So very generous there from Quinn Smith in terms of making up for his mistake, and he does give that position back. Very respectable racing, but a bit of an error. Quinn Smith, uncharacteristic. He's a very clean driver normally. Just a slight misjudgment there on the brakes, and, well, everybody sees what happens. Yellow card being thrown there for him, AV6 Scott. And I am Bread. Does Trackalicious organize this race series? So this race series is organized by Trackalicious. It is put on, though, by, well, it's put on by us. Maybe it's organized. I should be careful with my verbiage here. I could probably get in trouble. Anyways, basically, so it's VCO, Road to the Grand Finals. They're putting on this awesome event here, which is going to be in October, the Grand Finals, for where these races are qualifying for. Trackalicious putting on the qualifying series leading up to it. We host the 6 hours here every other Saturday, along with other series as well. I know there's a few, I think 7 or 8 different VCO Road to the Grand Finals out there. A lot of drivers driving in both of them.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, Eric.
I'm here to help with that question.
Lovely.
So you got most of it right, actually. There are 10 qualifying communities. We do organize this series, so it is entirely a Trackalicious championship, but it is sanctioned by SimGrid to qualify for the VCO Grand Final. So every community, or the winners, or the top 4 or 5 of every community, get to race in the bigger race at the end of the year.
As well as, I think it's 5, 6, or 6, 7, and 8 as well. They get a chance to get put into a qualifier to qualify for the road to the Grand Finals. The top 5 are guaranteed.
Right, I believe 1 and 2 go into the GT3 championship.
Sorry to interrupt, Eric, but there's a big send here. We're gonna have a good overtaking opportunity from Quinn Smith, as he's not gonna be able to do it. But Quinn, ever the opportunist. Sorry, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, 1 and 2 get to qualify for GT3, 3 and 4 get to qualify for GT4s, and then 5 and 6 go into a playoff round, essentially, to try and make it into the last GT4 slots.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Eric.
No problem. Thank you.
That's Eric the Boss Gakas, of course, the leader over here at Trackalicious, community leader, Trackalicious. Watching this incredible spectacles between Quinn Smith, David Cesar as well. Peter O'Brien still on the charge with Zampieri. Zampieri is a masterclass at defense. I got to give credit where credit's due here. Throughout the entirety of this Road to the Grand Final series, we have seen this man hold on to positions that he had no business holding on to, with tires that he had no business holding on to. And on that matter, I haven't mentioned that yet. Here at the Road to the Grand Finals at Trackalicious, and I think the other ones as well, we have 4 limited tire sets throughout the entirety of the 6 hours, including qualifying. So 4 sets of tires to be used very, very conservatively throughout this race. The driver is not going to be pushing too hard on these early sets, but once again, trying to tell a racing driver to slow down is sometimes a futile effort. Peter O'Brien here on the charge, sticking hot in that dirty air where it's going to heat his tires up nicely. Of course, staying in that dirty air for too long, your brakes get hotter, your tires get hotter, your engine gets hotter. It's just all in all more wear for the car. Onto the, while you're that close behind though as well, it does give you a slipstream. The car in front punching a big old hole in the air there for Peter O'Brien, and he almost took advantage of it coming into the back bit of the not so straight. Through, I think that's Curva del Carro. As they come through Curva Misano, heading towards Del Parco to begin another lap here. And thank you.
Watcher chasing down Chase Wright. They're being back to back there, like, oh my god, it's insane. They're like next to each other right now.
Very respectful but aggressive driving from the both of them, just giving enough space for a credit card to fit through and nothing else from Kleinvacher and Jace Wright. They're going to continue side by side through the first sector. It's extremely tricky to do that, and the Ferrari on the outside is the very unfavorable line, getting washed onto the marbles where you lose your traction. No longer able to continue that charge. Going to have to go for a new opportunity. Flash the headlights from Kleinvacher. Maybe trying to get into the head there a little bit of Jace Wright. Jace, though, well, good luck. That man is head down, eyes on the road at all times. I do not think you're going to be getting into his head whatsoever with that.
Oh, a little bit close there.
Thank you, I am Bread, for the follow. And some support there from Daniele in chat over towards Zampieri. You love to see it. His fellow, I think his teammate. Is that his teammate? Let me take a look. No, it's not. Excuse me. Daniele, just supporting Zampieri. And yes, as Eric has said, I just haven't quite had time yet, as we've been having plenty of action to cover here out on track. But we do offer multiple championships here at Trackalicious. Most of them on this calendar are not that up to, well, the GT3, GT4 Multiclass Championship has come to a conclusion, but we do, of course, have our GT3 Championship. We're going to be moving over to the September 17th. It's going to be, 24th, Watkins Glen. That's going to be tomorrow, 30-45 doubleheader over in America. And, of course, you're watching the Road to the Grand Finals, which we are here at Misano currently. We had Kyle Lamy last week, the calendar a little bit switched up, and we have our Grand Finals next week at Bathurst. And Bathurst is going to be the one I know everybody is looking forward to. I hope we get a massive showing for that, because everybody loves the mountain. Okay, and Daniele is a teammate, but not today. An anti-airfish controller master race. I'm not sure. All I know is that Jace Wright, he is the controller king, side by side with Andreas Kleinvacher, still defending. Kleinvacher with a big late lunge there on the brakes. Going to try to hold it onto the outside, but once again, the marbles are going to get to him, and the exit is not going to be there for the Ferrari. Going to be still in that slipstream, though, heading now onto the back, not so straight. He's very close behind. This could be the opportunity he's been looking for. Kleinvacher, is he going to break that slipstream, break the toe, and make a move? No, he goes for the outside move, actually. Tries to set up a switchback. That's going to compromise him. Jakob Schaber is now firmly on his inside, and he may even lose a position from this. Lots of rear damage on the Lamborghini there of Jakob Schaber. So into the penultimate corner we go. Kleinvacher still ahead, but that was extremely close, Lizzie, as Kleinvacher was almost caught sleeping a little bit there. Maybe forgot about Jakob Schaber behind.
Yeah, sometimes you get too much, I mean, of your focus in one racer and you forget that you got people behind you. And I think it has happened to me many times.
It's very easy to happen. That's what you call tunnel vision on that one, and it can happen to the best of us. Kleinvacher goes wide, and that's going to allow... Oh, big squeeze from Kleinvacher. That was a bit rude. I couldn't quite tell from that camera angle. Stewards may have to have a look at that one, if that is reported, of course. Drivers are going to be reporting their incidents. We have live stewarding here. Thank you to the stewards, as well as the admin team for putting it on. And, oh, Jakob Schaber. Bit opportunistic, if you ask me. We'll see. Let's go back and take another look at that, as I don't know if there was enough space left from Kleinvacher. Let's watch this one again from the helicam. We had a really good view of that in the first time around. So Kleinvacher here on the outside turns in. It doesn't leave enough space, in my opinion. That's tight. That might be chalked up to a racing incident, to be completely honest. Those two racing awfully hard. Honestly, no surprise that it ended that way, unfortunately. So, tough to tell if anyone was at fault, even for that one. I think that was just a bit of aggression on track from both drivers. Like I say, chalk that one up to a more than likely a racing incident. I'm not a steward, though. That is one over to our live stewards. Once again, thank you guys very much for that. And will somebody needs to enter with a Nintendo Switch race wheel? The one that launches turtle shells. Yes, we need... Well, I know Brian Knappen wants a blue shell right now. Gabriel Felipe is not quite able to walk away, though. He hasn't picked up any banana peels just yet. Brian Knappen still firmly on the track and with traction underneath. Ryan Woodrow not too far behind either. The race lead is fully in the air at this point and could change at any opportunity. All it takes is Gabriel to run wide one time, and that's it. It could be dropped down to third position. Zampieri has fallen a bit behind, though. P4 as it stands, 8.4 seconds from that leading pack. Peter O'Brien is going to be still in the clutches with him.
Yeah, I've been watching them for a while. They've been, you know, keeping the pace and chasing each other at a certain point. O'Brien was a little left behind by Zampieri. But now I'm just watching Chronotis and D'Anthony there.
Chronotis has caught up with him quite quickly. I think Chronotis has a little bit of damage, if I saw that, on the right-hand side of that Ferrari. It's like maybe some bumping and banging picked up there from Chronotis early on in this race. We have 15 laps completed here, and we're not even 30 minutes into this race. A very short track here, 2.9 miles. You're flat out for a good majority of it. Chronotis just not quite able to get a good enough move on to Devin Anthony. Overtaking opportunities, they come very thin here. Not a lot of them on the track. The first chicane is not the worst overtaking spot, but you really need to be decisive. Gotta have your elbows out a little bit and be ready to make some contact. It's actually, I take that back. I think Chronotis has a fully showroom ready Ferrari. Just I think was the lighting there that I saw on the side of his Ferrari. And Anti-Airfish here for the Mario Kart 8 Trackalicious Racing League. Awesome. I would love to commentate that. Well, not unfortunately. Fortunately and unfortunately, we are here tonight with the Road to the Grand Final. 6 hours here with 5 hours, 33 minutes left on the clock. Brian Knappen chasing down Gabriel Felipe for the lead of this race early on here.
That would be great, having a Mario Kart commentating race. Oh my god.
I would love to. Commentating Mario Kart would be incredibly fun.
I know.
I don't think you could. It probably wouldn't be the most PG stream, though.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
Yeah, it cannot be streamed here in Trackalicious. It would be streamed somewhere.
Because that would be hard to keep the
things.
emotions in check.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Oh, and Anti-Airfish is Mike Fisher. Okay, awesome. A fellow Mike in chat. No biases whatsoever from me.
Mario Kart stream win. Well, it's up to you, Eric, if you want to stream Mario Kart and have it commentated.
If only it was on the computer, you know. That's just the biggest thing. If only it was
Yeah.
on PC.
Yes. It would have make a lot of things easier, but yeah.
Of course, there is the Sonic racing games. They are, you know, not quite up to the standard of Mario Kart. But the Sonic racing games are there, you know, a solid second place. So, Eric, if you want any ideas, there's you could always have some Sonic All-Star Racing. That would be, you know, a decent alternative.
Did we switch drivers already?
Nope, not yet. We got 75 minutes on the stint timers. Drivers are going to be out there for quite a bit longer. They have been in the car as it stands for 28 minutes, so another 45 minutes to go for these drivers in terms of their stint timers, assuming they want to maximize that, which I presume they do. Of course, maximizing the stint time here will help your race astronomically later, due to the fact that the pit times here at Misano are a little bit brutal. Very long pit stops for taking tires. Of course, the drivers are, if you do a driver swap, you're going to probably take tires, as it is a free tire change with a driver's swap. But otherwise, there is going to have to be 2 pit stops where you don't change tires. So in terms of a pit stop with a tire change, and a 30-second loss here at Misano, you're going to be losing about 63 seconds total in the pit lane. And with a lap time of 1:33, that's quite, or 1:34, that's quite the significant margin there on your lap. It's going to be a whopping 67%. Of course, if you do just go for fuel, it's going to be a 36-second stop. And drive-throughs here, they're going to result in about 30% of your lap. So the pit lane, a little brutal here at Misano. Definitely not the shortest, not the longest either. Yeah, absolutely, Mike. I love it. And there's a Bullet Bill coming through the field now, and the star power has resulted in him not getting taken out. That's incredible plays. No. Peter O'Brien still on the Charger with Zampieri. Definitely being patient, staying in that dirty air, though, for a lot longer than I would imagine he wanted in that tire sim racing. We see Ryan Woodrow as well gaining on Knappen. I'm not sure these guys want to go for a move just yet. I think they are in maintenance mode here. They're kind of just working together, pulling away from Zampieri quite steadily, in fact. It's a 134.4 compared to a 134.7 from Woodrow and Zampieri. About 0.3 difference. That really makes the pace here over the course of a 6-hour race could end up with a massive margin at the end if he can keep that exact pace. Mike, anti-airfish, I just can't wait to watch him like drifting through the corners, and he gets the blue sparks versus the orange spark exit. There's just so many things that you could do in Mario Kart that would be so good. Peter O'Brien here, looking to get a little bit impatient, actually. I think he has finally realized that he needs to get a hurry up on if he wants to, well, make gains later on here in this race. If he wants to challenge potentially for a podium position, he is stuck as it stands, though. And Quinn Smith is approaching as well. Quinn coming up in that rear wing mirror soon. 134, one last lap. Holy. Compared it to a 135.2 from Peter O'Brien. An entire second difference. Zampieri is really putting a bottleneck here on Peter O'Brien's race. And it's way too early to come in for a pit stop. He can't pit to get out of that dirty air. If anything, it'll probably put him into a pretty good margin on track and put him in that gap right in front of the 501. But regardless, it's still too early to make that pit stop, as it would result in having to make a late one later. I suppose you could. There will be one short pit stop, about 1 30-minute stint throughout this race, maybe a 45-minute stint, depending on how the drivers want to do it. That's going to be down to strategy. And one thing with strategy is we've seen some crazy strategy calls in the previous races from the SPQR team, Alessandro Zampieri and the lot, Emmanuel Nause, as well as Simone Basolio. They have made some crazy calls, and it has paid dividends for them at the end of the race. Managing to snag a podium last time around, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check that. As over at Kyalami last week in the race, we had the SPQR team take P2 due to their strategy call. I know John and I were both doubting their strategies, thinking that it was a bit of an interesting call that they made, but no, they had confidence the entirety of that time, wouldn't even tell us in the chat what was going on, and well, that is why they managed to bring home a P2, so definitely do not count out Zampieri. He is in maintenance mode right now. He's saving those tires. He is not pushing as hard as you think he is. Peter, though, he is. He's putting quite a bit of pressure there onto Zampieri, and Zampieri really hasn't cracked under it. You can see Peter O'Brien getting a little bit wobbly there on exit. That is those tire temperatures climbing. The tires turning into liquid rubber, and that does not help with grip. Quinn Smith going to try to dispatch him relatively soon, as he does not want to be stuck behind these guys as well. Gaining massively in the corners, too. Onto the Petronas Urinal straight. I don't think that exit's going to be there from Quinn Smith. That wasn't the best way to open that corner up and try to get the move here onto the end, but I don't think he's too worried about that at this current moment. I think he knows where he's stronger and where he's weaker, and he's going to take full advantage of that. Quinn Smith is a fox. A very cunning, wily fox here. Definitely do not count Quinn out at any opportunity. This guy can come back from the doldrums and bring some incredible results.
As he Shaver has overtaken Jace Wright.
That was a long time in the making. Jakob Shaber definitely had a little bit of rubbing and a couple points in this race. Moved on, though, from it and gaining positions. He is back up to P7. He's up to P8, down one position from where he started. He started in P7. In terms of our biggest gainers, we have Jace Wright up 2 positions, Dylan Allen up 3. Not many big losers, not many big gainers. Professor Cronotis, he's down 3 positions from where he started. Oh my goodness. All right, Jake. Putting Lizzie absolutely on the spot there, but I love it. Lizzie, are you down for that?
What? Oh my god. Well, if I put myself into it, I barely know the track. I raced on this track a long time ago.
It's okay, Lizzie. Little secret, I don't know this track that well either.
So, and if I mispronounce some terms or things, oh god, it's gonna be tough. I tried to do it for my brother, and I practically ruined it. I couldn't even start it. They put me on the spot, and I couldn't even do it. I feel like I'm not 100% confident of doing that.
Oh, just give it a shot, Lizzie. Come on. You don't need to do a full one.
Possibly. Yeah, because practically I don't know the names so far.
Oh man, that's all right. As we have it, Quinn Smith here. He is on a tear and on a charge currently, making massive gains here. And heading into it onto the back, or the first straight here at Misano, coming through the hairpin now. Going to be looking to gain an opportunity here. The back, not so straight. Once again, is the best overtaking opportunity. You want to try to set it up into this corner. You don't necessarily want to go for it into this corner unless your name is Quinn Smith. Quinn Smith does not care. He is going to have a send of his lifetime. Go down the inside there of Peter O'Brien. He's going to go side by side onto the back straight. It's not going to happen, though, as he is going to have to go behind Nip and Tuck once again. He is gaining still, though. Heading towards the penultimate, or not penultimate corner, but the final corner complex, really. In through Curva del Carro. Such a tricky corner where the grip is on just the absolute limit when you're coming through it.
I see Notice overtaking D'Anthony back there.
And
Notice was keeping the pace quite some time behind D'Anthony until he has his opportunity to overtake him.
that definitely has been another long one in the making there. Professor Kenotis has been on the rear bumper of Devin Anthony for a while. The positions have changed now, and Devin Anthony still seems to have the pace to keep up with Professor Kenotis. He's very close behind, heading through the Del Carro. Coming now on to the penultimate corner and the final one. Curva Misano. Professor Kenotis seems to have a good advantage. Peter O'Brien is under a lot of pressure once again. Quinn Smith is not going to relent. He's coming onto the back straight. Now, this is the exit he's going to need. He's a bit too far back, potentially, but we're about to see some massive gains, potentially. Why is the McLaren so slow? Jake, if you're a McLaren driver, is the McLaren just that much slower than the Lambo? That's crazy. He's gaining so much under braking, but he just doesn't have the legs on the straight. The hamster wheel underneath that McLaren compared to the, I don't know, gerbil of a Peter O'Brien. Managing to make do. It sucks out of corners compared. Okay, so the Lambo's great on corner exit. Okay, got it. McLaren not so great at corner exit. And spotting for Peter O'Brien, tires, no fight. Quinn has a good. Okay, I see what okay. So, interesting. So Peter O'Brien is in saving mode, more or less. He is just driving very calmly here, and Quinn Smith is still not able to get by. That is Zampieri, though. Zampieri now has joined this party. Lapping very quickly comparatively. Peter O'Brien 134.6 compared to Zampieri's 135.1. Zampieri definitely needs to pick up the pace. He is in tire saving mode as we approach the Team Iris there that's lapped traffic of Brunch in P15. Jordan Brunch getting lapped. Zampieri, though, he needs to catch up somewhat. I know I say that and I try to doubt his strategy, and last week he ends up pulling home a P2 out of the doldrums of nowhere, but Zampieri, he definitely seems to be under pressure. Drive-through penalty picked up for Brunch, expanding the track limits one too many times there. Javier saying that they are rear wing 10. So they're going to be nuts in the corners. The downforce on that Lamborghini is unreal. I think that is why he's able to stay ahead. Quinn Smith just not quite with the car setup to get the job done. Peter O'Brien and co have absolutely nailed it this time around. Of course, credit there to Peter O'Brien, Javier Marquez, and Jeremy Mercer, all of those drivers on that team for the 114 car, putting in work to make that setup the way it is. Of course, having a setup that works for 3 different drivers is an extreme challenge. All drivers have different driving styles, and trying to find one that works for each is such a challenge. Peter O'Brien, though, he is making it work excellently here as he's trying to get the job done on Zampieri. I know he was in saving mode, but now he is in attack mode as he has the Ferrari in front, who is too slow for him. Definitely the pace for Peter O'Brien, even with his saving pace, is more than Zampieri. Zampieri either needs to get a hurry up here. Peter O'Brien needs to dispatch this position. Quinn Smith now caught up with that double slipstream. He is going to be gaining massively as well, so Peter O'Brien is in a bit of a sandwich, and I don't think he wants to be there.
Yeah, I think any second now something's about to happen. Like, they've been so tight during this few laps, so it's gonna be insane. Whatever's gonna be unfolding here.
Side by side we go into the final corner. It's going to be the Lamborghini on the inside, the McLaren on the outside. He's going to have the drive, and he's going to have the exit, and the Lamborghini gets overtaken on corner exit. We were just singing the praises about Peter O'Brien and how good he is there. He is no longer in front of Quinn Smith. Quinn Smith has gotten the job done in the final corner of the 26th lap. Zampieri next on the list, but definitely needs to be careful as Peter O'Brien is still going to be on that charge. We do have reports.
For sure.
We do have reports, though. Actually, I say that, and I just remember I contradict myself because Peter O'Brien allegedly, according to Javier, is not on a charge. Now, whether or not that's a little bit of false information trying to being thrown away to maybe throw a spanner in the works of some of these other teams, you never know, because it looks like Peter is not saving his tires currently. I think he is pushing extremely hard to try to get that position back from Quinn Smith. And Peter wants to work with Quinn Smith. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, and Javier, unfortunately, not able to make this race. Javier Marquez. Well, at least you're here in spirit and cheering on your team, being a spotter. That's absolutely awesome. The dedication there. You love to see it. So thank you for joining us. We're going to see if Peter can work with Quinn here. That's going to be the question. Is Peter O'Brien and Quinn Smith, can they work together to maybe dispatch Zampieri? Zampieri here coming across the line is going to have a 1:34.9, so he is getting a little bit quicker. He has more pace in that Ferrari, and he knows it, and he knows he needs to unleash it. He's pulled about a second gap there to Quinn Smith and Peter O'Brien, but he needs to keep that and maybe even extend it a little bit more. A little bit further back, Jace Wright. Still don't count out Jace. He is not too far behind Jakob Schaber. Of course, Jace Wright on the Fuchsia Competition Esports. He's going to be partnered with Drew Burakovsky and Vadik Odstitsev. We'll get there eventually. Currently sitting in 9th position.
No biggies on that. Everybody knows that you work super hard to pronounce every last name and every name correctly.
It's tough. It is tough. Zampieri here under threat from Quinn Smith. Quinn going to be looking to get this done quick. Peter O'Brien needs to catch up. He's trying to work with Quinn Smith, but the pace doesn't look like it's quite there. We'll see. Peter O'Brien is going to catch up, though, in the corners. As we know, he's running that rear wing of 10, which theoretically means he should be slower on the straight. But as we've seen it so far, he is a rocket ship on the straight and through the corners alike. Quinn Smith into the first corner we go. Once again is too far back. Zampieri going to be pulling away. The top three still working together, and they're working in harmony. All 1 second gap. Brian Knappen, he is saving. Gabriel Felipe, he is saving. And Ryan Woodrow, he is saving. 134.7 from, in fact, 134.765 from Gabriel Felipe. 134.70 from Ryan Woodrow. 65 thousandths separating those two drivers, and a 134.6, just a 10th separating Brian Knappen. Brian Knappen lapping the quickest, actually, out of... or no, excuse me, Gabriel Felipe is lapping the quickest by 2 thousandths of a second. Gabriel Felipe has the fastest lap. Extremely tight margins here. It is so unfortunate to see that to rather not see the Madhouse Racing in this fight here, because these three cars that we're seeing are all in the fight for the championship here in terms of the top 5 points, as well as the others, even the top 3. These guys are the Rocket Sim Sports that we're currently looking at here. The number 22 of Ryan Woodrow leading the championship at 195 points. The RNL Roar Blue currently, David Cesar driving that in P7. It's going to be a bit off the pace. Maybe the AMG, I think he had a podium last week, if I'm not mistaken. And in that driver interview, yes, he did. He had a podium, and in that driver interview, I remember we asked him, because he was extremely comfortable at Kyalami. The AMG really gelled with Kyalami, and he seemed a little bit nervous heading over here towards Misano. He wasn't confident with, when we asked him, I remember his answer was a little, well, we'll see next week sort of deal. But we'll see. As it stands, P7 and positions to gain for him. Andreas Kleinwacher is now behind Jace Wright. Don't fully know how that has happened. Have they been together before? I think they have. No, I think never mind.
No, they worked together before, but I think Kleinwacher fell behind a little bit. But I guess he just finally caught up and finally found his, the pace to keep up.
Quinn Smith here, a sandwich between Italian makers. Well, I guess a German car and an Italian car. Of course, Lamborghini.
It's amazing how they can keep up the pace, the three of them all together.
Yeah, I think as it stands, Zampieri is a defensive masterclass. The Minister Defense for Italy, actually, is what I've heard. We have Quinn Smith, who is just not quite able to get the overtake done. His pace is there. He could easily walk away, I think, from Zampieri as it stands at Zampieri's pace. I think Zampieri, though, has more pace under the belt. He's just not unleashing it. And Peter O'Brien is, very happy that Quinn Smith is currently stuck behind Zampieri, because I think Quinn does have a little bit more pace than Peter O'Brien. Peter O'Brien is trying to work with him as long as he can to just gain as much advantage and maybe go for that overtake later. Not worry about it now. There's still 5 hours and 10 minutes, 28 seconds left to go to get an overtake on Quinn Smith, and you can do that whenever you want, especially when Quinn is helping Peter O'Brien here, giving him a nice hole in the air there, punching a massive hole with that McLaren to allow that Lamborghini to gain some straight line speed on the back not so straight.
Yeah, for sure. They got plenty of time to do the overtaking whenever they feel ready to do it. Even though they got to swap drivers. So probably they have already a technique, a plan, how to do things on track for the next 5 hours. So it's going to be really interesting.
Ryan Woodrow has caught the rear diffuser of Brian Knappen. I'm not sure he necessarily wants to, but I think if he does, he's not going to be too perturbed with going for a move here to try to dispatch Brian Knappen. Last lap, 134.5 for Knappen and 134.4 for Woodrow. 134.6 from Felipe. So Felipe actually leading this pack and lapping the slowest. That makes sense, though. No slipstream for Gabriel Felipe. He is having to punch the hole in the air himself and give that nice draft to Brian Knappen behind. And then Ryan Woodrow gets the effect of all three. Quinn Smith, though, looking ever so eager to get a move done here onto Zampieri. Heading onto the first straight, looking for the move into the hairpin. It's going to be an outside pass here if he can get it done. He's going to have to use those marbles. And he is going to tuck behind. Go for the switchback, actually. The switchback, though, slightly covered off there by Zampieri. It was open. Quinn Smith, though, just not quite with the exit speed to make that work. Another one again here from Quinn Smith, but is it going to happen? It's going to be on to the back straight, back not so straight. And Dom, welcome. Dominic Smedra. You're my boy Blue in chat. As we see Quinn Smith here going for it into the back part of Misano. Looking to make a move here in through Caro. Heading towards the penultimate corner now. Quinn Smith just not able to. He is going to be getting so frustrated behind the wheel. And who is that approaching from behind? That is the RNL Roar of David Cesar. P7 is catching up to P4 as it stands. We're about to have a four-way battle here, and David Cesar is licking his lips right now at the sight that he is seeing. He is saying, oh my goodness, I could make up some serious points here in terms of the championship, at least this early on. Obviously, you need to get to the checkered flag first, but it's better to have those positions early than, well, not at all. And Peter has not any intention to attack Quinn. Okay.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, as Feza is slow, yeah, Zampieri there definitely going a bit slower than you would expect at this time in the race. No doubt about it. 135.4 and forcing Quinn Smith to equal that lap time. 135.4 as well from Quinn Smith.
What? Truckee got a fun fact bot now? Oh, no idea, Blue.
It's Eric. Eric is being a bot.
Putting himself as a bot on chat.
Okay. So this is actually... No. Actually, this is super cool. Hold up. How did they manage that, Eric? That's insane. Okay, the guys in the truck are currently working. Let me find out a way to display that. Yeah, give me a second here. It's gonna take me. Yeah, the guys in the truck they're working. Because that is awesome. As we see as well, some awesome attempts here. I gotta pay attention to both the action as well as the truck. Quinn Smith here going for the move. Oh my goodness, Peter O'Brien is really pushing that car. He is doing everything he can to stay behind now. He needs to be careful as the R&L Roar is approaching. Which of course, we're getting there, chat, we're getting there, I promise. Just need to have it in Quinn Smith with a look on the outside. Is going to be going for it into the hairpin. Can he get a good enough exit? That's the question we're all going to be asking here. On to the back, not so straight. Quinn Smith going to have to tuck in behind. Is the exit there, though? I don't think it is. And tucking in to the back sector they go. Quinn Smith looking for any opportunities he can here. It's extremely, I know I've said it before and I probably will say it a million times by the end of this race, but this track is just so difficult to overtake on. It is almost unbelievable. And ladies and gentlemen, we have done it. The guys in the truck have figured it out. RNL Roar. I hope I can show this on screen. In fact, I'll just show it for a little bit. The RNL Roar, sponsored by Kia, as well as you can see the Trackalicious logo. I actually don't know if I can put that on screen, Eric. Now that I think about it. But yes, shout out to the Kia Kreisman. And shout out to the RNL Roar. I can put that on there? Okay, thank you. Okay. So, yep, we have, you can see there, the Trackalicious Sim Racing. This is at the, what stadium is this again? This is at an actual stadium for basketball? Soccer? Indoor football? Excuse me? I think that is indoor European football stadium there that we were looking at. And that's so cool to see, actually. Yep. Awesome job there. RNL Roar representing hashtag Hear Them Roar. That's going to be currently David Cesar has the pleasure of that title. Take a look at this awesome livery here. The Kia Kreisman livery. Of course, actual Kia sponsorship. Drive-through picked up for David Allen there, or Dylan Allen, excuse me. Excellent livery. And of course, underneath, hashtag Hear Us Roar from David Cesar there. As you can see, the great view that he has of the battle unfolding in front.
No, it's amazing. He's catching up quick to that group. So it's going to be really, really interesting what's going to happen later on. We're still 5 hours and 2 minutes away. So they got plenty of time.
Yeah, I know you mentioned it before, Lizzie, but we are now approaching that pit stop phase. It's getting close, at least. We still got another 15 minutes to go. Of course, 75-minute stint timers, not 65 minutes, which I continuously think it is a 65-minute stint timer, but it's not. That's just me. 75 minutes to go. And the drivers have been out there 57 minutes and 50 seconds as it stands. Quinn Smith, I don't think he's tired whatsoever. I would almost say none of these drivers are. We're going to see a lot of them double stint. And we're going to see probably a few of them as well change drivers. I know Brian Knappen, I predict to stay behind the wheel of the car. Gabriel Felipe, I as well predict. They've been doing a lot of double stints in their Ryan Woodrow. They might switch. I think they just switch when they're feeling like they want to switch. I don't think they have a particular... Maybe they do have a schedule. I'm sure all these drivers have a schedule in advance, as you would need, typically. Time zones, of course. Well, what am I talking about? Time zones, excuse me. We're here at the racetrack at Misano, located in Misano, on the Adricato? Misano Adricato in Italy. Any Italians in chat? Did I say that right? Got to be a couple Italians in chat. We gotta teach me handball? What is... Okay, first off, which is handball indoor football? Tom. Okay.
Let's see O'Brien's Cesar falling a little bit back. I see Quinn Smith and Sampieri side by side right now.
Oh, a little bit of bumping and banging. Just a light brush. No Stewart investigation required for that one. Quinn Smith trying to get the move done, but he really has gotten into a bit of a bottleneck in terms of his pace. He cannot get by Zampieri. Okay, handball is indoor football. Got it. I didn't know that, Dom. I don't watch sports. I watch motor racing. That's literally it.
Well, I didn't know either, so that's new for me because I don't know nothing about football, so...
Oh my goodness. And Eric coming in immediately with the rebuttal. No, Mike. Handball is handball. Indoor football is footstall? Footstall.
I guess.
Eric, the encyclopedia today. Eric the Boss Kakas as well as an encyclopedia. You love to see it. Oh, futsal. Make up your mind, Eric.
No. Futsal?
You sent me a YouTube video, Dom. I will look at it later in 4 hours, 59 minutes. Now's not the greatest time.
Yep.
Oh, but that thumbnail, though, is pretty sick. I won't lie. That dude's about to spike that ball. Quinn Smith, though. Let's keep an eye at the relevant things at hand here with Ryan Woodrow as well. Eric being the true guy in the truck. He's just the guy behind the computer, to be honest. Whoa! As that's the Team Iris of Brunch going slow on the straight. Handball is kind of like water polo, but no water. So just polo. Wait, but that's with horses. I don't know, man.
Oh my god, Quinn Smith side by side with Sampieri there in the straight.
He has the outside for the first corner. It's going to turn to the inside for the second, and it's a big squeeze from Zampieri. It's just enough room, though, given there from for Quinn Smith. Quinn not able to capitalize on the exit. That is something we're going to say a few times tonight, I have a feeling. Quinn Smith has got to be getting frustrated. David Cesar has thoroughly joined this club now. What was that noise? What is that noise? Does anybody know? I know you can't hear it, Lizzie, but chat heard it. I know chat heard it. And it's not the first time.
There we go, side by side again.
What is that noise?
Here we go, here we go. And there we go, Quinn Smith overtakes Sam Perry right there on the last hairpin turn. Let's see how long would he keep that position. That's so awesome. It took him a couple of laps and some patience, but it paid off. But let's see how long he can keep that position, because Sam Perry's been looking for that opportunity to overtake him back.
I really want to figure out what that noise is, because it's not the first time that noise has happened. I literally have no idea what it is. But yes, a great move from Quinn Smith. Ryan Woodrow also on the charge here. Peter O'Brien. Oh, big contact! Zampieri is off into the barrier.
You hate to see it. He was so, oh God. I can't relate. I can't relate to his frustration in this moment. That's bad.
Zampieri here on the defense, tries to bring it back to the racing line there, and Peter O'Brien with a tap on the rear end sends Zampieri straight towards the barrier. Big damage picked up. Let's see here, is the steering wheel going to be straight for Zampieri? Well, not in this sector. It's most certainly not, but that's just due to the nature of the track. Steering column looks intact. That wasn't the biggest hit on the barrier. Probably about 20 seconds of damage picked up. Oh my goodness, maybe a bit more. That is not a showroom-ready Ferrari there from Zampieri, and he's going to have to pit relatively soon. Luckily, well, I guess. I mean, we still got 10 minutes to go in stint timer. You know, at least it's not early on in the stint. It doesn't particularly affect the strategy too much. I mean, it does. It definitely does. Zampieri, of course, those guys, excellent strategists over there at the SPQR team, not able to, well, strategize that into their initial race plan, I would imagine. But you never know. These guys, they know what they're doing when it comes to strategy. I'm sure they'll quickly recover from it.
Well, they got plenty of time. We still got 4 hours and 55 minutes. So they can actually figure out some other strategy to keep up, you know, to catch up to Quinn Smith and gain back that position if it's possible.
And, yeah, Javier in chat saying Fezza was over-defending there. Yeah, maybe a little bit. You might be right. Definitely one for the stewards. I'm sure that one has already been reported by somebody. We'll see if anything comes from it. It was definitely, if that was the case, I'm sure it might just get chalked up as a racing incident due to the fact that, well, Fezza came off worse if it was his fault. So we'll see what the stewards have to say about that one. Definitely an interesting call. Hasn't been too many incidents here tonight, though. Very clean race up till that point. A couple offings and a little bit of bumping and banging, but as it stands, it's been very clean as we approach the first stint here of the pit phase. How much damage for O'Brien's a good question. Taking a look here at the Tire Sim Racing Lamborghini, it looks pretty much showroom ready, to be completely honest. A light tap on the front, and he is all good and underway. Not too much in terms of the aerodynamics being affected there. Got the lovely SRA there on the rear wing, and the Trackalicious, of course. Awesome livery here from Peter O'Brien. No damage from Peter O'Brien, in fact. Wow. Or rather, a 1/10 of damage. That is insane. Yeah, definitely Peter coming out there with a lucky one. Could have been much, much worse. He needs to be careful. David Cesar. I gotta say, David Cesar, he gained extremely quickly, but he seems to have gotten very comfortable behind Peter O'Brien. I think David Cesar is on a Saturday cruise here. He's just saving his tires. He's going to probably double stint these if I had to guess, as this has been a very, very generous stint for the tires. We do see another AMG out there, the South African driver taking a trip into the kitty litter. What has happened here? We're on the back not so straight, coming into the heavy braking zone. Oh, locked up, and the, wow, extremely uncharacteristic move there from the AMG, but that is what happens, folks, when you brake while turning. Definitely did not have the steering column fully straight there when he began under braking, and, well, the AMG was not too happy with the inputs there and decided to throw him straight off into the gravel. But the Team Iris McLaren there, that's going to be... Who is Jordan Brunch, of course. Behind the wheel of the Iris there, getting lapped once again. Number 77 car going to be coming across the line to complete the 41st lap. Brian Knappen 2 laps ahead as it stands. Ryan Woodrow as well, right behind. Can hop on board here from Ryan Woodrow. Just get a good eye here of what it's like from almost pure excellence. I don't think a single one of these drivers have put a foot wrong this entirety, or the race just yet. Still plenty of time to go in terms of making a mistake. And it can happen quickly. Could be speeding in the pit lane. Could be puncture. You never know. It's Ryan Woodrow. He knows for sure anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. Ryan here quick on the gains, but once again backs off pretty much immediately, as you'll see here. Gains on exit, but really doesn't try to do anything. He's very, very comfortable with the pace of Brian Knappen and Gabriel Felipe, and why wouldn't he be? They're walking away from Quinn Smith as it stands. Quinn Smith is about 19 seconds behind Ryan Woodrow. So, not much more pace required from these guys. Doing everything they need to secure the top 3.
Yeah, they're doing absolutely great.
And David Cesar here is a German driver. Has Waldhauser behind. Waldhauser, though, on a different lap, looking to unlap himself. And thank you, Mandini Motorsport. Thank you, Maldini, excuse me, Maldini Motorsport. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Definitely want to keep an eye on this lead pack as the gaps are so close, but I really do not think we're going to be seeing an overtake here anytime soon, barring a massive mistake from any of these drivers. Brian Knappen, not one to make a massive mistake too often. Gabriel Felipe, not one to make a massive mistake, and Ryan Woodrow as well. These are 3 of some of the most consistent drivers out there in ACC, to be completely honest. And they're showing it here tonight.
The Anthony and Waldhauser side by side there after the corner, and I think Waldhauser overtook the Anthony back there.
Yeah, Stefan managing to get it done here, but is he done just yet? Devin Anthony going to be coming back at him in the Rockefeller Racing Ferrari. It's Ferrari on Ferrari action here at Italy. The fans couldn't dream of anything better, but it does look like Stefan is going to walk away with that position as it stands behind the wheel of the WKS Racing. The number 1 Ferrari out there on track, still behind David Cesar, and using him for a good amount of pace, actually. A hydrate redeemed from Javier. Get a little hydration in there.
I've been sipping some coffee. I needed it.
Javier, thank you very much. And I hope you have a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning wherever you are in this fine world as well. Thank you very much for your support here. And can't wait to see you in the next stream or out there on track, even better.
Yeah, you have a good one, Javier. Thank you for sticking with us for a little while. And yes, coffee. I needed coffee.
As of course here, it is like first thing in the morning over here, so yes, Monster is my friend. Of course, 9:20 a.m. in the morning here at Misano. Time doesn't quite run at the same pace as normal time. Ryan Woodrow, oh my god, okay, Brian Knappen's in the pits. Got a little excited there. I saw Deltas closing quickly. Brian Knappen is the first of our leaders to come into the pits. A little bit early, actually. Very early, I would say. Could have made another lap, at least. Maybe even 2 more. At 1 hour and 12 minutes into the stint, though, Brian Knappen has called a close.
Yeah, Chromix and Alan are coming into the pits, too, and Chronotis also.
Quinn Smith into the pits. David Cesar stays out. One thing about this track, 4 tire sets here at Misano, and this track is, well, it's not necessarily the lightest in terms of wear. This track is pretty brutal on the tires, so the drivers coming in a little bit early, maybe just wanting to get rid of that set of boots and strap on a fresh one here, as they might have used their qualifying tires at the start of this race. Actually, probably not, though. Probably used a fresh set of tires at the beginning for most of these drivers, if I had to guess. Gabriel Felipe, of course, he did not start in the position that he is in. He started in P1. Or excuse me, he is in P1. He started in P2. The Vacuum Racing, unfortunately, don't have the livery there. I know the Vacuum Racing Porsche, lovely purple livery that we don't unfortunately have tonight. But Ryan Woodrow not too far behind. Peter O'Brien 20 seconds behind as a result of the pit phases here. Of course, Peter not in the pits just yet. We do see Ryan Woodrow coming in and Gabriel Felipe as well. They had to come in that lap. Otherwise, they would have been disqualified. Of course, 75-minute stint timer, and we are approaching that mark. Any driver to not cross the pit entry line by the 75-minute mark will result in a disqualification. As it stands, though, the driver's doing a good job.
I didn't know that. Another question, maybe it's a dumb question.
Never a dumb question, Lizzie, because if you're asking it, other people are too. Let's hear it.
Okay, are these cars all GT3s or are we just all GT4s?
Yes, and the way that you can tell, these are all GT3s, correct. And the way that you can tell is over on the left-hand side next to your favorite driver's name, you see those white plates? They would have a white plate with a little blue marker in the bottom right-hand corner to indicate the fact that they are a GT4. We do not see any of those here tonight, but we do see a drive-through penalty picked up for
three
Townsend.
of them are GT4s.
What?
On my end shows that Quinn Smith has the blue corner.
You're looking in race control.
Yeah, okay.
Not in game. That I'm not sure what that means in race control. In game, on the left-hand side there, you can see the nameplates. That will be.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yep. How you can tell in race control, I'm not sure, but. A little bit different, of course. We don't use the standard in-game controls here for broadcasting. Of course, we use over here on the main broadcast, ACC TV, where you guys have the awesome graphics on your screen down in the bottom right, and whatever we get a fastest lap. And race control as well being used. It's very awesome. And anybody as well that wants to see this race unfold in terms of live timings and data, want to see where your favorite drivers are, how they've done on their stints, and when they pit, and where they came out, all of that information can be found over on SimGrid, of course, if I can type it correctly. Not SimGrid, excuse me. What am I talking about? It can be found over on Pitwall. Why did I say SimGrid? Over on Pitwall, we can find the... we can give it a nice little pin here as well. Over on Pitwall Live, you can find the race unfolding with data in front of your eyes. Absolutely incredible service they offer over there. And the race, of course, will be.
Okay, here we go. I guess a few racers swap on the track. I see Jason Prevalone, Madrano, Townsend in the track. In number 8, is it Manurm?
Manurum?
Oh my god. Manurm? Okay, good.
Johnny
and Manur
Manurum
on track.
Yep.
Yes.
Japanese driver, apparently. I did not know that.
Nice.
I think he was racing under the American flag and has changed that fairly recently.
Awesome. And we got also Burakowski
Yep, nailed it.
on track also. So we have like 6 driver swaps.
Yeah, we have Brian Knappen, he stayed behind the wheel, Ryan Woodrow stayed behind the wheel, and Gabriel Felipe. The top 3, top 4, top 5, top 6 even stayed behind the wheel, as well as 7th. Manurum, yep, first of our driver swaps. Stefan staying behind the wheel of the WKS. Drew Burakowski behind the wheel now of the Fuchsia Competition Esports. Jason Provolone behind the wheel of Trackalicious. Danny Madrano has taken the wheel of the Rockefeller Racing Ferrari. That was handed over to him by Devin Anthony, of course. Levi Townsend taking the Racing Quest away from Umar Kromix, who was behind the wheel of that. Of course, Fabiano De Gennaro will be probably next. Dylan Allen, the South African driver, did stay behind the wheel there. We'll see if Enzo Franco, apologies, Enzo will come out behind the wheel of that. And, of course, last but not least, in P15, Jordan Brunch staying behind the wheel there of the Team Iris McLaren. And joining us here in the booth is going to be Eric with a little message, not from our sponsors, but from Trackalicious.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Just joining to see how it's going in the booth.
That seems to be going excellent so far, as we see it. Brian Knapp and the top 3 they're on a league of their own right now, working with each other to pull away from the rest of the pack. Peter O'Brien doing a great job in terms of pace. Quinn Smith, a little bit of a couple errors. He's in P6 as it stands, of course. And David Cesar making up some good ground, and especially in the pit phase, actually got the position there onto Quinn Smith. It's been a bit of a thriller. We got Doc Milwee, Papa Milwee in chat. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, it's just been really cool to follow. I mean, we're an hour and 20 minutes into the race, and 1, 2, and 3 are still so close. 4, 5, and 6 are close. 7 and 8 are battling, and as you mentioned earlier, to have the championship contenders be on battle, on track, is just really cool to see so far into the race. Yeah, and I think going through, I'm not sure if it's just me not being able to hear Mike, but Knappen being so close to Woodrow for an hour and 20 minutes into the race. I mean, these guys are still battling on track effectively. Lizzie, you know, you've been driving ACC for a while. Can you imagine having to be defensive or offensive for over an hour?
That's pure tension there, because I only do 20 minutes twice in one day, right? When I do the rookie races on Mondays, and now in the second season, I'm getting a little bit more aggressive and defensive. That tension for 20 minutes, if I have somebody like next to me, not just battling, but that's just trying to just pass me, or even if it is a blue flag or whatever, that tension of having somebody with you and you're trying to keep your pace, not just only that, focus on your line, your racing line, giving this other driver some space. That kind of patience and tension and that anxiety and that rush on that moment, it's so many things at the same time. I cannot imagine doing that for 6 hours.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is, right? So imagine taking what you're feeling and then adding on a championship win on top of that, right? Because all of these guys are way up in the championship standings and really fighting to get into the grand finals. So to be bumper to bumper for over an hour and 20 minutes, and it looks like they didn't swap drivers. So it's been Knappen, Woodrow, and Felipe, all 3 battling it out essentially. I know they haven't really gone wheel to wheel. It sounds like they're all looking pretty smart about trying to conserve each other's tires and just stay up there. Will probably mean that the battle is going to come towards the end of the race.
Yeah, it looks like it. I have seen them for a little while, and I think they're just trying to keep up that pace and that distance between them, so when the moment comes to overtake and fight for those positions, they are, 100% ready to do it.
Yeah, and hello to Roofless. Welcome in. We are 1 hour and 22 minutes into the 6-hour race limits at Misano, with Gabriel Felipe in P1, Woodrow in P2, and Knappen in P3 representing Boxstream Motorsports. All three within a couple of seconds of each other. Insane driving. So much pressure, so much focus. And it's, a single mistake could effectively ruin these guys' race right now. So to be able to maintain this level of attention is really, esports level driving, and it's really fun to watch. We do have battles also down the grid here. O'Brien yet to pit, it seems like. Probably, let me check my pit wall here, but
no, he's pit.
So
yeah,
O'Brien
everybody already
pitted. Wow, okay.
Yep. Everybody has made their first pit stop tonight, and we're going to be good for the next 75 minutes.
So
yeah,
that's interesting. I wonder how much the pit time was for Quinn Smith being ahead of O'Brien and David Caesar going into the pits and popping up behind them.
So Peter O'Brien actually had a much shorter time delta in the pits. Stop time was 14 seconds stopped in the pits, while Quinn Smith had 34 seconds stopped. Both of their pit lane times were about even. Quinn Smith was a little bit slower in terms of his pit lane entry, probably at 42.6 seconds compared to 41.5 there throughout the entirety of the pit lane for Peter O'Brien and Quinn Smith. The delta is very close there, but I think what that means is Peter O'Brien did not take tires. Peter O'Brien has double stinted his set of tires, is what I think that means.
Yeah. So that's probably what it is. And hello, Dev. Hello, Ashley. Welcome in. These positions are now the strategy is starting to play in, right? So different people taking different strategic approaches to the race. And really the only time we're really going to know how it all shakes out is towards the end of the race. But I think everybody's still quite in close contention. Really now being a strategic battle more so than an on-track battle.
For sure.
One thing I gotta say here, Peter O'Brien, he may not have taken tires, but he is lapping exactly the same as Brian Knappen in front. 134.9 compared to a 134.8 for Peter O'Brien. So the pace is not lost if he did do what we think he did in that double stinting tires, which I'm pretty sure he had to have with that short of a stop time. I don't think because it's 30 seconds to change your tires, if I'm not mistaken. So
it is 30 seconds to change your tires, 30 seconds to change driver. What we should be looking at is how is O'Brien lapping compared to Quinn Smith. And it looks like that last lap was actually faster than Quinn Smith, assuming Smith took tires, which he almost certainly would have.
Yeah, 34 seconds stopped there for Quinn Smith. Definitely took tires, and lapping slower as a result, 135.6. Maybe not able to get the heat into those tires yet. I somewhat doubt that, though, as Misano is a track that you can get heat into your tires extremely quickly. Lots of lefts and rights that come right after each other, which is great for getting your tire temp.
Yeah, not only that, but it's not just Misano that puts heat into the tires. It's also Quinn Smith that is quite talented in putting heat into his tires, as he does a little bit of a wiggle. Not really the way you want to put heat into your tires while on track, but fantastic to see how these variety of strategies are starting to come into play. And with that, I am going to bow out and leave you guys to the rest of the stream.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
As well, that little wobble from Quinn Smith not going to help his core temperatures get up. Of course, core temperature is what you're looking for in terms of your tires. Getting that surface heated up is going to cause an imbalance there and cause graining and blistering, of course. Graining or blistering, typically not one and the same. Eventually, though, graining leads to blistering. So depending on how much he is pushing those tires, definitely could wear them at the end, and Peter O'Brien needs to be very, very aware of that, because he is going to be feeling the pain of those tires by the end of this stint, I have a slight feeling. And man, what a curse that would have been, yeah. Full tank is like 24 seconds. I'm not sure. Also, hello Devin Anthony. Hello Forzy. Wait, I already said hi to Forzy. Roofless. Hello Roofless. That's who I didn't say hi to. There we go. I knew there was two. Welcome Roofless. Welcome Forzy. No, Forzy. Welcome. Okay, you're very welcome, Forzy. Thank you. But Devin Anthony, welcome as well.
Now I see Quinn Smith pushing and pushing until he wants to cut up to Cesar. Like, it's just a matter of time that he's gonna be right behind Cesar. It's getting closer and closer every lap.
What just happened? Forzy, you existed. That's what happened. I got confused. As is often the case. Quinn Smith with that awesome Trackalicious livery representing the green and blue one. Of course, you have the orange and purple one that is, or was driven by Ollie Raza and Ollie Raza and Andreas Borchers. Andreas Borchers not in this race this time around. Ollie Raza is. Ollie Raza, Nate Lamlin, and Quinn Smith are going to be teammates. I'm not sure if Nate Lamlin's driving in this one tonight. We'll see if he makes his appearance, his debut after 24 hours of racing. We'll see if he finally shows up. No, of course, real life happens, and I'm not blaming him whatsoever for it. It's Nate Lamlin, the alpha dog Nate. It's more I just want to see him out on track, because I absolutely love Nate Lamlin. A man whose bloodstream is full of muscle milk, as well as pre-workout flowing through his electrical signals in his brain. Is just insane. The man is a muscle. And he is not driving, says Jake Wells. So, little do we know, unfortunately, Nate Lamlin stuck at the gym one more time as, you're stuck underneath a barbell or something like that. You never know with Nate Lamlin. He gets himself into some awkward predicaments when it comes to weightlifting. And Lizzie, what am I even talking about?
Chat. I'm looking at some of the drivers on the back. Yeah, and some of them have quite some space between them after some of them already swapped drivers, so I feel like this is the time where things are gonna slow down a little bit.
See, Dom, the issue with Nate is that he works out 24/7, so there just isn't a spotter that can be around for literally 24 hours a day. I don't think I've seen him put down a a weightlifting device of any sort at all, unless he's gone to his sim rig, which, let's just say this, his sim rig, he definitely uses a few more Newton meters of torque than I do. Where is Nate, anyways? The man needs to... No, Alpha Dog Nate, gotta love him. Family stuff, oh man, lame. Sending him our condolences. Yes, please do, Jake. Hopefully he's doing all well. Of course, I only kid. I don't kid about him being in the workout room 24 hours a day. That was a true fact. But anyways, Dylan Allen, he's found the gravel trap and is looking slightly beached there. South African driver taking a vacation early here. Let's see what has resulted as we're coming out. I can't even tell where we are on the track, to be honest. He just goes straight. That could be a mechanical issue of some sort.
Oh my god, Mike. He was doing some family stuff because he was going to a funeral.
Oh.
You make it sound so bad.
Well.
Oh, what happened there? What is it? That car on the... What happened to D. Allen? He's on the side of the track.
I said lame that it isn't here, that he isn't here, Dom. And it is also lame that he's at a funeral. That's too bad. I feel bad.
Okay, I see Alan rejoining the track safely. I don't know what happened there. If it... You hate to see it. Like, that's gonna It's sad. I cannot say in the word lame because I feel like it's a sad.
It's very sad. I mean, it's, you know, it's lame. It's lame all around. Nobody wants to go to a funeral. But yeah. Oh no! Oh, and we have reports from the pit lane here. Dylan's teammate. Holy smokes, that's crazy if that's okay. So apparently we have had while he was driving, Dylan, his wheel may have come off. He has since put it back on, but his wheel has detached from his steering column.
Oh my god, I cannot imagine that happening to me. I will freak out.
Oh, never mind. It was just the pedals being sent flying through the room. Is that more concerning? I don't know. That's insane. What? He's back out on track regardless of what happened. What happened, though? I need to hear. How did that happen? Dylan Allen has had his pedals disconnect from his car. And he seemed to have gotten it fixed. Hopefully, by the next pit stop phase, I would presume we don't see Dylan Allen behind the car, behind the wheel. I think he is going to switch and probably get that problem resolved. But he has a ways to go until he hits that pit stop timer. He's only been out there for 20 minutes. Man's got 55 minutes before making his stint timer. We'll see if he can make it that whole way. I definitely hope that he can. Maybe an extra set and he was mad. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely slightly hilarious. Brian Knappen here still chasing down Ryan Woodrow. Ryan Woodrow is actually 19 seconds off of Gabriel Felipe. Gabriel, this is something I didn't even pay attention to. Gabriel Felipe had an 11-second stop in terms of his stop time. 44 seconds in the pit lane, a little bit shorter than Ryan Woodrow. So he did not take tires. Gabriel Felipe double stinting his first set. Doesn't skip leg day. Yes, Dylan Allen, another driver that is full of pre-workout, yes. The South African muscle man, as you can see, his foot so strong, he gets on the pedal in the back end, gets unstable. But yeah, Ryan Woodrow 19 seconds behind now, and Ryan Woodrow I don't think took tires either. 23 seconds stationary and 26 seconds for Brian Knappen. I don't think either of them took tires. So the top four, all double stinting. Gabriel Felipe, though, like I said, with an 11-second stop time, that means he must have overfueled for the first stint, which is pretty incredible. Nemesis, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning. And happy Saturday to you indeed. Hopefully everybody is having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. As we're here for some racing. We have a little bit of a lull in the action. Strategy plays are coming into account here. Brian Knappen is about 1.8 seconds from Ryan Woodrow, and Quinn Smith about 1.5 from David Cesar. Those are the closest battles on track as it stands. You can pull up the relative here, see lapping traffic coming up soon enough. And that's right, Nemesis, you're West Coast like me. Of course, I'm not West Coast right now. I'm located in Misano, Italy, obviously. In Misano, Agricato, Italy. 16 corner, 6 to the left, 10 to the right. And we saw the Team Iris McLaren there getting a little out of shape. I almost got excited, but not quite. David Cesar still firmly ahead in the RNL roar. Hear us roar, he says. And he is doing a great job of it. That V8 AMG roaring down the first straight now into the hairpin. And he is going to be getting ready probably to hand the car over to his teammate Tim Schaefer at some point. Getting ready for some Colorado versus Oregon. I don't watch fights, unfortunately. Or no, excuse me. I'm gonna be watching the fight later. I don't watch football or college or whatever. But I'm gonna watch the UFC fight later. That's gonna be cool. Some big cards in there tonight. And I also, no spoilers anybody, need to watch Formula 1 qualifying and stuff because I had to wake up and do this, so I couldn't watch MotoGP or Formula 1. So I've basically been starved of motorsports. I'm only getting 6 hours here in the first of Saturday morning. That's pretty light.
Also, I bet you're suffering now, huh?
We're jonesing a little bit here in the booth, but we'll get to it eventually. I'm not too worried about it. Formula 1's not... It's not going anywhere, but also nobody in chat, no one's spoiled. As actually, now that I think about it, I already had it spoiled to me because I was on Instagram this morning and I saw the results of qualifying, which I hate whenever I see them. But the results are pretty cool.
Me too. I hate spoilers, like, oh my god. And oh god, Quinn Smith already caught up to Cesar. This is great. Things are gonna get interesting.
And Dylan Allen there, that is, getting out of the way very nicely. Doesn't want to impede this battle, as Lizzie's saying there, Quinn Smith has found the rear end of David Cesar. The RNL Roar going to be under threat here, the German driver, from Quinn Smith. Quinn took new tires in his stint. He's going to be on fresh rubber compared to David Cesar, who I do not think is on fresh rubber. 27 seconds, 28 seconds stopped in the pits. I don't think he did tires. It could be. But I think it's 30 seconds to take tires, not 27. Or 28. Can pop on board here with the McLaren Evo 2 of Quinn Smith. It's still weird for me to say. It's a very new car to me. I know it's not that new in general anymore, but the McLaren Evo 2 it's proven to be a pretty competitive car since it came out. Of course, came out slightly after the 1.9 update, and it's been doing a good job. Definitely, it seems to lack in certain departments. It seems like it's an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. Its cornering seems to be above average, but not quite excellent, and its acceleration seems to be maybe even a little bit below average, to be honest. I don't know if any, I know Jake Wells, he drives, he could probably correct me and give me all the details of that in chat, but I think that's a decent assessment from what I've seen so far of the McLaren. It's up there, it's a very, very solid car. Just not quite at that competitive nature that we see the other cars like the Lamborghini Evo 2, that car being extremely dominant, but wide goes David Cesar, and in goes Quinn Smith to the inside there of the hairpin, heading onto the back straight now. We go side by side as it goes. Drag race to the bend, and Quinn Smith is going to have the inside line, but he's slightly behind. Will he back out before? No, he will not. Plenty of space being given from the two drivers, and Quinn Smith is firmly ahead now. Great overtake from Quinn Smith. Makes it look easy.
Yeah, great one. I knew it was going to happen. He just needed a couple of laps to catch up. Because so far, it's been, almost 2 hours now since this race started. And Quinn Smith has been so aggressive on track. Like, it's amazing. I love it.
Vadik Odstitsev. I think we got there. One of those was probably right, if I had to guess. Vadik, welcome. Apologies again. What happened with the livery, Vadik? David Cesar here is really pressuring, but what happened with the livery? Drew Burakovsky driving a carbon fiber Lamborghini. I did download liveries. That's what I mean, livery. There is, it's the lack thereof livery, and drive-through penalty, I think, again picked up for Allen. It's a second drive-through penalty. Is that the third drive-through penalty that Allen's picked up? That might be the third. Must have chose the wrong one. Dang. That's too bad. Oh, because, yeah, yours has 4 names in it, doesn't it? The one that you guys were using for this league. This one only has 3. This is the Fuchsia Competition Esports. Yours is the Fuchsia Competition, something else. I remember there was, yeah. It has another word in there, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it's been the wrong livery for the past 2 races? Oh.
You see, I notice things really quickly. I'm very observant. That's why I commentate. How did I miss that? I thought you had it last time. I swear you had it last time. Anyways, that's unfortunate. Hopefully you can get that fixed. Because I love seeing that Squadra Corsa Fuchsia competition livery. Oh, and that's what it is. Squadra Corsa Fuchsia competition. That is not what Squadra... Yeah, so this is just the Fuchsia competition. This isn't the Squadra Corsa. So that's what it was. He selected the wrong one. Whoever was the main driver selected the wrong one. And David Cesar, though, not going to give up on Quinn Smith just yet. Going to try to stick in the slipstream. That name's a mouthful. It can be. What has happened to David Allen and Levi Townsend?
Back with Madrano. No, Townsend and Allen. I don't know if there was some contact back there.
So almost assuredly there was some contact as both drivers are involved here. Let's take a look at what happened. There's a car coming out of the pit lane. Oh no, and just oblivious to Levi. Kind of Dylan comes out of the pits there and really isn't anywhere Dylan can go. He's entering the track onto the line. You need to be very aware. It's just something the driver, then I guarantee you neither of those drivers are going to make that mistake again in their future. That is really unfortunate. It's such an easy one to make. The pit lane here at Misano is a very old-fashioned style, and you rejoin right in the racing line, and that is what can happen. Unfortunately, I do think that there will more than likely be a penalty. I'm not sure for who. That's going to be up to the stewards if that does get reported. But that is... I'm pretty sure, though, Dylan Allen stayed within the pit entry or pit exit line. I don't think Dylan Allen did anything wrong there. But I could be wrong. And Vadik, how can I ignore a name that's in a name? That's just against my nature. I read what I see. But yes, the Squadra Corsa Fuchsia competition is quite the mouthful. There's no doubt about it. Servatius, welcome. Welcome. What a good track this is. Absolutely. We have Gabriel Felipe, the Brazilian, here. He is leading here at Misano, a 2.9-mile circuit here with 16 corners, 6 to the left, 10 to the right, and a whopping 10 meters of elevation change. I know, it's almost Spa-Francorchamps levels here in terms of elevation. No, not really. It's 10 meters compared to 132 meters, but that's beside the point. Very flat track here at Misano is more what I'm getting at. Gabriel Felipe, he's trying to negotiate. I think that is Levi Townsend there, who we just saw get caught up in that incident, unfortunately. Levi not giving up the line. Battling, actually, a little bit with our leader, I would say. As Gabriel Felipe is going to be kind of like, dude. I think he will lift, though. Yeah, the McLaren lifts. Maybe. I don't think the McLaren lifted, to be completely honest. But nonetheless, Gabriel Felipe is by. And that's what matters. And whoa, my goodness, Dylan Allen has missed his braking marker there. Why don't we ride on board with that and take a look. We get a great view of this action as well from the blue flags. Did he lift? We're about to find out. Oh, he gets a bit sideways under braking. Braking and turning. That corner is so hard to get the wheels straight for the braking because you have to get it straight. You go from turning, you have to straighten it out while braking, and then immediately go back into turning. It's so tricky to take that corner on the limit, and unfortunately took it just past the limit. And Vadik, no John today. Today I'm going to be joined by Lizzie Alicea. John's visa was not able to... Italian visas, man, they're just a pain. You know, John not able to make it here today. to Italy, unfortunately. But luckily, Lizzie was here in the paddock, and at very last minute, she managed to slide her way into the booth, which I am super grateful for. Thank you very much, Lizzie, for joining me.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy to be here and excited because I keep learning more and more about racing. It's I think every time I commentate, it's a new experience and a great experience for me because I keep learning, from these racers. There are, well, I cannot say better than me. It would sound weird. I mean, they have more experience, and I think they've been doing this long enough. But since I recently started, so yes, they're better than me. But hopefully one day in the future, I'll be in one of these enduro races. Who knows?
No, absolutely, Lizzie. I think we're going to see you there sooner than later, to be completely honest. As these drivers, as you said, they are quote-unquote better than you, as well as better than me, for that matter. I'm not. These guys, they're on a different planet. We have a special emote in chat specifically, or in our Trackalicious chat, specifically for them. And, of course, that is the alien emote. And these guys, they're just, when you drive for thousands of hours, I mean, these guys have literally thousands of hours behind the wheel. In this series alone, these cars have already traversed the track for 26 hours out on track, and that is just driving time. Of course, not each driver has done that. That is just the cars, but that's beside the, the teams. The drivers, they may not be driving, but they're there in support. They're there spotting. They're there to report incidents. They're there to call out strategy. It's not just because you leave the wheel that doesn't mean that you're done with your stint. Your stint is not over. Your stint's not over till that 6 hours ends and the checkered flag falls.
I see Zampiri went into the pits, and I think they swapped drivers right on the last minute after the pitting session. The swap, I don't know. Now Nause is on the track now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That was interesting. I think that was due to that damage that they had picked up earlier. I think they sustained it enough, and they went long enough out on track. Their stint timer was around the 30-minute mark, so that was their short stint done. Of course, every drive, 75 minutes makes it a little bit awkward, as I'm going to pull out my calculator now and do some math, which is always a great idea. Which how do you even do? We're not going to do the math right now. We're going to pretend like I didn't say that, because I don't know how to do that math. And Gabriel Felipe is in. Interesting. That's after 35 minutes. So these drivers getting their short stints out done early. In fact, that makes total sense that Gabriel Felipe is. Of course, he double stinted his tires. That's double stinting his tires and making that short stint done on that old set. That is a strategic mind right there of a genius. Gabriel Felipe, excellent work there in terms of pit strategy, as well as just credit to the Vacum Racing boys in general.
I see O'Brien going to the pits also. And Alan, same, he's on the pits.
And yes, someone double check this. I don't trust Mike's math. I wouldn't trust my math either, to be completely honest. That's why I didn't do it. That was, yes, 75 minutes. Well, we can do this. It's pretty easy. Oh, but I gotta convert. Oh my goodness, I don't want to convert minutes into hours into minutes. That's just, we have Danny Madrano. He has found the incorrect direction on track momentarily. Let's take a look at what happened here from the on-board. Thank you, Huff. Oh my goodness. The absolute legend, Huff. Doing the math that I can't. Danny Madrano there, self-inflicted error. Rejoins fairly safely as they really could, side by side with Levi Townsend. As we go now into the first corner, actually, the 19 car is going to be on the pit exit. We need to be extremely aware of this. This could be devastating, and we're going to potentially make it 3 wide on exit here, coming through on to, okay, never mind. The car is firmly behind. That is Francois. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it at the end. How did I make that work? Switchback there from Danny Madrano and Levi Townsend. Levi Townsend on the outside here, heading down onto the start-finish straight. Stop-go 30 for Francois as he has picked up a speeding in the pit lane. Fine as well.
I see Gabriel's swap with Dornelis um right there also during that pit stop. I feel like they had like a second thought to do the double stint and pit out do the swap earlier. I don't know.
So with that math, though, Huff, that is going to be 4.8 stops, so 5 stops in total. If you can nail your strategy perfectly in terms of extending your stint timer to the 75-minute mark every time, which we've seen these drivers not doing, so I think this is going to be a 6 pit stop race, which is interesting because you would think 5... Well, I mean, obviously you want to minimize your pit stops, but I'm not sure these drivers are going to be able to make it happen here at Misano. Of course, we saw 6 at Kyalami. We'll see. We'll see towards the end of this. I mean, 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 3 seconds to go. Anything can happen. We could have a 20 pit stop race, to be completely honest. Probably won't happen, but you never know. And Vadik just got off work today, working on a Saturday. Hopefully work went well today. And going to be racing a little bit later. You love to see that. That is the driver mentality right there. Is well, I'm done with my mandatory duties. Time to go behind the wheel of a car and drive in glorified circles, which is what we all love to do, don't we? Oh man, as these two, I think, have just come out of the pits, or at least one of the drivers here, fresh out of the pits, Steven Waldhauser, is going to be fresh out and gets overtaken by Emmanuel Nause. Emmanuel Nause up into 9th position as a result. The SPQR making up the ground after that early pit stop. And that damage as well. They had that contact which resulted in them head-on into the barrier. And unfortunately, that was that. And so we see Levi Townsend gaining massively here in the Racing Quest, trying to make a move here onto the Rockefeller Racing in the back part of the track into Sector 3. Tight, twisty, windy, through Curva del Carro. Was that all right, Lizzie?
Carro? Yeah, car, carro, auto. Auto or carro, you can say. Whichever means the same.
Okay. Was that, wait, alto? Or
auto is like auto.
Really?
Yeah, auto is like auto, and
really?
Carro is car.
Interesting. That's fascinating, because in Italian, alta is high. That's right. It's the highest point, or high elevation. So, man, languages are tough.
Mm-hmm.
They are extremely difficult, especially when two languages that are so similar have such a different word that is extremely... Oh, my goodness. Wide goes Madrano.
Oh,
back on the subject at hand. Levi Townsend's firmly through, but this battle is not done yet. Yes, Vadik, I that's why it sounds similar, but it isn't at all. Like, at all. Which is just crazy.
Yeah, if I talk straight Spanish, like auto, carro, automóvil is automobile. So it's quite funny.
And apparently, as Born to Be Try is saying in chat, the Italian air is it's not doing too well for the pedal systems here at Misano. It seems like a lot of drivers are having some pedal issues as of late. And I'm still curious how a driver's pedals can go flying across the room. We have yet to have that answered, and I'm extremely curious. And Enzo Francois is behind the wheel of the White Point Racing as a result of the connectivity issues from the pedals, mechanical issues. Dylan Allen suffering there, unfortunately, the South African driver, not able to get it fixed in the stint.
I can't imagine the pedal flying up, because, that the pedals have some springs. And one of those things can get loose and that thing just go whoop and pop somewhere. Maybe not the pedal, but probably the spring. But I don't know. It depends on how the pedals are built or set up.
I think what happened is one of the screws gave out and his entire pedals moved. So he must have been under braking and the pedals just broke. And they physically moved, if I had to guess, which is just terrifying. Vadik,
Yep.
you can post your rig over in the Discord channel over at Trackalicious. Of course, anyone interested, I know Vadik, you're already in it, but this is a good time to plug. Anyone interested in joining the Discord, if I can spell it right, is able to do so with that link right there provided by Nightbot. You can find over on the Rigs and More? Rigs and Simrate? What is it called again? Rigs and Rig Info? I think it's Rigs and Rig Info is what the channel...
Yeah, I don't know if David posted my rig there. But yeah, my brother built a rig for me. And oh my God, I'm so thankful. I love my brother. He's amazing. Oh my God, the difference is so much. It's a huge difference having this rig versus the gaming chair that I was using to drive. I feel so much comfortable, and it built up my confidence in racing too. So it helped a lot.
Oh my goodness. I'm looking at Darren Thomas's setup in the in the Rigs and Rig Info chat. And I don't know if Darren Thomas is here in chat with us today, but that's some dedication. That is awesome. As well, Forzy's setup is in that chat. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, make sure you guys check it out. Share your rigs, share it with everybody. Because I know a lot of people put some work in.
I saw it. I know he was having issues with the chair moving around. It happened to me. That's why I'm saying that building a rig, it's a huge upgrade. Even if you make it out of wood, it is an amazing upgrade. I'm telling you guys, you will feel so much comfortable and you will enjoy racing better than having that frustration with the gaming chair moving around because of the little wheels on it. And oh my God, it's a whole different thing. I love my rig.
Yeah, I will say the 2x4 rigs, you gotta love them. I had a 2x4 rig at one point in time as well. And yeah, Forzy set up in chat as well with the Lakers, the Lakers blanket to keep the bottom nice and warm while on the wheel. Well, not wheel, on the literally.
Yeah, my brother posted my rig there, so everybody can see it on the Discord.
Vadik, I have one very, very similar, actually, a foldable stand with, except I have a Fanatec wheel. I have the Playseat 3 is what I use, although I do want another one. That one is not quite ideal for sim racing, that's for sure. I mean, it works. It works. It was a gift, so, but I do need a new one. And yeah, it's awesome to see the setups in the chat as well. Like I say, feel free. Make sure you guys upload your setups there, and we can all check them out. Of course, some people duct tape their wheels or their pedals to the carpet. People will do anything to get sim racing. It's awesome.
Well, practically all my gear and everything that I'm using for racing has been donated by my brother, and my old stand was donated from Jeremy that donated it to Andrew, and Andrew sent it to me. So that was my first stand when I started driving on the first season. So practically I upgraded to the grid, to the rig after the first season. I was like, David, we need to work on this rig before the next season, because, you know, I really want to be using that rig for the second season, and I'm thankful. And I see the improvement and how much it, you know, it has helped me a lot, that rig.
And Born to Be Try, it is in the sim corner as well in the Discord. I know there is a lot of channels in there, so yeah, but it's in the sim corner. We have a picture here from Vadik. Vadik sending it directly to me. Come on, you gotta post it proud in the chat. You got his G20 or G920, I think that is.
Yeah, Vadik, I want to see it too.
With the shifter and everything on there. Awesome. That's exactly like my old setup, honestly. And you have the metals. Oh, you got the metal rig, the $100 one off of Amazon. That's exactly what I had too. That's awesome. Like I said, I moved on to the Playseat 3 with a direct drive wheel, but that's awesome. He posted a while ago. Okay. Took the wheels off my gaming chair and put brown tape down because it was scratching the floor. Dedication. That's awesome. Wait, Forzy, don't you use a controller?
He uses both.
Oh.
Controller and wheel, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And I think he does super great in both. Like, what track was that I was racing? And I was like, oh my god, the blue frags ruined my race because I was catching up to 4C, and I was like, okay, this is the moment. I'm gonna catch up to 4C and I'm gonna try to overtake. I wanted to battle with him on that moment, but the blue flags caught up, in between me and him in that moment, so I couldn't make it, but it would have been super fun to battle with 4C. On that, yeah, Soldier, yeah, and that Monday, Ricky. No, it was great. Like I think as much as I keep driving, as I keep enjoying it more and more and more, and I'm loving this. And I'm surprised because I've never been a fan of cars or racing or anything like it before. So practically after my brother got me hooked up with the game and I signed up for the first rookie season, my first rookie season. And I got to, meet the community and engage with you guys. And then I got invited to commentate for the first time. And oh my God, it's been a super, super fun and amazing journey. And I hope it keeps going, for a long time.
Oh man, as we have a battle developing on track here, I think this battle actually might come to a conclusion as Emmanuel Nause here is going to be going for the move here onto Drew Burakovsky around the outside. It's going to be quite the move if he can get it done, and I think he has it. No, he's going to be losing the ground there. Actually ran a bit too wide. Switchback though, as we have it, Emmanuel Nause is going to have that position now and the run onto the start-finish straight. Or start-finish straight. Why do I keep saying that? In the back, not so straight. Coming out into the kink where you're going to be heading into Curva del Carro. Heaviest braking zone on the track where you downshift to fourth there, then now you're downshifting all the way to first. Trying to get the car rotated in time, maximize the minimum speed, and oh my goodness, Emmanuel Nause has minimized that speed as he is facing the wrong way after getting a slight tap on the back there from Drew Burakovsky. That is not how I expected that battle to come to a conclusion. Let's go back and take a look at that again, maybe from a different angle if we can get a better one. Let's hope this does it justice as we have Drew Burakovsky coming in there and just a bit of a tap. Emmanuel Nause, no luck today for the SPQR team. And Born to be Try, I'm assuming you are T in Discord. Your livery, or your rig is, yeah, you said it in chat, yes. My goodness. That is an awesome, awesome setup that you have there. And you have a play seat. Which play seat is that?
I see Quinn Smith on P2. It happens so quick or too fast. We got 3 hours and 54 minutes. And oh my God, he's on P2 and Cesar on P3.
What happened there? Did we have a pit?
Somebody pitted, but I don't think. Remember, Gabriel swapped with Drenales, but he has quite
we're not
space to catch up, so still quite behind.
I think Renato is still in P2 once the pit stop phase comes in. Renato has taken about a 15 minute, about a 30-minute early stop. As a result, he did that short stop. So he's currently 15 minutes into his stint, while these drivers, Quinn Smith, are 52 minutes into their stint. So they're going to have to be making that stop sooner than Renato. The question is, though, is Renato going to have to make an extra stop by the end of this race as a result? I'm not sure, to be completely honest. We'll find out, of course. I think Renato, though, they've been all scheduled so far. I don't think they've had one unscheduled pit stop. Jeremy Mercer as well. Definitely one to keep an eye on, as he also has made his double stop, but he is 3.3 seconds behind Johnny Manuram, who is 20 seconds behind Renato. So the gap between the Japanese and the Brazilian driver definitely quite separate. But yes, the lulls in track are definitely, there was a bit of a lull for a while. We have definitely resolved that. Emmanuel Nause here coming back at Drew Burakovsky with a vengeance. After getting spun around, he is flashing his headlights. Oh, yes, he is. Yes, he is. Emmanuel Nause not that happy with Drew Burakovsky, and I think that's an understatement. We're going to see now, hopefully a clean move from Emmanuel here. It's not Emmanuel. Emanuele. Yes, Emanuele. Yes, he's Italian. I know this. It just came back. It's fine. Yes, Emanuele Nause. Down the inside, it's a send and a half. He keeps it on track. The switchback from Drew Burakovsky. Is it going to be enough? I think the SPQR manages to keep it ahead there for the penultimate corner, heading into curve of Misano. Emanuele is fully ahead. He gets the job done with like I say, a send and a half from about a postal code away. It wasn't quite two, but definitely wasn't taking no for an answer there. And gets the job done clean. Quinn Smith, he is falling down the field. What's happened to Quinn Smith? Just lost 2 positions.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here. Quinn Smith coming through Sector 1, I think. Can't really tell. Sector 3. What was he? Huh. Interesting. He got wheel spin there. I heard his wheels spin. I kind of want to go back and watch that one again, to be honest, and watch it from on board. He comes into the pits. What's happened here? Let's see. We're coming into the turn. What? His engine changed tone. Did he bottom out on the curb? He got a puncture. Quinn Smith had a puncture. Tire exploded. Yes, he did.
You hate to see it.
Dude, that's brutal. 54 minutes into his double stint. Oh man, that is something for every single driver to take note of right there. Quinn Smith taking an L for the rest of the field, that's for sure, as that is some crucial knowledge in that double stinting your tires is a risky endeavor. Bringing them to 54 minutes, well, that's too much. Quinn Smith not able to do it. His tires just couldn't quite handle the pressure, quite literally.
I see Dornell is gaining on Cesar. Let's see what's going to happen.
Dornales on fresher rubber than Cesar. Much fresher rubber than Cesar. And Andy Borscher's gifting a tier 1 sub. He's gifted 20 in totals. Andy, thank you so much. Paco ACC, hope you enjoy your emotes. I know someone in chat earlier said that we have some pretty good emotes here. We do have some really good emotes, especially lately. And good thing it happened close to the pits. Yeah, Steven Tomazic, Rose Gaming in chat, welcome. Pointing that out as well. Yeah, it happened in one of the best spots possible, but it also happened in the highest speed and highest load part of the track, which makes sense.
I see Ali Raza coming in to the track.
Yeah, indeed, yes, he does, as he's had the car handed over to him there from Quinn Smith. Quinn has had enough of his stint.
I'm just staring at Dornales and Cesar because something's about to happen.
Down the inside goes Dornales. I don't think Cesar is going to fight this. And he doesn't. Cesar is going to let this one go. He knows what's up. He knows the pace. He knows the tire difference. He's not going to risk anything here, risk contact, and risk losing positions later on in the race. Because I presume we may see these two side by side here. Even, well, I was going to say, more towards the final hour of this race. I presume we're going to see some side by side action, and we are not going to see David Cesar let Renato Dornales through like that, or vice versa. David Cesar is just on a different strategy right now. He's looking to the end of the race. He's not looking at the current moment. He's thinking ahead like the true genius and strategic genius that he is. These R&L Roar team has truly shown that they are a force to be reckoned with here in the VCO Road to the Grand Finals. And yeah.
No, I see it, Vadik. Nice, nice, nice. Even though I feel like your rig gets a little tight for me, I don't know. I'm a woman, so.
Also, Forzy with the BMW love for you, Lizzie, there as well. In the rigs and rig info chat. That's awesome to see. Thank you, Forzy.
Oh yeah, I'm falling in love with that BMW, but the GT3 version. since I've been doing, well, yesterday was my last race on the rookie series that I was doing on Fridays. And oh my God, it was awesome. I'm gaining more experience and falling in love with the GT3s. I don't know.
The GT3s are certainly a different beast than the GT4s. They have more power, more downforce, more cornering, just everything about them is more. And, well, once you drive the GT4 for a little bit, that's what everybody wants, right? You start to experience the top speed and you say, I can go faster than this. Why can't I go faster than this?
I know, it makes me think if I should join the GT3 series, even if I'm not fast enough.
It is open for everybody, Lizzie.
Just to get more experience.
Alicea, look at that. Now that is an SRO race winner right there, a move that you would see from them. Drew Burakovsky with no response. He didn't fight it too much, but to be fair, he didn't let that one go either. Alicea managing to get it done with ease. And we have Brian Knappen
going into the pits.
Early, yeah. But they double stinted. Remember that. These both of them are on the old tires, so they're approaching that. In fact, they actually hit the 59-minute mark, which is longer than Quinn Smith had on his tires. So they're saying, well, I would rather not push these tires one more lap because they are gone. Throw those ones straight into the bin. Don't even put them on the shelf.
How far is the season for the GT3 series?
That's a great question, Lizzie. Why don't we take a look here at the calendar as we have it. We have multiple leagues, of course, we run. It's not just the road to the grand finals here at the Track Alicious. We also have our Sunday GT3 Championship, which we are talking about right now. Next race over at Watkins Glen. There's 2 races left. We just had it over at Valencia, 90-minute sprint. It's going to be a 30-45 doubleheader at the Glen over in America. Then Suzuka, one of my favorite tracks as well. I love Suzuka. Definitely in my top 3, Suzuka. And can't wait for that 90-minute sprint to close out the GT3 Championship as well. We have our Monday Rookie League, which is not listed here. We are 3 races into that. And next track is going to be Snetterton? If I'm remembering off memory. I'm checking, though, right now, but I think it was Snetterton. No, we just did Snetterton, obviously.
We did Snetterton, yeah, we just did. We're going to Bathurst this week.
So not only are we going to Bathurst in 2 weeks on Saturday, we're going to Bathurst here on this Monday. So if you guys can't wait for 2 Saturdays from now for some excellent Bathurst action here at Track Alicious, well, don't look any further because we have some Mount Panorama coming your way on the Monday Rookie Series, and that is going to be a race. Of course, the Monday Rookie Series, we've had almost full grids every single race, which has just been incredible. We've had, I think it was 50 cars the first week, 49 the second, 50 cars the third week, and then 48 in the fourth week. So if you guys want to make that another 50-car grid, make sure you guys get signed up, even if it is full in signups. You can sign up as a reserve driver, where, like I said, last week we didn't have a full race, so any reserve drivers would have been able to make it in up until the 50 mark. Basically, first come, first serve for the reserve drivers. And if it isn't full, you will be able to make it in. So make sure you guys sign up for that because you do not want to miss the awesome rookie action. And Lizzie, of course, a driver in that series and doing an excellent job of it. Just one of everybody's favorite series out there. So definitely check it out. And also, yes, Steven Tomazic in the booth with me on Mondays as well. Rose Gaming in chat. So big thank you to Steven for joining me then and all of the race. It's been absolutely incredible the season that we've had there and the future rookie series to come.
Yeah, Forsey, I think I would, I want to start fresh. So since the season is ending, hopefully for the next series, I will join. I'll talk to my team principal, Jeremy. I know he won't say anything to me. I already got the GT3 livery and everything done, so I just need to join. That's it, and use the BMW for it. I know he will be down for it.
Cannot wait to see you out there, Lizzie.
It's just that I fell in love with the GT3. that GT3 rookie that I did, it was just 4 races, but the practicing, it got me, more and more into it because I've been improving and improving every single time.
Vadik, what is that you sent me? I know nobody else can see that, but Vadik,
David, it's posted on the rigs on Trackalicious. Where do you post it? Mine?
yeah, which if you guys scroll up a little bit, you can find Lizzie's 2x4 rig built by David Alicea, the BMW, what's it called? Thrustmaster wheel, there we go.
Oh my gosh, Steven Tomaszek's rig. Oh my god, he has so much stuff going on there. It's insane. He almost have it like I do. Like I got my rig next to my desk. But the only thing is I have 3 monitors. I use 2 for the streaming and playing other video games. And for my rig, oh, I got the other monitor separated. But wow, he has a lot going on.
Yeah, Steven has an excellent setup. And if you guys do want to see more of that setup, of course, you can check Steven Tomaszek out over on Rose Gaming on Twitch. Of course, he live streams himself driving every now and then. Steven, when's the last time you've been live? I feel like we haven't seen you live as much as we did in the past, but I'm sure Steven will be back out there eventually.
Rose Gaming, no. On the GT3 version, I don't have the pink door. I will have to request that to my team principal to add it to my GT3 car, of course. I know Jeremy won't say no to it since I've been wanting a pink car because obviously pink is one of my favorite colors between, you know, purple and things like that and magenta and etc. But yeah, I've been wanting a pink car and yes, they gave me a 50% off pink door to my car, so it's amazing. I don't complain because I know my team principal works hard on our liveries to make them look good and they look amazing. I love my car, even though it's not completely pink. We're the little minions on the track, but it's still an awesome livery.
Oh my goodness, it's a Hyundai. That's crazy, Vadik.
A Hyundai? What?
Sorry, so Vadik has a little project. Just to update everybody, and Vadik sent me a little DM. I know he's keeping everybody else out of the loop. Come on, Vadik, you gotta include everybody. Sent me a picture of his little project car that he has, which is absolutely awesome. It's a little Hyundai Tiburon GT.
Yeah. But you call Hyundai the Hyundai car?
What? What do you?
The
what?
Hyundai? What? Hyundai is a brand?
Yeah.
Of a car?
That's
it's
how
because the pronunciation of yours is just what the
you
Hyundai?
You mean
like
proper?
That's how. Huh?
You mean I pronounced it properly, and so that's.
I have no clue if it's pronounced properly or not because in Spanish, if David's on chat, as we call it a Hyundai. Oh my God, what happened there? Somebody spun out of the track. Frank Croix, he safely rejoined.
Francois, there, not too much of an error there.
Francois.
But
yeah, we in Spanish like a what? Hyundai?
Yeah, Americans are not typically the best at pronouncing car names. If you do go to an American shop, first off, we have an amazing battle that we're watching right now by Stefan. But we'll touch on that in a little. Of course, you have the Hyundai, you got the Toyota, you got VW.
What? The Toyota?
You got Mitsubishi.
Oh my God, I'm loving this because you say it so different.
No, that's
so
those are the improper ways of saying it. I'm intentionally butchering them. No, it's I pronounce them Hyundai. That's how it's a Korean car. It's Hyundai. But yeah,
Hyundai. Okay.
That's how it's spelled.
Well, I call it Hyundai, so it's gonna stay like that. It's been like in my brain like that forever. So it's like the Honda instead of Honda. We call it Honda.
I got a Honda got myself a Mitsubishi. You know how I do.
Mitsubishi.
I just am being an American car salesman. That's all.
Oh my God! Now, you cannot sell like that. Believe me. If you selling cars like that, I'll be like, what are you trying to sell?
Welcome to America, Lizzie. Oh no, Waldhauser though. Yeah. Stefan Waldhauser is been battling with Drew Burkowski. We've just had this up on the background of our derailed stream at this point. We have gone fully off the rails. And Drew Burakovsky, he has stayed on the rails in terms of the traction, stayed between the mayo and the mustard, keeping it valid the whole time and not letting Waldhauser through. Stefan definitely. What about Volvo?
Volvo?
Volvo, not Volvo, Volvo. I know
Volvo.
Americans
For
just
me,
don't
it's a
know how
Volvo,
to.
That's it.
That's actually fairly proper.
Yeah, Volvo. That's it. Ford.
Yeah, found on roadside dead. Absolutely.
Oh god.
Backwards in drive, returns
Whoa.
on foot.
Oh my god. Where is he?
As we
Yeah,
said,
you gotta love my Spanish accent, okay?
Woodwell.
Whoa, whoa.
Side by side down the first straight we go, and it looks like Waldhauser is going to have the inside line with that charging horse and is going to be fully ahead. The Ferrari overtakes the Lamborghini there. About time. Waldhauser has been a long way in the making. I want to check this livery out real quick, as this is an awesome, awesome livery here from Waldhauser. Has the prancing horses on the front, which I think is such a good touch. Fanatec-inspired livery, of course. And as well as the Sky Tempesta, I think WKS. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the Sky something. I don't know if it's Sky Tempesta necessarily, but Waldhauser firmly ahead now. Drive-through penalty picked up for Francois in P15. Fixed it as a Fiat. Yes, it is the prancing horses on the Fiat, of course.
Oh, 4C, yeah. I have a hard time pronouncing things, but I still, manage.
Lizzie, I barely can speak English. I don't know how you manage to do both, to be completely honest, so definitely you do a great job of both.
In a certain point of my life, I was practically pushed and obligated to improve my English because of my kids, obviously, and I got to go to doctors and things like that, so to keep up with the doctors and appointments and follow-ups and all those things, I didn't want to have a translator with me, so I pushed myself to improve so I can actually be, on those appointments and things that I need to do on my daily basis with the kids. Without a translator, I was like, no, I know enough English to, to actually, talk and explain things without having a translator, so.
In case anybody doesn't know.
Myself.
Of course, Lizzie is a certified badass, in case anyone was curious. So, yeah, just in terms of her day-to-day real-life action, she is a certified legend. So, Lizzie is
for those that
awesome.
doesn't know me, I'm an autism mom. I'm a full-time mom. I have 3 kids. One of them, the oldest, is 21. She's in college. She pops every now and then on the chat. She's a follower of our races and things like that. And I got my 2 little ones that have 11 and 10-year-old, both of them autistic. So yeah, that's why when I say that I push myself to improve my English is because they need me 100%. So I wanted to provide as much as I can to them.
Certified badass is Lizzie.
I appreciate it. Sometimes I feel like it's not enough. Then I want to do more for them as a mom and as a human being. So, but I'm here, I'm standing, and I keep pushing. So that's never going to change. I'll be doing my best every day for them.
Back in terms of the action, not much action happening on track right now. We've developed a bit of a lull in terms of the spread. Field spread out a bit. 3 seconds is the gap here. 6 seconds is the gap to Jeremy Mercer, who is behind the wheel of the Tire Sim Racing. Jeremy Mercer needs to make his pit stop. No, he doesn't actually. What am I saying? Johnny Manurum needs to make his pit stop relatively soon. This pit phase is so interesting in terms of where everybody is. Renato Dornales firmly has the lead of this race. Jeremy Mercer, I'm not fully sure where he's going to slot out in the end here. Jeremy Mercer started in P5. He's up 3 positions, and he is on the same stint timer as Renato Dornales. I'm not sure. This position might be on pure merit and pace alone. What happened to
I see 77 swap drivers. Now we got Lichten on track.
Lichten.
Lichten, okay.
What has happened to... Oh, Anthony Anderson. There we go. That's who... Okay, my bad. I didn't know Ant was in this one. I was looking for the Box 3 Esports car. They're P5 as it stands. Anthony Anderson behind the wheel of the car. 13 minutes into the stint. That is why Jeremy Mercer is ahead of where he should be. Okay, things make more sense now. The Box 3 Esports is still on pace here for the podium positions, just as it stands. Made a little bit earlier of a stop than the other drivers. Francois, he needs to make his pit stop here within the next 3 laps, or else he will receive a disqualification. 4 drive-through penalties being handed the way there of the team of Francois. That is really unfortunate. Vadik, great. Yo, Vadik, that's awesome. Your daily driver is sick. I'm not going to say anything about it, but it's sick because I don't want to, like, out it. That's sick, dude. That's I love it. Great choice. Francois, like I say, this has not been the greatest, stint for them, unfortunately, or just a race in general, and another drive-through penalty being served. This will be their 5th one. Definitely unfortunate. No other words. But Jeremy Mercer, definitely man on a mission. Jeremy Mercer, the 114, charging bull, is charging up the field rapidly and doing an excellent job of it. He's made 2 pit stops so far. Predicted 4 in this race, or predicted 5, excuse me, in this race.
Yeah, I see Provolone and Francois going into the pits.
Provolone.
And Burakovsky. Yeah.
Provolone's in on
And
top.
McGraw.
Provolone has finished his stint, actually. Brought it to the very end. 1 hour and 14 minutes into the stint has come in and does not make a change. Stays behind the wheel. Jason Provolone, the stinky cheese man himself. I know we saw Wet Socks in chat earlier. I didn't say hi, though, now that I think about it. Hopefully you're still here, Wet Socks. And Jason Provolone, he's staying behind the wheel. So, to the pleasure of the Jason Provolone fan base, he is going to be back out on track, rejoining here right next to the 114 car of Jeremy Mercer, who is on a different lap. Misano is our cursed track. Oh no. Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, when it comes to ACC problems, sometimes you hate to have that type of issues, especially when you need to do a driver swap. Because doing 6 hours by yourself, that's wow. I cannot imagine.
I know. For the first 2 races, we had a couple crazy nuts that were doing that. They are, in fact, a nut crazy in the coconut, and actually sitting in P18 in the standings was John Smith. We don't see John Smith behind the wheel nowadays, or behind, I think he was...
What's going on with Francois? Did he spin out? He had a yellow flag there. I don't know. Something happened back there a little bit.
Oh, man.
He safely rejoined.
I think he accidentally strapped on a pair of ice skates in the pit stop phase rather than tires. It's just not been a stint there for Francois, unfortunately. And, yeah, Enzo in the pits again with a stop-go 30. Oh, I missed that. Oh, my goodness. They picked up a speeding in the pits after a drive-through. After their 4th drive-through, they pick up a stop-go 30. That is brutal. Why'd they have a stop-go 10 as well? How do you get a stop-go 10? I didn't even know that was possible. Johnny Manurum, he is in the pits at the end of his stint, actually, putting it to the absolute limit of his stint timer.
Oh, God. He only purchased a DLC with the AMG today.
Oh, so this is his first day driving it. Okay.
Oh, wow. Well, it's a hard time when you're, driving for the first time on the track, because I have managed to do that. But I know he's going to do great. As long as he finished the race, and he'll be fine.
That is the goal at this point. Make it to the checkered flag. If you can do that, count that as a win. It's of course like the the famous meme of the dude who gets first position. He's all like, yep, I won the race. Second place is like, dang, I'm all depressed. And third is going to be partying. Well, that's going to be Enzo Francois in P last. He's going to make it to that checkered flag, and the champagne will be flying, I can assure you, as he picks up... Oh, my goodness, Francois, buddy. He picks up another stop-go 30. Oh, my goodness. Enzo. Oh, I laugh, but I'm only laughing because I feel your pain, brother. Of course, born to be try. He is as well, and his teammate supporting him, Dylan Allen. Definitely a race to forget. But at least got to get to the end of it before you can forget it. Reach the checkered flag, like I say, and at least then the champagne can fly. The Portuguese driver is back up to P3 as it stands. Rui Nunez has taken the wheel, actually. I think Rui Nunez was handed that over to not too long ago. Ryan Woodrow has finished his stints for now.
Yeah, CEJ's right. I'm back on the track.
And basically their engineer right now. That's a rough job to be the engineer. I can imagine the radio calls on the throughout are going to be a bit not safe for stream necessarily. Probably not. Yeah, not the most excited about their position, if I had to guess. But like I say, still in it and gonna make it to the end. Enzo serving that stop go 30, come right back out and get that hammer down again. Hopefully not extending the track again. But Renato Dornales, hands off to him, has led the race from the beginning. He didn't take it in terms of the pole position, but he did take it in the first corner. Renato Dornales has driven an absolute masterclass so far at 3 hours and 26 minutes. Need to be just... It always worries me with them disconnecting. Of course, they had the disconnect in Zandvoort that really hurt them in their points-paying positions. They ended up a P10 or 11, I think it was, after it was all said and done, after their disconnect. And really put them behind in terms... They would be up there with the likes of the SPQR, or excuse me, the SPQR team, Box 3 Esports, Arno Roar, Madhouse, and the Rocket Sim Sports. Those guys all within very similar point range of each other in the championship standings, and the Vacuum Racing going to be pulling up 6th as it stands, 10 points behind the SPQR. The biggest advantage, though, is that the Madhouse Racing is not participating in this week. So they're going to be staying at 190 points. No points will be gained for Ryan Yee or Jeff Spangler, who is not out on track this time around. And we have Laylee in chat. Laylee, welcome. Speak of the devil. Unfortunately, Lizzie will be right back. She's grabbing a nice little plate from the charcuterie truck, brought to you by Trackalicious, of course. She will be back soon enough, though, for all of the action here in this 6-hour race. Laylee, I hope you're having a great day. Currently, not much happening on track. Anthony Anderson, though, he is slowly reeling in Rui Nunez. 134.8 to a 135.2 for Anthony Anderson here. It's like a bass fisherman out there in the water. He's reeling in this fight. It's going to be a long one. We'll see. Might have to loosen the drag a time or two. But I think Anthony Anderson has the pace to catch back up with the Rocket Sim Sports here of Nunez. Portuguese driver and the American driver. I think we're going to see a little bit of a head-to-head here soon enough. And who is in P1? We have Renato Dornales. He's been leading since the first lap. Not leading in qualifying. Managed to steal it from... not steal it, but grasp it firmly from the Box 3 Esports team. I think Brian Knappen was behind the wheel at the start and not able to get the start on Renato Dornales. Renato Dornales qualifying in second, takes the lead on the first lap, and he's held it since then and done an excellent job. The Brazilian Vacuum Racing team hasn't even changed drivers yet. In fact, Renato has just been beyond comfortable behind the wheel. Eventually, he will hand it over to Gabriel Felipe, though. who is also no slouch himself. The Brazilians are looking really good for a race win tonight, which they need. Renato and Gabriel, they need this race win. Absolutely, because they are behind on points. Of course, top 5 are guaranteed a slot in the VCO Grand Finals in October. P6, 7, and 8, I think, are going to be battling for a qualifying spot in a later qualifying race. And oh no, I think that is Enzo Francois, who has had another offing, unfortunately. Enzo struggling. Definitely struggling. And as Born to Be Try says, you only lose when you DNF, so we will not lose today. No, a checkered flag is still the checkered flag. You have made it to the end and finished the race, so that's going to be it. Some drivers opting out early, but you gotta love the spirit. I'm one of these drivers too, where it doesn't matter, even if you're in a points-paying position and you know, or you're out of it, you know you're not gonna be in it, and there's no chance of catching up, but you still stay in it just for that experience as well as just fun. It's fun being out here for 6 hours on track, getting the driver change experience, going through it, and just having some hot laps here and battling with the likes of these incredible names out on track. And we have the Jensen Button Rocket Sim Sport team currently leading the championship. Of course, that's going to be founded by Jensen Button and Mike Yao. Both, well, I know Mike Yao not personally, but I know Mike Yao. I don't know Jensen Button. I wish I did, though. Mike Yao, absolutely awesome guy over at SRO. Absolute legend in terms of running things and broadcasting and keeping everything shipshape over there. Mike Yao is such an awesome character for the ACC community. It's just incredible. And Jensen Button, of course, a multiple world championship winning driver in Formula One. I think a lot of people in chat are going to know that name right away. And there's been that'll be a handful of coaching in this next week, yeah. Good luck. Enzo here does hand the wheel back to Dylan Allen, a valiant stint there from Enzo, but he has handed it over to Dylan as Dylan bonks the wall on the pit exit. Oh my goodness, this is just such a poor race for the White Point Racing. Oh, nothing can go their way today. That is so unfortunate. Oh, and even in chat. Oh, that is too bad. Dylan, that's... I'm sorry that I laugh, but it's just, it's really unfortunate. Dylan, let's just say, if they didn't have bad luck in this race, they wouldn't have any luck at all. So, that's just truly one of the most unlucky races for the White Point Racing team. The South African and the American driver, just, yeah. And yes,
okay, what did I miss? Sorry.
What did you miss? That's a really good question. I don't think you missed much of anything, to be completely honest, so...
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I was just giving lunch to the kiddos, so my job is never fully done.
I take that back. You did miss Dylan Allen. He is now behind the wheel of the AMG, the number 19 AMG out on track. And it's been a very, very unlucky stint for this team, no doubt. Multiple drive-through penalties picked up and multiple stop-go 30s. And on a pit exit, Dylan Allen had a little bonk with the wall, just adding a little bit more unluckiness to their race. Francois had a PC problem, and now, oh my goodness, the White Point Racing. It is just shambles over at the White Point Racing. Gotta give them, though, gotta give credit where credit is due. They're still out on track, and they're still putting in the times. And they're putting in decent times at that as well, 136.9. That is no time to slouch at whatsoever. So, out on track, back again. And it's Misano all of the time for us. Yeah, Misano definitely need a little bit of work on in the future. And no. As we say it again, a drive-through penalty picked up for Dylan Allen. Oh my goodness. All right, we're going to take the camera off of the White Point Racing in hopes that they have a little bit better of a race. As Born to Be Try is ripping his hair out in the comms box there with the team. Oh, that is hilarious. Levi Townsend also with a drive-through penalty. Track limits are becoming a bit of a battle here. The drivers, not too much action out on track, but they're battling with themselves in just to stay between the mayo and the mustard. And a bit of a challenge for some of them out there. No doubt up to this point. Oh, also, Lizzie, Laylee is here.
Oh, Lolly?
Lolly, excuse me. I always do that, and I apologize.
Lolly. Well, my uncle calls us Lollipop, so... The Rookie League, well, it's going great. Practically, we are, 2 more races to finish?
Yep. Yeah, 2 more races to the end of this season, to the end of the Summer Championship. Of course, I'm sure we'll have another Rookie League within a couple weeks of this one ending, so make sure you guys keep an eye on that and all the SimGrid. We're going to have a lot of new races coming up soon enough. Of course, a lot of our leagues are coming to an end. That doesn't mean that Trackalicious is done, though. We got more to come, so make sure you guys keep an eye on the Discord as well as the SimGrid. Pin that to your tab, and you'll be able to find nice and easy access for all the races that we have coming up. Of course, Thursday, Sunday, Saturdays, and Mondays are the days that we currently are having races.
Oh, that sucks, Vidiq. It wouldn't be fun to have you on the Mondays. Even though, oh my god, it's getting crazily insane with the full grid or more than 45 cars on the track. It's giving me a little bit of more what is that, anxiety?
It's definitely
while I'm driving.
Definitely a bit of trial by fire for some of the rookies, no doubt. It's a tough one. I mean, it's a rookie league with 50 cars, and that's a lot of cars. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to watch, to be honest. Nice move here from Jakob Schaber.
Small tracks. Like sometimes when the track is small and you get caught up in between the blue flags and whoever is, you're chasing down whoever is side by side with you, it gets crazier.
Waldhauser gets a tap from Jakob Schaber. I don't fully think, and I know what this is about to sound like because it technically was, I don't think that was necessarily Jakob's fault. I think there may have been netcode in this one because if you watch Jakob, he doesn't react. In fact, there wasn't even contact. There wasn't even contact there. So I don't think Jakob actually experienced that. I think that was a bit of netcode and lag. Unfortunately, Waldhauser is going to be facing the wrong way as a result. He does come into the pits. His stint time was at 51 minutes. It's a little bit early to come in. Just very unfortunate. And where is the next race? The next Monday rookie race is going to be at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. It's going to be at the mountain. One of
crazy challenge, a crazy challenge. At least for me, I never drove there before, so I hopped on, probably yesterday and the day before just to get a little familiar with the track to see. Or are there challenges on there? And yes, it's quite a challenge, at least for those that never drove there, at least for me, that I never drove there before. So it's kind of challenging.
Lizzie, I don't think it's a challenge just for people that haven't drove there. I think that track is a challenge for people that are experts at it as well. It's a challenging track at the best of times, and it's a really challenging track at the worst of times. Of course, Bathurst, located in New South Wales, Australia, 3.8 miles with 23 corners. One of the most in ACC, one of the most out there, really, in terms of dedicated racetracks. Of course, Nürburgring holds that title by a mile. But 9 corners to the right, 14 to the left, and 174 meters of elevation change. Of course, that's all going to be happening on the mountain, where you ascend up through the cutting all the way up Reed Park, up to McPhillamy, and the top of the track at Skyline, where you begin the extremely quick descent down the mountain, which is not just quick, it's also quickly terrifying. And A lot can go wrong at Bathurst, and it normally does. Bathurst is a track where if you...
I can't imagine why.
It's tough. It's a very... The mountain section is a very tough track. Hard to overtake on in the mountain. Well, nigh impossible to overtake on in the mountain section.
When I first got on there, I crashed 3 laps in a row, and obviously I invalidated the first 3 laps. So I was crashing all over when I was going up the mountain, and then the next 2 laps that I crashed was going down the mountain because I wasn't expecting certain turns on there. It's insane.
Yeah, the turns come at you quick and fast, and they go left, right, and
yes.
You need to be perfect in your placement. And we have Andy Borchers, of course. We mentioned Bathurst, and Andy Borchers shows up. No surprise there. Of course, the absolute king of the mountain there, Andy Borchers.
Well, I'm driving the M4, Borchers. Well, this is my first season driving the M4, so... I didn't feel bad driving it on the mountain. It's just that I feel like I need to improve my racing line a little bit more, and I'll be fine. As long as nobody, bumped me or anything during the up and down of the mountain. But other than that, I think I'll be fine.
That's always the challenge, is minimal contact on the mountain, because if a car goes sideways in the cutting, it can be... Well, I mean, we've seen it in real life, I know. I've never seen it in sim, to be completely honest, but we have seen literal car parks happen at Mount Panorama due to various reasons, due to cars crashing into each other, into the cutting, and then getting into a fist fight afterwards. We also have, drivers getting stopped by trees falling down on the track, of course.
What?
Mount Panorama, yes, back in 1999, I think it was, or 1998.
Wow.
Mount Panorama, a tree fell down at the, I think it was at the end of, where was it? It was at the beginning of the Conrad, I think it was, down onto the Conrad straight through Forest Elbow. I think a tree ended up falling onto the track, if I'm not mistaken, and they had to red flag the race. We've seen groundhogs, we've seen echidnas, we've seen kangaroo. It's Bathurst. Bathurst
That's
is a
insane.
wild place. It always
That's
offers incredible
crazy.
spectacles. And yeah, Born to be Tri says, that sounds normal. Yes,
Normal.
it does.
Oh, you gotta love Mother Nature.
Unfortunately, some of those cars love Mother Nature a bit too much. Rest in peace, kangaroo. But it happens, it's what happens when you build a track in the middle of New South Wales, and not much around. Eric saying just did a 15-minute race last night with Killer Beige and didn't hit any walls. Was that on Bathurst? I'm assuming so, because we're talking about it.
Yeah.
And yes, okay. Yeah, that's quite the milestone, not hitting any walls at Bathurst. It's such a tough track. I personally am terrible at the track. It's one of my favorite tracks in general to watch. I love watching racing. V8 supercars, of course, over there. And various other forms of motorsports that ride at Bathurst and at the mountain. But I personally suck at driving the track. Just, I could not ever get it figured out with the McLaren. Anthony Anderson here, back to the action though. Anthony Anderson has slowly, I know I said it a while ago, I think I said it about half an hour ago, maybe a little bit longer. He's a bass fisherman, slowly reeling in his catch here, and it's a big fight so far. The line has been let loose a couple times, but the gap is closing nonetheless, and Anthony Anderson still lapping quicker, though he's only lapping 32 thousandths or 30 thousandths quicker than Anthony Anderson is, or excuse me, than Rui Nunez. Rui Nunez with a 135.08 compared to a 135.05 from Ant. Vadik, I would agree with that statement. It's a controversial one, I know, but I would agree with that statement, to be completely honest. Yeah. It's a different racing series, though, I would love to see a better dedicated circuit here in America, like another COTA. That's what we need here. We need another COTA in America. But we got Vegas, which isn't COTA. So, number 97 full on-board lap. That is going to be the Rozster himself, Ollie Raza here, the Canadian driver, coming around the final corner on an invalid lap this time around. He starts it, though, heading towards Varianti del Parco. First corner here at Misano. Nice and easy onto the curbs. You can see the conservative nature of the driving here. Ollie Raza late, not late on the throttle, but whoa, bit of a hesitation actually on the throttle there. Coming on exit, maybe overcooked it just slightly. Now through Del Rio we go. Tight, twisty complex where you accelerate there and attack that curb, that left-hand curb. You can take as much of it as you want, but be careful on exit. Those yellow sausage curbs will send you flying next day into Sunday if you're not careful. Braking just before the 50 mark and extending your tires out onto the green stuff and extending them as much as you can. Putting your two left-hand tires as close to that white line as you can. Doing it once again here through onto the back straight. Tramato? I think that's how you say that. I don't know. Tramato? Tramonto. Curva Tramonto onto the not so straight through Curvarone onto Del Carro. Ollie Raza so far with a very tidy lap. You can see not pushing too hard whatsoever. 0.6 off his fastest lap. Just keeping all of the rubber he can on those tires, taking those yellow and black sausage curbs there. Can do it just slightly in the McLaren. That's surprising. And nice rotation. Excellent rotation on exit there. Wow, Ollie Raza absolutely hooked up that final corner. Wasn't the greatest lap, 1:35.3. Wasn't a terrible lap, though. Definitely good race pace there from Ollie Raza, as he is just kind of in maintenance mode right now. And Vadik, I think there is a very, very simple answer to that and why they did that, and that is money. You go look at the ticket prices for Vegas right now, you can go find some absolutely god-awful seats for $500,000 per ticket for the 3-day pass. So if you guys want to go to Vegas and have way more money than you could ever imagine, then congratulations. I hope you enjoy yourself. I personally will not be going to Vegas. I don't know if it was true or not, to be honest, Try, but I did see on, I was just browsing Instagram and I saw that one of the things was, $500,000 for tickets. Like I say, I don't know the full extent or truth to that, but it was for the 3-day pass. Almost $20K for parking? Oh my goodness.
What?
Oh my, jeez, that's insanity. How is that even legal? But okay, whatever. It's, you know, gotta love that Saudi oil money. But anyways, let's move on from that before I go too deep. Ollie Raza there has rounded again on his 109th lap this time around. A little bit better lap time, 1:35.6. But all eyes, Anthony Anderson here. He's let the drag out a little bit once again, 3.3 seconds. He had it down to 2 seconds at one point, but the gap from Nunez is going to be extending. Nunez has found the 34s again, actually. Down into the 1:34.8s, in fact, for Rui. Good pace. Really good pace being shown from the number 22 Portuguese driver, Jeremy Mercer, in P2. The Tire Sim Racing is doing an excellent job himself. He needs to come in for his pits this... Wait a second. No.
Oh,
Jeremy
yeah.
Mercer just stayed out. Jeremy Mercer is going to get a disqualification or a penalty? We're about to find out what's happened. Jeremy Mercer has just missed his pit window. He is currently at 1 hour, 4 minutes. No, it's not. He's not at his pit window. It's 75 minutes. I'm sorry. He's at 65 minutes. He hasn't missed his pit window yet. I've done it again, folks. I've done it again, and I've messed up. He's fine. He's got 10 more minutes out there. He didn't miss a stint timer. I just am used to other races. It's fine. My bad. Apologies.
Like, ladies and gentlemen, He done it again.
Yes, I thought he had just disqualified himself, but no, Jeremy Mercer is smarter than me, it turns out, and knows the rules of this race.
Parking costs almost as much as the Bugatti oil change. Wow.
Yeah, no, exactly, Born to be Try. Like, you go over to Europe and go to, like, 24 hours of Nürburgring or 24 hours of Spa. Dude, 24 hours of Spa is so cheap.
What? Even though I don't like Spa. I already tried it and I was like, no Spa for me.
Like, Born to Try, it's like 90 days for the full 4-day parking pass. Tickets are like nothing, and it's one of the best events on the planet. Oh, and it's just a... Okay, Chrono, so it isn't a DSQ. Are you sure about that, Chrono? I think it's... I'm pretty sure it's a DSQ, and I think we've confirmed that before, but I could be wrong. The boss isn't going to be happy. It's fine. Maybe keep a consistent stint timer. No, it's my bad. 90 days for a 4-day pass? Is that what I said? That's fine. DSQ is only for going over maximum driver time. Right. What? Yeah, which is stint time. Right? It's not a DSQ already had... Oh, okay. Well, never mind. We've already confirmed it, apparently. Fair enough. Not a stop. It is not a DSQ. I thought it was. Driver time is max total time stint. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. It's the confusing wording and nature of ACC. You gotta love it. That makes sense. So it is the difference between the driver time and the actual... No, wait, hold on. Not stint... Hold on. Each driver can drive more than... Oh, we disabled that. Okay, so that we don't need to worry about. Okay. Got it. So then never mind. It'll just be a penalty if you exceed the stint timer, but you still don't want that. It'll be a pretty heavy penalty, I'd imagine. A stop-go 30 at the very least. I couldn't see it being much more. I don't think we dish out heavier penalties than that, so I think it would be a stop-go 30 then. That'd be the logical next one, I think.
Blaine Watcher and Jason Wright back to back there.
Okay, so it's stop-go 30. Got it. Yeah, and you need to refuel soon. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Especially like a Porsche. A Porsche 928 would be really ending the near of its, or the, getting close to the end of its fuel tank. We saw Kleinvacher there, I think, get by Jace Wright again. I know we've said that, I think, 4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just did, pass, Jace Wright.
Is Jace here?
Oh, a yellow flag from Townsend. I don't know what happened back there.
Well, it was Nunez with a little bit. I think Nunez out of the pits is what that was. But let's take a look here. What has happened to the olive drab green McLaren here? Levi Townsend. Contact with one of the front markers, the number 22. Rui Nunez. That could be a penalty picked up.
Oh.
Naughty, naughty. Naughty, naughty. Rui Nunez making a little bit of contact, unfortunately. The Rocket Sim Sport moves on. I mean, he didn't get affected too much by it whatsoever, but we'll see if he does in the end. Might pick up a bit of a penalty for that, like I said. Depends on if it is reported, for one, and also if the stewards deem it worthy of a time penalty. We'll see. Like I said, that is for the live stewarding here at Trackalicious. Thank you guys. Thank you to all the stewards, all the admins, Chrono in chat, the absolute legend that is Professor Chronotis. He was out there at one point for his stint. He is now back behind the booth of the steward's booth. Not quite, not the commentary booth. But Provolone behind the wheel of the Trackalicious Ferrari, number 42. Of course, teammates with Professor Chronotis as well as Mike Burkov. See if we see Mike out there. I haven't seen Mike in the qualifying. That's interesting. Jason Provolone been out on track for the most of this. Mike Burkov has some serious pace, especially as of late. He has really been practicing, putting in the work, and has shown. We'll see if Jace Wright, or excuse me, not Jace Wright, Jason Provolone hands that over to him soon enough. Jace Wright, 3.3 seconds behind Kleinvacher. But Kleinvacher is gapping him slightly. Tim Schaefer is not with the drive-thru. That was Levi Townsend with the drive-thru. My bad, that was underneath him. Tim Schaefer in P7 as it stands with a fairly fresh stint. Oh, no, he's not. Fairly fresh compared to the rest, I guess. At 47 minutes currently. Man, this race is flying by, to be completely honest.
Yes, we already hit the 3-hour mark.
Oh my goodness, you're right. We passed the halfway point.
Yeah, it's going quick, and I feel like it's gonna start, you know, to feel. I mean, the racers are gonna start feeling it on the track for sure.
So we are looking pretty much scheduled for 5 pit stops then, I think, for most of these drivers by the end. I think the prediction by, was it Hepburn in chat earlier? I think it was Hepburn in chat earlier.
Where is he? I haven't seen him on the chat.
Or Huff. It was Huff earlier. That's right. Yeah, it wasn't Burnsy. Yeah. Yes, it was Huff. Huff doing the math for me. Emmanuel Nause, though, he is in after 1 hour and 14 minutes. That is the end of his stint timer for real this time. He has not exceeded it like I thought. But yes.
I see Jason Provolone and Nause on the pits.
Just now realized how pit wall works, and it now makes you feel professional. Pit wall is such an incredible service, I gotta say. Of course, ! pit wall in chat, or it's pinned as well at the top of the stream. But pit wall, that is not how you spell that.
No.
That is how you spell that. Pit wall is an incredible service that you can find. Basically, you can watch a race unfold with data in front of your eyes. It's absolutely incredible. Live timings, everything you would ever need to know, and things that you don't, but you want to know. Just information available there on the pit wall, the live timings there, of course. I know we have, or had, I'm not sure if Doc Milwee always pops in, he's always lurking around here, but Doc Milwee is son, of course, Phil Milwee, an absolute legend when it comes to pit wall. The man is so fascinating to hear him talk about the data that is available on pit wall. I personally am not as experienced with it, but he is like he's like watching the race unfold, and he gets excited at the data. And it's those are goals right there in terms of commentary prowess. Milwee, absolutely awesome. So,
well, I'm still learning about the data. I quite don't understand much about the data still. So I'm going one step at a time. I think when I nail one thing down, then I will get to another.
To be completely honest, Lizzie, I don't fully understand data either. I just have to make it sound like I do.
Oh, God.
I get most of it. There's some of it, though, that I don't fully understand. But we also have Jason Provolone in chat, spamming some stinky cheese. The stinky cheese man himself is out there.
Yeah,
and Mike Burkov
just joined the track.
I know I was saying that. Are we going to see him?
Jordan is going into the pits.
As well as Jeremy Mercer. Race leader and P2 are in. Not too far behind each other. But yeah, Mike Burkov behind the wheel of the candy-painted Ferrari. It's absolutely, I gotta say, I do love this livery. Even though it's basic, I'm not biased at all. It's Trackalicious, but the candy paint is not quite dripping right now, I gotta admit. It's definitely not the most showroom ready, but a nice car wash, and it should be good. Damage-wise, we're all good. Everything should buff right out.
It looks like a Joker car. You know, Joker has the purple and green. And if they add a little white, it will look like a Joker car.
You're absolutely right, now that you mention it. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I love the candy paint, though. I gotta say, the candy purple is excellent. It's an excellent choice. If I had a Cadillac Coupe de Ville, that color right there is what I would paint it in, and I'm not even joking. Now, why would I have a Cadillac Coupe de Ville? Well, why wouldn't you? But also, yeah, I probably wouldn't.
DeVille? What do you mean DeVille? Like,
Coupe de Ville, it's a car. The biggest production engine ever fitted to a car, in fact. Oh my goodness, Jeremy Mercer. Stop go 30, handed the car over to Peter O'Brien and picks up a speeding in the pit lane. That's huge. That is huge. Jeremy Mercer is going to plummet as a result of that. But yeah, the Cadillac Coupe de Ville with a 8.6 liter V8 in it, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right?
we got Gabriel Filippo on track, back on track.
Did I say 6 or 8? I think 8.2 is what I meant to say. Did I say 6 or 8?
I don't remember.
I think it's 8.2 liter V8 or 7.7 I know as well. And that's not what you want to see from Mercer and O'Brien. Yes, I know there's a lot of fans out there for the tire sim racing boys in blue here, but unfortunately, they're gonna be hurting. Stop go 30. That is brutal. Stop go 30. I know I've said it before, but I haven't quoted this information in a while. The pit lane loss here at Misano is quite brutal for a stop go 30. In fact, it's going to be about 63% of your lap lost here at Misano for a stop go 30. Absolutely, genuinely, it's brutal. 63 seconds in total, just over a minute lost in the pits. And like I say, that's just over. That doesn't seem like 63%. That math doesn't feel like it adds up, to be completely honest. It's 67%. Wait, what? Oh, it's 67%. That's why.
O'Brien going into the pits.
That sounds more right. And Born to be Trying. Oh my god, I love pit wall. Just purchase the pro variant. That's awesome. Hope you enjoy it, man. That pit wall is so informational. If you can get that set up properly, it's so nice. Dylan Allen, he's taking his Joker lap, and what? Rui Nunez, our race leader as it stands, has picked up a drive-through penalty. Of course, he wasn't leading the race previously. We still have, I'm pretty sure, Gabriel Felipe, who will be leading this race at the end of the pit stop phase. But this is massive. Rui Nunez has picked up one too many track limit extensions, and we are just over halfway into this race. There could be more to come. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Rui Nunez gonna have to serve that. He does so. He's at 1 hour and 5 minutes in his stint time. I don't think drive-thrus reset your stint time. Gabriel Felipe is by just on pace alone. Gabriel Felipe, he is fresh out of the pits 3 minutes, which means that is going to be an entire pit stop lost from Ollie Raza, as Ollie Raza and Rui Nunez coming out virtually side by side there. But an entire pit stop loss there from Rui. That is huge. Our championship leaders, that is, remember, of course, the Rocket Sim Sports, Jensen Button's Rocket Sim Sports team there, leading this championship in the Lamborghini Evo 2, the Lamborghini Huracan, of course. That's big. It's massive. But moving on from that, he's going to be battling with Ollie Raza soon enough. Going to be looking to make that position up. Needs to come into the pits, though, I think. Like I said, I don't know if that clears it or not. The drive-through penalty. Chat, I need some help here. Does a drive-through penalty clear your stint timer? I think we've been over this before, and I think we decided no, it does not. But I know it does in my program, which is what's confusing. And you get a nice little look there at the Rocket Sim Sports, the SRE, Simply Race Esports. Absolutely amazing livery here. I'm not sure who made it, but Rui Nunez is rocking it very nicely. And Ollie Raza just up the road here in that McLaren Evo 2 here. Both Evo 2s looking to go head to head here. The two newest cars in the game. Well, two of. The 296 was also added at the same time as the Lamborghini and the 92. Anyways, the point stands. Huff, welcome back. Rui here can pop on board with a Portuguese driver as they come into the hairpin there through on towards the back straight, or back not so straight as I like to call it. Rui with some very, very planted motions there. Great minimum speed through the corner. Is driving very well, to be honest here. Despite that drive-through penalty, definitely has not shook the confidence whatsoever of Rui. I think he knows he has the pace to still finish in P2, maybe even P1. I don't think the race has been decided just yet. Gabriel Felipe, he is currently our preliminary race leader. Once we see Anthony Anderson come into the pits. Of course, Gabriel has been out for 6 minutes. Anthony Anderson has been out for 58 minutes. He will be needing to make a stop in the next 15. Gabriel will be able to carry on for the next 70 minutes. So different strategies for our top five, in fact. And it's going to be very interesting to see who pays dividends. Ali Raza, he's going to be the one that has to come into the pits next in terms of stint times. 1 hour and 3 minutes for Ali Raza. Another 10 minutes, a little bit more than 10 minutes to go. And 360 of the box 3. I can do a 360 of the box 3 just for you, Huff. Just for you. Anthony Anderson representing the box 3 esports livery here. It's an absolute stunner. Silver and gold, black and gold, befitting a champion, which they are going to be battling for, the black and gold here at the end of this season. And they're doing a great job of it. Currently chasing the point standings, sitting in 3rd position for right now. But definitely never count out the likes of Anthony Anderson, never count out Brian Knappen, and most certainly never, ever count out Wes Hepburn. And you want a full onboard as well? No, we can do a full onboard. Why not? As we pop on board with him, as we come in through the first sector now. Del Rio. A little bit of a short shift into second to try to get that traction out of the corner. Jace Wright up ahead, well, behind and up ahead, has received himself a 10-second penalty as it stands. We can check the listing, see what happened there. But currently, watching along with Ant. Could be a nice corner there. Anthony is just driving very calmly, very cautiously, keeping all of the rubber on those tires for as long as he can, the number 40 car, and doing an excellent job of it. 135 dead was his lap time last time around. There's 0-4. Fastest lap, 134.9 in this stint for Anthony Anderson. We got Wes coming up next. Oh boy. About to see a charge. Wes Hepburn drives, like I say, I just feel like every time he's behind the wheel, he sees something that we don't, and it's a red haze. There's just something there that I don't quite see. I don't think Lizzie, I'm not sure she sees it, but I know for a fact that Wes, he sees it. And
okay, we're talking about Brizzy?
Yes.
Hepburn?
Yep, Wes Hepburn.
Okay,
yep.
yes. Yeah, he's a great driver. I mean, he's gifted. He has something that we don't.
That's why we're in the commentary booth, Lizzie, and he is out on track and winning championships. Definitely.
Exactly.
And Huff, no worries, cover the race. There's not much going on right now. Bit of a lull on track. Closest battle is going to be Rui Nunez and Ali Raza. 1.5 seconds separating the two of them. Like I say, a bit of a lull right now because of the pit strategies. Everybody is on a different strategy, and that makes action very boring for us as it stands, but later on, it's going to get really exciting when all the strategies start playing into fruition. All the drivers trying little different things. It's not going to matter come the last hour of that race, or the last 75 minutes, because any driver on the last 75 minutes of that race, that's where they are going to be in terms of their stint times. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a thriller. Right now, everybody is spread out. I know for a fact it's not going to be soon enough. Currently, Tim Schafer's 11 seconds behind in the RNL Roar. Like I said, that is a driver. Do not ever count out this AMG here. Tim Schafer, as well as David Cesar. We actually haven't seen David Cesar behind the wheel. I think Tim Schafer has been behind the whole time, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe not. Nice triple stint there from Tim, if that is the case. Quite a bit of work to do. Of course, the Kia sponsored livery there, the RNL Roar. Hashtag Hear Us Roar is their calling. And what an excellent livery. Nice.
Yeah, I
Hear
love
Us
that livery.
Roar.
I love that spoiler color, like that rainbow colors on the edge of the spoiler. Oh my god, I love it.
Absolutely. Superb work done for that livery, as well as a little thing with the RNL Roar, of course. They actually are sponsored by Kia and have a whole I need more details on what is the case with this, but I don't know how they have managed this. This is the indoor stadium, indoor football stadium over in Germany, of course European football. And they have managed to get themselves up on the big boards. This is not sim, everybody. This is real life here, the RNL Roar. You can see that track, Alicia's 3rd place. And that is an actual stadium. It's handball. It's handball, not football. Okay, my bad. It's absolutely awesome. The RNL Roar guys, I'm not sure, they must be into handball. Like I say, I need some more lore. Eric, do you have more lore on why this is? If you do, please inform us, but I need to know the deets. I need to know how they made this dream become a reality here. And Mike Fisher back in the chat, bursts through the door. What did I miss? You missed a lot, to be honest, Mike. We have seen quite a bit of action, quite a bit of changes, and some good banter as well. But Rui Nunez is still chasing down Ali Raza, no longer. Into the pits for Rui after 9 minutes out on track.
Nunez going into the pits.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's very odd. That's very, very odd.
Now he's gonna lose the time that he was gaining on Ali Raza.
Something must have happened. Either real life, we might see a driver change here. Maybe Rui Nunez had a sudden thing he had to go. That's wild. I don't know why you would come in the pits after 6 minutes when you're battling up in that position. That seems like I mean, like I say, I think we're missing something here. I don't think we have the full picture in terms of what's going on there. If anyone in chat does, I'd love to be informed. Emmanuel Nawson has managed to... Emanuele! Oh my goodness. I've been doing that for the past, 4 hours almost. Emanuele Nawson. Nosan as well. It's Nosan. I keep wanting to pronounce it German. It's not. He is Italian. And yeah, Mike, it looks like the herd has thinned a little bit. That is because we are on some alternate strategies. These drivers definitely all in different pit phases at different times. We have our race leader, Anthony Anderson, who's been out for 1 hour and 6 minutes. Gabriel Felipe, he's been out for 14 minutes. Ali Raza, 1 hour and 11 minutes. Tim Schafer, 1 hour and 6. So Jakob Schaber here, he's been out for 48. That's kind of the start of the reasonable pit times in terms of what we have left. But Emanuele, 16. So some drivers, definitely, like I say, we're all over the place with pit strategy, and I know for a fact towards the end here, we are going to see these drivers come very close to each other, and we're going to see some incredible action as we round down the clock. But these drivers, they're just hot lapping right now, doing some great laps as well. Anthony Anderson lapping at 135.3, not the greatest, but we have Gabriel Felipe lapping at 134.4. That is the greatest out on track right now. And also, not to mention, I know I say 135.3 isn't the greatest. That's extremely rapid. I could never set close to a lap here. I could probably set a 37. And on another planet here. And Gabriel is as well, of course. He has made 3 pit stops so far. So the predicted 5 pit stops is looking likely. Definitely is looking likely here tonight. Potentially 6 on the cards for some of these drivers. I think the likes Peter O'Brien definitely is going to have to make a 6th. That is due to their stop-go 30 that they picked up. Jace Wright with a 10-second penalty. That's going to be served here in the pits, as he is going to have to wait 10 seconds before he gets lifted up onto his jacks. And after 10 seconds, he will be allowed to be worked on by the mechanics, have a tire change, and the full service there from the pits.
Yeah, we got Woodrow and Cromix back into the track.
Woodrow in P8, though. Very, very far down the field. And he is surrounded by people that have similar stint times to him. I really...
Ollie Ross up hitting also.
I think something happened in real life with Rui Nunez. That is my only thought for why Ryan Woodrow would be behind the wheel of this car at this current second. It wouldn't make sense. I don't know. I mean, like I say, unless I'm missing something big here, which I don't think I am. Very possible. I definitely have missed bigger things in the past, but that's just odd. That's very, very odd from our championship leading car that is now dropped down to P8 as a result. What's wrong with Ryan being in the car? So nothing is wrong with Ryan being in the car. It's more that we had a 6-minute stint from Rui Nunez. It's just very, very odd. We have 75-minute stint timers here in this race, and being out for 6 minutes just adds another stop to your race. So strategically, I don't see a reason to do that. Like I say, I'm not sure what's up there with the Rocket Sim Sports, but that is really going to affect their championship standings at the end of this race. Oh no, and Jace got a puncture. Oh man, you're not the first one tonight, Jace, or Drew, whoever was out on track. We had one earlier, of course, from... Who was it? Was it Nosan? Nosan? Or was it Peter O'Brien? Who was it? Who had the puncture earlier?
I'm trying to remember. It's been a couple of hours since that. It was early. I think it was close to the...
It was Quinn.
Stint.
It was Quinn Smith.
Yeah.
He was the one that had the puncture, of course. Quinn Smith had a puncture at one point. Rui drove over an hour. Oh, but he got a drive-through. Oh, so it cleared the stint timer. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So it's a visual thing. It's just due to the fact that my stint timer reset when he made his drive-through penalty. You are 100% right. Whoa, I hit my microphone. Braceus, thank you. There is nothing wrong with Ryan Woodrow being behind the wheel of the car. He is in his proper time. My bad. Apologies. And also just, yeah, data. I'm looking at a lot of data here, and I didn't realize that it reset. That was my bad. So apologies to the Rocket Sim Sport guys for throwing a little bit of shade their way here. Not really shade. More just, you know, it was a bit rude. My bad. Oh, and they already have a GT3 spot in the VCO finals? Okay. They're still leading the championship in the Trackalicious one as it stands, though, as if we were to finish the race currently, if the checkered flag fell right now, which it isn't, still has 2 hours and 34 minutes to go, but if it was to, definitely would put a hit, and I do not think that the Rocket Sim Sports would be leading anymore. Of course, they have 5 points over the Madhouse. The Madhouse is not here today. And Jake Wells with a rating party of 18. Jake, my man. Jake Wells, thank you very much. I didn't realize that you were streaming today. Hopefully you had a great stream. And welcome, Raiders, welcome. We are currently...
welcome, everybody.
Currently about 3 hours and 26 minutes into this race. 2 hours, 3 seconds left to go. So we got a bit of time, a little bit of a lull on track as it stands. Ryan Woodrow, we just had a little bit of a minor kerfuffle and confusion, but Ryan Woodrow in the proper position here after making his pit stop 6 minutes into his stint timer. And we also have, like I say, Anthony Anderson, the Box 3 Esports, leading this race, though he will be leading it probably for the last lap. This is going to be the last lap that he is leading it for now. I think he is going to need to make his pit stop on this lap, otherwise he will be penalized. But Gabriel, he is going to be happy to hear that. New race leader will be coming our way, the Brazilian Vacuum Racing team. I know we have a couple of Brazilians out there in chat. Big shout out to you guys in Brazil. You guys are awesome. Love the energy you guys bring to these leagues and just all you guys. You guys are awesome. The Portuguese community in general. Now we have fully a Portuguese driver out there today. I think that's, why am I forgetting? Literally completely slipped my mind for some reason, but it'll come back. I know that for a fact. Of the Portuguese driver. But yeah, thank you. Why have I forgotten? Rui Nunes. Of course, Ryan Woodrow's teammate is Portuguese driver. My bad.
Yeah, we had come to a moment where everybody is split out on every side of the track. Everybody's driving by themselves. And Anderson going into the pits.
Yep, as he had to do that lap. Gabriel Felipe takes the lead of this race at 2 hours, 31 minutes, and 33 seconds left. In the Sector 1 we go again with the Vacuum Racing Brazilian. And Lizzie, the action definitely has spread out a little bit thin right now. Yeah, I guess we can talk about other leagues.
Schaefer is going into the pits also.
Tim Schaefer is in the RNL Roar. There's going to be a few other drivers that have to come in relatively soon. Let's take a look here at the times. We are also presumably going to see Lucas Lichten come in relatively soon in the Team Iris McLaren. This has not been the greatest race, I will admit, for Lucas Lichten. They've had some really incredible results and top 10s at that. Unfortunately, this time around, down in P14, not representative, I think, of their skill level. Oh, man. Unless, yeah, that's crazy. So, Race Zeus, I'm assuming then that the Jensen Button Simply Esports teams have been doing quite well, if I had to guess, in the VCOs by what you're saying right there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what I'm picking up from what you said there.
We got Westburn back on track. Things are gonna go interesting now.
Most certainly. 10 seconds is the gap to Emanuele Nosan. And Emanuele is going to be out there for a while. He's 30 minutes into his stint timer. Francois just left. Oh, no.
Well, that's not good.
Dylan Allen, he's going to be left on his own for the rest of this race.
He was what? Allen, right?
Yes. Yep. The South African driver.
At least it's 2 hours and 29 minutes. So it's not 6 hours or 4 hours. At least it's less. But still, it's going to be tough.
Wow. So, yeah, the fact that the Brabham Esports team, the SRE team, and the Rocket team are all owned by the Jensen Button organization. But, yeah, and they all have 5 different cars in that. That's insane. And this would be a GT4 for Rocket. Wow. That's insane. Incredible results from that team. I mean, Jensen Button and Mike Yao, got to give credit. I'm not sure who actually organizes that team, but I presume Mike Yao does some of it. At the very
yellow flag for
least.
Chromix there. I don't know if he lost control on that straight. Couldn't catch it on time.
Okay, John Garza and Mike Yao. Okay, cool. I didn't know John was involved with that as well. So John Garza and Mike Yao are leaders of that, or they own that team and manage it. Oof. Bit of, I think Chromix are bottomed out a little bit. Coming through the sweeping right-hander there into the heavy braking zone. Not too much of an error, or not too big of a mistake there. Kept it out of the barrier. Just going to have a little bit of heat, extra heat into those tires, which is not going to be the most welcome. I think the tires are already struggling. We've seen 2 punctures tonight.
What happened to this? There we go. Something happened to my Discord.
Oh, yes, it did. I can see that
yeah,
now.
no, your audio and everything went off all of a sudden. And I was like, oh my god, what happened?
It's back?
It was it's back, it's back. It was just a Discord thingy.
Interesting.
Something about the screen reader or something like that. I don't know, maybe an update.
The guys in the truck are struggling slightly.
Yeah, we're back, we're back.
Jan, or is it Jan? It's Jan. Jan Polak is in that as well. And Angus Bender. I'm not familiar with Angus. But Jan, yeah. Okay. And Alexa Gates. I'm not familiar with Alexa Gates either. But 3 of those names, very familiar with. Massive names in the ACC community, of course, as well as the SRO community in general. Angus is a professional GT3 driver. Okay. Well, no surprises there that he can manage a pretty good team then. But he has done an excellent job. Like I say, the drivers that have been picked for the SRE team are really second to none in terms of class. I got to give him credit here. Ryan Woodrow, as well as, cannot take any credit away from Rui Nunez. Rui, unfortunately, well, no, not unfortunately, we've already established that nothing happened there. Rui has put in an amazing stint himself, minus that drive-through penalty, which, of course, penalties are shared between drivers, so if you were to pick up 3 track limits warnings in the first stint, then you hand the car over in the 5th stint to your buddy, and he picks up 1 cut, that's it. That's going to be a drive-through penalty there. It is accumulated by the car, not accumulated by the driver.
Got Lincoln and Nause going into the pits.
Okay. Apparently, born to be tried. Update from pit wall. Apparently, Francois has, he's MIA. He has been kidnapped by the Italian cartel, as far as we know. Can I say that? I just said that, so that's what it is. Rest in peace, indeed. And Alexa is a SRO and ADAC and various esports steward. Interesting. Okay. I actually, of course, just did commentary with ADAC over there on ADAC's channel over on YouTube, if anyone is interested. That was a great, an incredible experience. And massive thank you to everyone that tuned in at the ADAC race. Of course, I commentated alongside Paul Jeffrey for that one. That was an awesome experience. I learned an absolute ton from commentating with a professional commentator like Paul. And
oh my god, what's going on?
Yeah, Alexa, I'm not familiar with. Also in chat, I gotta mention the Discord chat. We have. Oh, I see what you're seeing. We can we'll fix picture.
I don't know what's going on with this.
Oh, that was me. That was me.
That was you?
Whoops. That was me.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm 100% sure that was me. I think
because I'm sharing my the right screen. I don't know where the chat showed up.
I think
there.
My mouse veered onto the other monitor, and clicked on the screen, which allowed the window to get deselected. So it's the guys in the truck's fault there.
You scared me for a second, Mike.
No, it was my bad. It was my bad. I'll take the loss on that one, Lizzie. You're perfect.
Yeah, we're
it's all good. Brabham's game crashed on the formation lap at ADAC. Oh, that's brutal. Was that? I'm assuming that was the not the community event. That was the actual the event after the one that I commentated on, which was with Paul Christie. I think Paul Christie as well as no, David Christie, not Paul Christie. Paul Jeffrey, David Christie. My goodness, I am terrible with names, and that is embarrassing. Paul Jeffrey and David Christie commentated, of course, on the professional trophy on SimGrid there. And that was... Yeah, yes, thank you, Race. That was just a... Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of things right now, and yeah, that's my bad. Definitely shouldn't be getting that wrong. And Viper GT3 in chat. That's going to be Aaron Miller. Welcome, Aaron Miller. Hope you're having a lovely day here. And
yeah, hi, Miller.
It looks like we have had a full retirement, unfortunately, from the why have I forgotten the name of the white? Probably should have the facts up before you start to say something that might help. But unfortunately, we have seen Francois and their team no longer in the race. The South African has departed from the lobby, it seems, as well as the Francois. Very unfortunate that that team has retired. Born to be Try, gonna have a serious debrief at the end of this one, assuming they can find one of their drivers, assuming they weren't kidnapped. Yeah, definitely a debrief needed to be had over there. Mike Burkov, he has lost a position there to Drew Burakovsky. I'm not sure if that was due to merit on track or if he was fresh out of the pits. It looks like it was on merit. Mike gonna be chasing down Drew here. 1.8 seconds is the gap. And Aaron, how's your day been? One thing I wanted to mention is in the, I see we have some more people getting involved in the Trackalicious chat in the Discord with the rigs and rig info, posting some pictures of their rig.
That's awesome.
They have, so Postal is, I'm not sure who that is, but has the exact same seat that I do, the Challenge 3. Or is that Challenge 5? Oh, that might be a newer one than me. I have a Challenge 3. But what an awesome, awesome setups that you guys are posting. I keep them coming. I want to see more setups in there from you guys in chat. If you guys are interested in joining the
Discord.
Discord.
Yellow flag for Crow Mix there. I don't know exactly what happened there. He's flashing the lights to... Who was that passed him there?
I'm not sure.
LinkedIn?
Lichten?
I think, but it was LinkedIn and Chromix back there on yellow flag, but I don't know if it was a bumping and banging or a mistake from one of them causing the other one to go wide. I don't know for sure. I couldn't see the whole action there.
And the White Point Racing driver, I'm presuming the number 21 car, we do have our South African driver, Dylan Allen, joining us. Great attempt there, Dylan. I got to give you credit where credit is due, you know. You put in the work. Unfortunately, what happened, and, you know, that'll be a debrief for later on down the line. But you got to at least pat yourself on the back. You did an excellent job out there, Drex, so great job. And thank you for being in this event as well. You know, you showed what you have out there, and that is absolutely awesome. And number 19, same difference. Yeah, and thank you for the follow as well, Drex. Much appreciated. But yeah, Alan there, definitely a race to forget, unfortunately, for the White Racing Point. White Point Racing, excuse me, not Racing Point. Different team entirely. And Atomic making the comment as well. Yeah, surprised that Yi and Spangler aren't racing. That absolutely shocked me. They are dropping massively in terms of the championship standings, which is just going to really hurt them, and it may even knock them out of the top 5 if they aren't here by the next race. So they need to show up and they need to perform in over at Bathurst, their season finale, of course. That'll be in 2 weeks. That's not fun. Yeah, that's really too bad, as nobody should act like that.
Oh my God.
But you know what? Like I say, Alan, at least you're, like I say, you tried to stick with it as long as you could, and you did what you did, and like, you know, it sucks. I hate when people are like that, but it is what it is. Hopefully he apologizes and comes back, sees his ways, you know, maybe just had a bad day. We can't come to harsh judgments right away. Like you say, he left without saying anything, and then blocked you guys, which is a bit much. But we'll see. Like, you can't. Could have had a bad day. And pedals came off the rig twice. Oh my goodness.
Oh God.
I'd love to see a picture.
Like was it the screws, the spring, the whole pedal coming off? We want to know. We were thinking earlier, like trying to figure out how the pedals can come off. Would the spring pop out? Would the screw break? I don't know. See the Anthony going onto the pits.
Devin Anthony in, huh? Yeah, he's approaching his pit mark a little early. Could have went a couple more laps, but that's all right. Devin Anthony calling it here. Maybe getting a little tired. It wouldn't surprise me if some of these drivers. Fatigue is going to start to play a part here as we get down to the closing minutes of these races. Once you get past that halfway mark, the time seems to extend for these drivers, especially. It can be quite a bit.
We got Westburn in P3 already. How did it happen quick?
Because he's Hepburn, that's why. Wes Hepburn is Wes Hepburn, and he has made the overtake and gained 6.5 seconds on Peter O'Brien at some point in time because he's Wes Hepburn. So that's it. Absolute shocker there. Ryan Woodrow has also caught up with Peter O'Brien here. Yeah, and Atomic, that's kind of what I was thinking, is they could have had something come up. It is only the two on the team, so I would imagine if one of them couldn't make it, the other one is not particularly going to want to drive the full 6 hours. But it's interesting because they really are, I mean, I don't know, I might want to drive the full 6 hours by myself if I'm that close to the championship finish. But they may have secured another position in a different league that could have also something to do with it. I know they were racing in multiple Road to the Grand Final, so they could have secured themselves a position already and don't see the need to continue. That also could be, but I'm not sure. Only thing I know is they are not here today, and that is very surprising. And fair warning, the setup made yesterday. Oh, yes. We have seen 2 blowouts so far, which is quite incredible. Ha! Jumpy Whales, 6 hours is an average commute in LA County. That's hilarious. Yeah, same with Seattle, to be completely honest. Trex using the default aggressive setup. All right. I know some of these drivers have put in a lot of work with their setups over these weeks, but yeah, I mean the default aggressive. If it's stupid and it works, it ain't stupid. But also if it doesn't work, then who knows? But you know, it is what it is. You had a good thing going there, but like I say, what happened happened. 6 hours to go 3 miles.
We got Bizzolio on track.
The SPQR driver of Simone Bisolio out there. Lovely. First time we've seen him out on track, as Zampieri has been driving an absolute stunner, as well as Manueli. Emanuele, credit where credit's due there, but really, Zampieri put in quite the stint. Fell off at the end, but really kept it in for most of it. Found out about the race in the morning. Yeah, that's not quite the ideal time for practice. When you find out last minute. To be fair, Lizzie found out about this race last minute, too. She managed to muster up a tie for it.
Yeah. In 25 minutes, I managed to get everything set up for the stream. I'm getting the kits ready. So that's how you can tell that I can multitask. Many things.
And the SPQR racing team is racing at a LAN with Brabham. That's awesome. I know I recently saw in the ADAC challenge, the SPQR boys putting in a lot of work actually. And did they win? No, they didn't win the community challenge. I don't remember who did win the community challenge. They didn't have Zampieri driving or Simone Basolio, though I do remember that. But a few other notes. Is one of these drivers as well from the I feel like Samantha Tan Racing. I need to find something here. Isn't one of these SPQR drivers on Samantha Tan Racing?
There's a Shaper going into the pits. We've got 2 hours and 12 minutes to the end of the race.
And I don't know, Racus, you seem like you would know that. I know Samantha Tan has a few of the not SPQR drivers, but a few of the, what is it? Anyways, I need to pull up my fact sheet from a different stream to find out. We're doing some homework. We're doing some deep digging, as we don't have much action in track. We got plenty of time to do some digging.
Yeah, I'm only watching Woodrow and O'Brien for now, since they're the closest one between the rest of the racers.
And where the heck is it? There it is. So SOP, okay, it's SOP, my bad, not SPQR. SOP is the one that has connections with the Samantha Tan Racing team, so that's my bad. And McLaren has like 3 shadow teams, so it's possible. I think that it, like I said, I think it was SOP. I was getting confused with SPQR. Just my apology. Got, of course, Simon Bauer over there at SOP, as well Peter Brett. And Peter Brett took the win on that SPQR race, and as well as Joe Boyle. Just some absolutely incredible drivers over there. No, Joe Boyle's from DC, excuse me, but no, he's not. He's from SPQR. I know what I'm talking about. SOP. There's way too many analogies in names. Or not, whatever, letters. Moving on. Back at the action. There have been a few penalties that we've seen. One severe penalty so far. Unsafe rejoin from the number 80 car. Most recent penalty, though, is a 10-second causing a collision from the number 463. That was on lap 77. Actually, the most recent was on 102. From the 212 car for causing a collision. Another minor penalty. So few penalties have been dished out, but overall it's been a fairly clean race. Not too many drivers, though, in terms of getting to give a penalty to. And Viper had to take off. Oh. No worries, Aaron. I hope you have a great time. Wish you could have posted your setup. Aaron has an awesome setup as well. Of course, Viper GT3 over on Twitch. Another streamer. An excellent streamer. One of the rookie drivers. He is no longer a rookie driver, actually. He's moved up to the white plate since joining. Aaron, definitely one of the most improved drivers we've seen in terms of the Rookie League, which is just so cool. The Rookie League is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Yep. Anybody interested in it, make sure you guys sign up. We got both rookies and non-rookies. This league is welcome to absolutely everybody. Available over on SimGrid. Of course, you can find that link posted in chat. And I'd highly, highly recommend getting signed up for that. Of course, commentary done by yours truly, Mike Nause and Steven Tomazic on Monday. That is going to be at 8:30 Eastern Time, 5:30 Pacific. Do not miss a second of that action because, like I say, full grids constantly. It's been nothing but full grids and nothing but amazing racing and not too many incidents to boot. We also are going to see some amazing racing coming up here. Ryan Woodrow is in the clutches now of Peter O'Brien. Peter O'Brien.
Yeah, they've been like that for a couple of laps now, and I see Quinn Smith catching up on the back. he's gaining, on them. Soon enough, it's going to be a 3-way battle.
Ryan Woodrow, he needs to get the hammer down here. Peter O'Brien as well. Well, he's the one that really needs to get the hammer down if he doesn't want to lose this position. Devin Anthony diving out of the way from that podium battle. And Ryan Woodrow close behind here. Can hop on board with the Rocket Sim Sports as we navigate the first chicane. Through Parco we go. And in through Del Rio. Hey Drex, thank you very much. Wait a second, so you're a South African driver that lives in Dubai? That is awesome.
I bet it's beautiful over there.
So thank you very much, and unfortunately wish your race could have went a little bit better. But I can't wait to see you out there again, Dylan. Of course, Dylan Allen. Yep, LMAO, that's awesome. That's so cool. I feel like you don't hear that too often.
What?
Really? They banned Discord in the UAE. Is that, or not in the UAE, but in, at least in, or is it in the entirety of the UAE? Oh, of course, Eric. Eric is very familiar. Our team principal, our community leader, Eric the Gakosian, as he grew up in Dubai. So, yeah, it's very, very nice and home for him. But you couldn't attend driver's meet. That's crazy. So I did not know. So the entirety of the UAE has Discord banned. That's crazy. All right. Uh-oh. Eric, what has happened? Lizzie, do you still see cars going around? Am I here?
Yeah, you're here. We're here.
Are we live? We're still live?
Yeah, we're still live.
Why do you see cars going around and I don't?
I have no clue. Probably ACC.
We're gonna do a quick.
Yeah, your ACC froze. I think the cars are just stopped in your stream.
Okay, we're about to lose all of our information. Lovely.
Well, that sucks.
We're gonna try a nice little restart here.
Yeah, mine's still up.
Just me. I've never had that happen before. That's crazy. What? Is my internet dying?
No, I still hear you fine. It's probably ACC.
My entire ACC is dying. This is not the time to do this, ACC.
I know. We're down to what? We're not down. Well, it's 2 hours and 5 minutes till the end of the race.
Green light. Go, go, go.
Okay. We're back. We're back live. Except I have absolutely no information now. No, that's not true. What do I mean? It kept all my stint timers and everything. Let's go. Things are a little weird, though, on my end. Okay. Let's hope everything is okay here. We're just gonna continue.
Oh, games. They can be fun and entertaining, but sometimes they're
Did Pitwall go down? Okay, Pitwall went down. Pitwall will reconnect that. Did it go down, or is it still live? Let's see. No, it's still live. Okay, Pitwall's still live. Lovely. I just want some chat confirmation there. Did Pitwall stay live? Is Pitwall all good, everybody? Awesome. Thank you very much, Drex, and you have a great evening. And like I said, thank you for participating in this race. Pit wall, but the penalty history is gone. Yeah, that's what I... Ugh. So annoying. Gotta love live TV, everybody.
Oh, yeah. So I've been seeing a lot of Lambos and Ferraris on track.
Yeah, the stints are gone as well, huh? Well, I mean, it is what it is. It's working. So disconnecting it and reconnecting it is not going to help anything, unfortunately. Hopefully, make sure. Let me know if that updates next time. If it doesn't update, please let me know, and I will fix it. Wes Hepburn with the yellow flag. He's out of the pits? No, what has happened to Wes? A little bit of an error, maybe. But back to Basolio here. Basolio is chasing down Jakob Schaber. The Lamborghini under some massive pressure here at the 2 hour and 3 minute mark. Simone Basolio right on the diffuser there of the Lamborghini Evo 2. As the SPQR boys coming around now through the penultimate corner onto the final. And he is going to be looking to make a move into the first corner potentially. Is the inside going to be open? Yes, it is. It's going to be wide open. In fact, Simone Basolio, can he go late enough on the brakes? No, he cannot. Has to back out early in the chicane through Parco and is going to have to tuck in for a while now, as any move through the first sector is going to be quite the tricky one. And yeah, once again, sorry for that, guys. I'm not sure what happened. Just ACC things. It wasn't even my internet this time. I'm still just worried something else is broken.
Livery? Is that a... can barely see.
Peter O'Brien's livery? It's a charging bull is what it is. It's absolutely incredible.
I was making sure that I was looking, you know, the right thing. I was about to say a bull, but I was like, okay, can I... I cannot just zoom in, but oh my god, so I love the purple, or pinkish purple details on the car. It looks amazing.
It really does. It really looks so good. Like I say, whoever made this from the SRA boys, just incredible job. I love the bull. It's very fitting with the Lamborghini, of course, the charging bull. And just amazing work.
Woodrow pushing and pushing and pushing. Now he's getting closer and closer to O'Brien there.
As yes, he most certainly is. Getting ever the more close. You can see the rear wing here of Peter O'Brien. As we are on the back, not so straight. It's Lamborghini on Lamborghini, so V10 horsepower all the way around. Going to be down to the setup. We know Peter O'Brien is a very, very safe setup. Heavy downforce. 10 wing being run on that Lamborghini. Not sure what Ryan Woodrow is running. But the setup they have come.
It's a shame those professional commentators couldn't teach Mike how to stay connected to ACC.
You know, Blaine, you joined for 2 seconds and you're already throwing shade. Welcome, Altuit. But yes, you're right. I can't stay connected to ACC, I guess. I don't know how. That's never happened before either. That's crazy. I mean, I've disconnected, but it's because like my internet went out or the server disconnected. One of the two. It's never been like ACC just decided to not be connected anymore. Always ready to throw hands. All right. You win. Oh no, and disconnected in 3 of our races. That's rough. All 4 different reasons. Oh my goodness. But NWSR. What is NWSR? Trying to think, what does that stand for? You're gonna say it, it's gonna be obvious. Oh, New World Sim Racing. Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Oh, in the first 4. Disconnected in 3 of the first 4. Okay, I see. I had part of it covered up. That's... trying to read half a chat message, and whoa! Jakob Schaber has turned into a pirouette dancer. What has happened there? Or an ice skate... what is a figure skater? That's the word that we're looking for. We got there eventually.
Playing watcher in the pits.
Luke Addison, welcome, Luke. Hope you're having a lovely day. enjoying the stream. Thank you very much for being here. Ryan Woodrow here, going to be making a move potentially on to Peter O'Brien. He has gained rapidly and has been, like, over these past 10 laps, basically, right on the rear diffuser of the fellow Lamborghini. Peter O'Brien, though, is not going to capitulate under the pressure. That is for sure. The Tire Sim Racing number 114 has held on just superbly right now. Heading on to the back, not so straight, with our championship leader right behind you is definitely a daunting sight for sure. And that Lamborghini of Peter, though, he seems to just have it down on the exit to that back not so straight. It's insane how much he gains over his fellow Lamborghini, as well as how much he was gaining over Quinn Smith when he was battling him back at the start of this race. The setup for Peter O'Brien and the Tire Sim Racing team, they clearly have put the work in. I know Javier Marquez was in chat earlier talking about the setup and the work that they have put in on it, and my goodness, it is really paying off. They're on a podium-paying position as it stands, with Ryan Woodrow breathing down their necks with 1 hour and 57 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this race. A podium is very much so on the line here. Wes Hepburn, 59 seconds, though, to Gabriel Felipe. That is definitely something to be said, and as I went to him, I think he had a little bit of an offing. Ryan just not able to get the overtake done. I know we've seen it before. This track is so tricky. Not many overtaking opportunities. The best one is going to be a very aggressive one. This corner here is actually going to be one of your best opportunities. But Ryan Woodrow a little bit too far back as it stands. Yeah, there we go. That's a great idea. Yeah, Luke Addison. Of course, we can shout out the Twitch over at Luke Addison, running an amazing platform and website, might we add, with setups, coaching, and all the sorts, running a community over as well. Yeah, thank you for popping in, Luke. I can't type. There we go. But as we have it, like I say, Ryan Woodrow still on the charge. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record by the end of this because Peter O'Brien is doing an excellent job of staying ahead so far. He has not put a foot wrong. Over the past basically 10 laps, these two have been right on each other's diffusers, haven't moved whatsoever. The rear wing mirror is, well, basically a full sight of Ryan Woodrow. I don't think Peter O'Brien knows what it looks like to not have him behind him at this point. And he is going to be rubbing a hole into his diffuser soon enough if he doesn't get going. Wes Hepburn with another little yellow flag. Is Wes Hepburn struggling for pace here? I want to go back and see. Is this a... let's just see what it's like on board here from Wes Hepburn. This is behind the wheel of the Lamborghini Evo 2. Is currently sitting in second position. We're coming in... Whoa! The engine, like, cut out. That was weird. Okay, Wes Hepburn, maybe electrical problems. Something along those lines, maybe a brake by wire? I don't know. That was weird. His engine cut out mid-corner there. Welcome, Fabinator.
Looking at Quinn Smith making that time and that pace soon enough, we'll be catching up with Woodrow and O'Brien.
Yeah, might have a little three-way battle for the podium-paying positions here in the, well, second hour left of this race. 2 hours left, of course. These drivers are going to be needing to make their pit stops within the next 30 minutes, so bit of time as it stands for pit phases. Mike Burkov will be the next one in. He's at 1 hour and 1 minute. We got 75-minute stint timers. Currently, we're looking at Quinn Smith. He's about 42 minutes into his stint timer. A good bit of time left to go before he has to come in and make that mandatory stop. And will he hand the car over? That's going to be the question. Of course, Ollie Raza and Nate Lamlin is not here, unfortunately. Just Ollie Raza is going to be here today. And Sharpenberry is making their presence known widely and blowing all of their hydrations in one go as normal. Actually, they still have one left. Oh, welcome, Sharpenberry. Hope you're having a lovely day.
Yeah, I think the hydrate was much needed. We haven't had hydrate since what? The first hour?
Yeah, it's definitely been a while. And now that you said it, you're going to regret it. But
Well, I've been dieting, so I've been drinking a lot of water after and before dinner or food or whatever. So I don't mind the help of chugging down the bottles of water.
Don't drown Mike. Yes, I agree. Don't drown Mike. And saving one for the homies. Yep, that's a true lad right there.
Well, Ruthless, don't be surprised because we have many times where we got like almost 10 hydrates in one shot by multiple viewers, so they don't care about drowning Mike.
No, it's almost
He
like
has
there's
a big jar of water anyways.
it's an average-sized water bottle, Lizzie.
No,
I don't
no,
know
no,
what you're
no.
talking about.
That doesn't look average. Average is a 32-ounce something, bottle or whatever. But that jug thingy that you have, not jug, whatever you have, it's not average. Okay,
It's
that's not
average, Lizzie. I don't know. Trying to shame my water bottle size. It's an average water bottle. And Blade Hall also.
I don't think
chug,
people
chug,
on
chug.
chat know that it's not average. That looks huge. That's too much water. That's like a gallon of water size thingy. That's not average, okay? A gallon of water is not average.
It's not a gallon. It's a half gallon.
Half gallon? No.
That's a 50% difference. That's a 50% difference from what you were just saying. We also have Crow in chat. Welcome.
See, it's huge. See, people are agreeing with me. It's huge.
It's an
for
average.
A half gallon.
We're
Oh my God.
We're side by side just about. Ryan Woodrow is getting eager. We're not quite there yet though. But yes, my chat shaming me for my water. And Crow, thank you very much. It's not about the size of the water bottle. It's how you slurp it. Crow, you could not have put that in a better line of text, to be completely honest. It took the words right out of my mouth.
Petrol jug for cars type bottle.
Thank you, Nathan Kerwin, probably not. That's not a V. That's Kerwin. Nathan Kerwin, thank you very much for the follow. As I tried to put too much spaghetti and meatballs on your name there. And we also have, speaking of spaghetti and meatballs, we have Alessandro Zampieri in chat, the Italian stallion himself. Welcome, Zampieri. And excellent stints, might I add, from you.
Oh yes, we're still talking about.
Yeah, Ruthless. What else would we be talking about, Ruthless? Huh? We're talking about water bottles, Ruthless, not anything else.
I don't know what you're thinking, Ruthless.
Ryan Woodrow, still on the charge. Mike Burkov has caught up with Drew Burakovsky as well. Definitely one to keep an eye on here in the 2 hours left. Mike Burkov ever coming closer to the rear wing mirror there of Drew Burakovsky.
Yeah, as we approaching 1 hour and 15 minutes. So I feel like the last this couple of hours, hour and minutes that we got left, I feel like we're gonna come across a lot of battles before the end of the race. It's gonna be really interesting.
I apologize in advance here. I'm gonna mispronounce this, but welcome to Demont. Is it Compy? Is it Compy? Do you pronounce the L? Clompy? Clompe? Is it Clompe or Compe? I feel like you pronounce the L. I don't know why you wouldn't pronounce the L. Dismont Clompe, I think. Please correct me if I'm wrong, which I almost certainly am. Wes Hepburn's having something wrong here. What is going on here with Wes? As we're in Sector 1, let's take a listen. Take a nice close listen here coming through.
Perfectly said, he said. So you did a good job, Mike.
Okay.
Damon Clompe.
That's a short shift. He short shifts to second. Why does Wes Hepburn get a yellow flag into that corner every lap? Awesome. Wow, I actually nailed it. Sweet. Clompe. Like Diamond Clog? I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. But welcome. Hope you're having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, or evening, as you have said. Of course, we are here. It's 12:19 p.m. here in Misano. We are here, of course, Lizzie and I in the booth in Misano, Agricato, Italy. Definitely not in our houses behind green screens. No way, shape, or form.
No, we're in Italy right now, right?
It's been lovely weather here in Italy, I think. I'm not completely sure. I didn't look it up before, but...
Yeah.
I know, we have a couple Italians.
I wish I was in Italy.
I do as well.
I wish I was. Even if it was for commentating and watching the real races on the real track for sure.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Clog is a Dutch wooden shoe. I knew that. I just didn't know that. Because why would I know that? Oh, yes. Thank you, Clampe, for the facts. The pit lane reporter and bringing us some incredible facts there. Ryan Woodrow still on heavily on the charge here. He definitely wants the position. These tables have turned, though, as earlier in this race, about 1 hour in, we saw this battle unfolding, but it was the other way around, in fact. Peter O'Brien was not actually going to fight. Oh, no, it was Quinn Smith that was. That's right. Peter O'Brien. I don't think he's fighting this as hard as we think he is, or at least as hard as I think he is. You guys might, but I think he's actually doing a really good job of saving his tires here and just trying to get to the end. And Ryan Woodrow, he's pushing, he's staying awfully close in that dirty air, which is going to allow those tires to heat up rapidly, have brakes heat up as well. 5 seconds as well awarded to Ryan Woodrow for a penalty incurred at some point. Here we can take a look at what caused that. The number 22 car causing a collision on lap 113. That was that back marker that we saw at one point where he made a collision with that back marker.
Coming out of the pits, was it?
I can't fully remember where it was on the track, to be honest, but I do remember him making a collision with the back marker, and I think you're right. I think it was out of the pits.
Yeah. We saw the replay.
Wes Hepburn consistently gets a yellow flag through the second corner complex. I think it's the third corner. He's literally constantly getting a yellow flag on entry, and I don't know why. It sounds like his engine's cutting out, but he's just driving differently, and the game doesn't seem to agree with his driving style, but he's driving quicker than almost anybody else out there, so I'm not going to argue with his driving style.
Probably the game.
As Wes Hepburn, much quicker than I am. That's definitely, there's a reason that I'm in the booth talking about him, and he is on track once again. Mike Burkov here has caught Drew Burakovsky. I know we said that earlier, but he's now thoroughly in the right on the diffuser of him. Looking to make a move even into turn 1. I think that inside line is not going to be the way. Drew Burakovsky keeps the door slammed shut. Outside line for Mike Burkov. It's going to turn to the inside, though, once we come around the first corner, but not quite, though. Mike Burkov not able to be far enough alongside ahead to get his nose stuck in. Of course, it does turn to the outside again for the exit. Yep, Zampieri, we did catch that, unfortunately for you.
Yeah,
if you do want to go back and watch that, we did see that collision. Burakovsky must be on his bad tires. I can confirm that for you. I can't confirm that for you because my data's gone.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, no pit wall data on that one. And Provolone supporting his teammate Mike. We got Chronotis and Provolone in chat. The Trackalicious team here that we're watching, battling with Burakovsky. And Drew here, lapping 136.5 last time around compared to the 135.8 of Mike Burkov. So yeah, almost certainly on the older tires. Pit wall gone? All right, pit wall is going to reconnect. There, pit wall should be back. I don't know. I thought it was up. Okay, pit wall should be back. We had a little disconnect, unfortunately, for whatever reason on my end. Pit wall hopefully is going to be live and active again. I have restarted it. So any information that we had before is going to be gone, and unfortunately, it just kind of is what it is there. Yeah, Chrono. It died when I disconnected. It didn't die, though. It stayed alive, but it didn't have all the information, and it's just... I don't know what's going... ACC is being weird right now, because I don't think it's my computer. Like, this is the one time that I don't think it's my computer.
Park off into the pits.
Another yellow flag in Sector 1. It's so weird. My game is acting extremely strange right now. We're just going to not pay any mind to the fact... just don't pay any attention to the man behind the curtain. It's definitely not breaking the immersion at all. I'm just worried. And what happened to Zampieri asks can happen. Zampieri ended up getting... I can't remember. Was it...
I think he had somebody hit him. I think a bump.
I can't remember
and he went off the track.
If it was due to overly aggressive defending or not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember.
It was a three. It was a 3 battle. He was in between.
I think
other
that
two
was.
drivers.
I think that was chalked down to a racing incident, the one that Zampieri was in. If I remember right, at least that's what I called it. I don't know if that's what it was at the end. I don't see how it could be much else. But ended up, regardless, he ended up head-on into the barrier with some massive front-end damage. And front-end damage on the Ferrari is not ideal. Car that relies extremely heavily on its aerodynamics. All of these cars out here rely on those little tiny invisible sticky outy bits that you see coming off the front end of that car and off the back end. They are all extremely crucial to keeping this car stuck on the bottom of the track. And the car was not so bad, though. Interesting. It looked terrible. The damage, visually, your car looked extremely messed up. And yes, Tom. Yes, Zampieri came across O'Brien at T11. I think that was raced. Chalked down to a racing incident.
Across the front of O'Brien at T1.
Ryan Woodrow still seems fairly content at this point. He has closed or opened the gap up to about a second at this point. I know it says 5/10 there. I think it's about a second, though, in terms of the live timings. Gaining, though, changing rapidly. It's kind of hard to tell. Ryan Woodrow, I think, has realized that he's not going to get that overtake.
We're coming close to swapping again, right?
That's a good question. According to my data, which I think is accurate, I don't actually know. Yeah, Gabriel Felipe, he's going to be coming into the pits here within about 2 laps, if I presume, maybe even the next one. Ryan Woodrow, he's got a bit longer to go, and Peter O'Brien has maybe 3 more laps till he has to come in.
Quinn Smith catching up with them. It's just, I can't wait for this to happen already.
Yeah, Quinn's going to get involved in this battle, and we're about to have a 3-way fight for the podium-paying positions. This is going to get exciting extremely quickly. Like I said, though, we are going to see a pit stop, so this might happen even closer towards the end of the race than predicted. Also, we've had a disconnect. Not sure who just disconnected.
Felipe into the pits.
You know, Crow, I didn't create my name, but I do run on... I run on Monster. I should drink more Nause. I used to drink Nause, but then I moved on to energy drinks that actually taste somewhat decent. Nause doesn't taste bad, it just doesn't taste particularly great. They all taste like jet fuel, to be completely honest. You can run a 747 on most of them.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that you drink jet fuel, Mike.
Yeah. You know, That's what I always tell like my clients and stuff like that at work. Is they always ask me when I'm drinking like an energy. It's like, is that stuff any good? And I always say, no, it really isn't. It works.
Well, we got O'Brien into the pits.
Yeah, Woodrow carries on. He's going to go for another few laps before he is required to come into the pits. Peter O'Brien, excuse me, he was nearing the end of his stint there. And Chrono says, yeah, and that's how you know you're drinking an energy drink? Yes. Does it taste like you can run a Cessna on it? If so, it's going to be some good stuff. Quinn Smith, though, as you were saying, Lizzie, reeling him in slowly. 2.6 seconds is the gap to Ryan Woodrow. These two are on similar-ish strategies, a couple minutes separating them. I think Ryan Woodrow will come in probably maybe 2 laps earlier than Quinn Smith, if I had to predict, but their stint timers are quite close. Definitely ones to keep an eye on here. Simone Basolio does get by Peter O'Brien as he is exiting the pits, and it looks like Waldhauser as well is going to get by, or at least come out side by side. This is going to be close on exit here. Now, the pit lane's so long. I always hate how long that
We got a
exit
yellow
is.
flag by Lincoln back there. He's in the grass. Oh, and he rejoins. I don't know what happened back there.
Interesting way to rejoin, but there's no one around, so it's not that big of a deal. You can see the rear end there already getting loose. Wow, that rear end is not connected to the ground. Oh my goodness, it really isn't. Did he have a tire blow? Lucas Lichten is... Let's see, how far into his stint? He is 48 minutes into his stint. Nah, it looks like he's all good. I think he just had a bit of an error. Wes Hepburn continues to get yellow flags through that first sector, and I still do not know why.
He runs on Nause. Oh god. See, I've never been into energy drinks. At all.
You're not missing out on much, Lizzie. I'm just going to be completely honest. So...
Well, I'm running on my own energy, so I don't need...
And coffee.
Extra. Well, coffee just every now and then. I don't drink coffee every day. I did it because I was like, okay, I'm going to be sitting there for 6 hours, Mike, so I need the coffee.
Yeah.
That's a whole different situation. Like, okay, I'm going to be here, so I need a little bit of more energy that I already got, so I need some extra to push the 6 hours in.
Oh, you're right, Palm Tree. No, you're right. Yeah, you have to rejoin where you came off, kind of. At least that was the old Formula 1 rule back in, like, the 90s. You had to, which is just the most ridiculous rule. They changed it, obviously. But you had to rejoin the track where you left it, which is the most absurd rule on this planet.
Really?
Yes, that they used to do that. Back in, like, when the best example of that is back in Suzuka in the 90s. I can't remember what year. 80s. It would have been 80s, not 90s, because obviously what happened in 93 happened. But in the 80s, when we were racing at Suzuka, Alain Prost and... was it Alain Prost and Ayrton Senna? I think it was. Going side by side, or having the championship battle, and Ayrton Senna having his car restarted in the middle of a race by the marshals, which was completely against the rules at the time, and then rejoining the track not where he exited the track, and he still didn't get penalized for it, because racing in the 80s, everybody, you gotta love it. Rules did not apply.
No, I bet it was more fun than racing these days.
If your definition of fun is driving a bathtub full of gasoline at 200 miles an hour with no safety whatsoever, then yeah, it'd be pretty fun. Personally, I'd rather race modern race cars myself.
Not obviously because of the safety gear and the things that we got now, but I feel like back in the day when racing started and it didn't have other things for those guys that love cars so much. I think it's like when the first car was invented, like everybody got excited. We don't have to ride horses anymore or go on foot everywhere, you know?
Dude,
So
that'd be sick though. Like being the first dude to drive a car, imagine. Definitely no longer, but anyways, yeah, cars are great. I definitely can confirm I like cars, and I think everybody else in chat probably shares a similar sentiment, otherwise you may not be here.
oh yeah, that's for sure. We wouldn't be commentating or racing. For sure, we wouldn't have all these upgrades and all these inventions and all this technology improving our way of life.
As Roofless says there, yeah, watching old videos of Senna, go watch Senna's freaking, what's it called? Monaco laps. And go watch how close that man gets to a wall in a Lotus freaking 98, or 98T? No, 78, no. Lotus, why am I forgetting? 98T? Why have I forgotten the name of that car? Or did I? No, I didn't. I was right. It is the 98T. I don't know why I was hesitant. First automobile race was held 5 minutes after the second car was built.
What?
No, Chrono's just joking, but he's 100% right. That's just the masculine thing to do. It's like, cool, we have new things that we can race. Let's go and drive them quickly.
Instead of horses, you know, back in the day were horror races.
Oh yeah, or people have been racing everything, rolling tires down or wheels down hills to see who goes quicker.
Bicycles, tricycles.
We are very easily amused as humans. Watching people go in circles is just it's something else, you know? I can't explain it. And they were just go-karts with huge power back then? Not really. They were like bicycles with V12s in them. It was like bicycles with 4 wheels. It was insane. Drive-through penalty picked up for Umar Kromix. He has expanded the track limits one too many times here today. And 5 seconds still awarded to Ryan Woodrow. That was for causing a collision with the back marker at one point. And that will be served at the next pit phase. We are getting ever closer to the next pit phase. And that will not be the final pit stop either. In fact, drivers looking in a really good spot right now is going to be Stefan Waldhauser. This, I know it's a bit of an interesting call, but Waldhauser is about to gain a lot of positions. He has to make one less pit stop than everybody else. Waldhauser's had a masterclass of a strategy, and I'm not sure how he's managed to do it, to be honest. Kind of been a sleeper throughout here, the #1 car showing it. Oh, yeah, you're not talking about Senna anymore. Yes, okay, yes, you're right. The 98T was basically a gigantic go-kart with a gigantic turbocharger that cranked out 5.5 pounds, or what is it, 5.5, I've been commentating for too long today.
Got Chromix into the pits.
25 PSI is what I was trying to say. That's the word I was looking for. Pounds per square inch. See, we're getting there. But yeah, running at 25 PSI in boost is just astronomically insane. How much air they are forcing into those engines back then. And just little 4 cylinders too. Nowadays, of course, we got big ol' high-tech V8s. Of course, we're looking at a McLaren right now, 2 turbochargers. We got 2 fairly decent-sized ones as well. The McLaren actually has a massive engine in it. I don't remember the specs offhand, but I think it's a 4. What is it?
Yeah, but I see the McLaren catching up to the Lambo. Is it Lambo?
Yeah, yep.
On the turns, on the curves and everything, but on the straights, it starts getting a gap between them. It cuts up and then the gaps comes on the straights.
Okay, I guess the McLaren only has a 4.0 twin turbo. Of course, battling along here with a naturally aspirated V10 along along these wonderful curves here at Misano. We are 4 hours, 31 minutes, and 11 seconds into this race. It's been a journey so far, and there's still some time to go. In terms of stint timers, Gabriel Felipe is going to have to, he just came out of the pits. He's going to have to make another pit stop by the end of the race. He needs to make 2 more, in fact, by the end of this race.
Wow. That's a lot with having 1 hour and 28 minutes in.
Yeah. Wes Hepburn, he also is going to have to. At 75 minutes, of course, that's going to be 1 hour and 15 minutes. So any drivers, they need to get their stint timers, if they can, obviously, down to that 1 hour and 15 minute mark. After that, you're green, green, green to the end. And the drivers that have set themselves up for that, as I was saying before, we're going to see Jeremy Mercer. They've set themselves up very well for that. Stefan Waldhauser as well set himself up perfectly in terms of nailing that 1 hour and 15 minute mark. Burakovsky, he's going to miss it, unfortunately. Mike Burkov is going to hit that, but Mike Burkov has made 4, actually Jeremy Mercer, I should say, has already made 5 stops, so Jeremy actually is going to be even on stops by the end here, but there are a few drivers that have played this extremely, extremely well, and I think it's definitely something to be said here, is that the SPQR team, even with that damage and that incident earlier, they have also set themselves up into a fairly decent spot, but as a result of their early pit stop, 57 minutes left on their stint timers, actually, they are going to make it. 57 minutes? Oh, are they? Oh, that's tough. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're going to make it just fine. Never mind. No, they put themselves in a perfect spot, the SPQR guys. It's going to be Quinn Smith. He's going to be the one to suffer here. 5 minutes left on his stint timer. 10 minutes for Cesar. That's going to be close. Cesar may have timed this perfectly. He may have to make an extra stop, though. And Hydrates being thrown away from Grim Reaper. That's going to be Josh in chat. Josh, welcome. Thank you for the Hydrates. We do see Quinn Smith still behind Ryan Woodrow. Ryan Woodrow is ahead, though, of his target before. That was Jeremy Mercer, who is behind the wheel now of the Tire Sim Racing down in P7, fresh out of the pits. Needs to make another stop, though. Quinn Smith, you can hop on board with him as we come rounding the first sector now in through Curva del Parco. No, Del Rio, excuse me. We're on the final few corners. My bad, I'm looking at the map wrong.
The Woodrow going into the pits.
That solves that battle. Wes Hepburn, the next car up the road, 5.6 seconds. It's Drew Burakovsky in front, the next one to be dispatched as lapped traffic here. But definitely a little bit of lull in the action here as it stands. Drivers working their pit phases out nicely. We can ride on board here with Wes Hepburn for a little bit. He currently sits in second position with not a car in front of him. That is the sight to see. Just hot lap after hot lap here for Wes Hepburn. He's doing a great job of it. Nice little short shift into second to get that power down early on to the curbs on the exit, heading now towards the hairpin to head you onto the backs, not so straight. Really, really favoring that short shift is Wes Hepburn. Saving on tires, saving on fuel. Just not quite using as much power. Definitely losing a little bit of lap time. But on that management side of things for right now is Wes. You can see the brakes twitching there as you have to get that car as straight as possible, but you're still braking while turning in that corner as it's so tricky to do. Drive-through penalty picked up for the number 9 there of P9 of Drew Burakovsky. That is severely going to affect his race at the end here. Coming out around the final corner curve of Misano, it is going to be a 1:34.7 for Wes Hepburn. And I really want to watch his entry here into Sector 1 because he keeps getting yellow flags, and I'm just curious. Head under braking here. It's all good, but it still shows a yellow flag for some reason. Every time Wes Hepburn goes through that corner, I get a yellow flag. Interesting.
Sorry about that. Good stuff.
No worries.
No, I feel like time is gonna go slower now.
It's definitely...
No, we're getting close to the hour, to the last hour.
It will speed up. Once we finish our final pit stop, it's going to speed up, no doubt, because all of these strategies are going to come into the final, well, part of their strategy. This is where all of the marbles are going to fall onto the table here, and we're going to see everybody's strategies play out, and the ones that thought about it are going to have a really good result at the end of this. I really think we're going to see some sleeper names that we did not expect up in the podium-paying positions, maybe at least in the top 5. There are just some drivers that have nailed their pit stop strategies, and some of them that just missed the window, unfortunately. The yellow flag is just a warning that there's a Canadian in the car. Yep. Sorry about that flag there. But Gabriel Felipe has done an excellent job of leading this race the entirety of this. Got to give credit where credit is due. The number 66 Vacuum ORT car putting in the laps. 173 laps completed so far, and quite a few more to go.
Yeah, I got Quinn's on the pits. That gives Cesar the P3.
Cesar's going to have to hand that back soon enough, though. He's currently at 1 hour, 7 minutes into his stint timer. So with a few more laps complete, he will have to join Quinn in the pits there, as well as Wes Hepburn. But can they make it to the 75-minute mark? That's the question. That's what these drivers are going to be asking themselves. Simone can. Bisolio has put himself in an incredible spot, actually. Simone Bisolio may be on for the race win here. This could be an incredible, incredible result here from the SPQR team. If they do not manage to put a wheel wrong from here on out, they are looking extremely strong for the race win here, due to the fact that the other drivers have to make an extra pit stop. Gabriel Felipe, 10 seconds to Wes Hepburn. Wes Hepburn, 30 seconds to David Cesar. And Simone is 30
going
seconds
into the
too.
pits also. Things are going to get really interesting.
It's Simone. My bad. Ali Raza has found the rear of Rui Nunez, but there's a stop-go 30 there for Ali Raza. Very uncharacteristic speeding in the pit lane picked up as they are fresh out and right behind Rui. This is going to have a very, very poor effect on the results here for the number 97 car. As Fabinator pointing out in chat. That is absolutely awful here for Quinn Smith as well as Ali Raza. And Nate Lamlin, who's here in spirit. And he serves it immediately. Not wasting any time, wants to get it done and get that penalty through. Which I do not blame him whatsoever for doing that. Wes here, 10 seconds and gaining though. 9.2 seconds now is the gap. Although, like I said before, Wes Hepburn, he needs to come in. There's still one more pit stop left for him. Maybe, oh man, Wes is going to be cutting it so close. I don't think he can do it. I don't think Wes is going to be able to do what he wants to do here. He's going to have to make another stop. He has to. We're at 1 hour and 11 minutes right now. Unless Wes times this, which I still don't even think it's even possible to time it perfectly at this point, he'd have to hit this like at the perfect time in order to make this dream become a reality here in terms of stint timers. But I guess your stint timer doesn't start until you exit the pits though, doesn't it? Now that I think about it, it's tight. It's tight. Wes might be fine. If he is, he has really pushed this one. He's really pushed it to the end here. That's... yeah. And the 463 just took a stop. Yes, yeah. The 463 of Jace Wright made another stop. He's going to have to make one more by the end here. Had to, though, as a result of the stint timers. This is poor preparation from the drivers, unfortunately. I hate to put it that way, but it is what it is. You miscalculated in terms of your stint times, and some drivers are going to really bite it. Some drivers, though, they're going to benefit massively.
Stops has to be.
There is no minimum stops required. It's about making it to the end on the optimal set of tires, really, strategically, and how much you're going to push your tires. There's going to be 5 stops minimum for these drivers tonight. I think we're going to see 6 for a lot of them. Gabriel Felipe, we're going to see 5 for Gabriel. We're going to see 5 for Wes. Jeremy Mercer, we're going to have to see another one, though. We're going to see 6 from Jeremy. We're going to see 6 from Rui. We're going to see 6... well, we're not going to see 6 from these two, actually. We're going to see 7 from Jace Wright. And we've seen 8 from Umar so far, and he needs to make another. So, definitely time being left on the table here for some of these drivers. And it's really hurting them. Gabriel, though, has driven a masterclass of a race up until this point, to be fair. The Vacuum Racing team in general, not just Gabriel. It is also Renato Dornales who managed to drive, I think, the first 3 stints. I think that's how they've been doing it, is they've been triple stinting here. 3 on, 3 off for these two, which is insane. 3 hours behind the wheel of a car is a lot of work when you're pushing it at full chap. Of course, Gabriel hasn't been pushing it necessarily at full the entirety of this time, but he is very close to it. And big thank you to MD162 for the follow. Is Wes driving solo? No, Wes has 2 teammates, 3 on that team in total. They have Wes Hepburn, Anthony Anderson, and Brian Knappen. We've seen all of these drivers behind the wheel tonight. And Jan Gray, welcome, welcome. And MD popping it in chat also. We'd love to see it. Thank you guys so much for being here and enjoying this action for us. Not quite too much action as it stands, but we are getting closer and closer. David Cesar is in for his final stop. He has timed it just right. Wes Hepburn, I don't know if he has. We gotta see. I'm not sure if he has. We'll take a look at him once we approach that, once we approach the timer for the 1 hour and 15 minute mark. But I think Wes is going to leave the pits before...
It is an hour and 50 minute.
Wes is leaving too early. Wes is leaving too early. He has to make another stop here. And that is such fine margins, too. 22 seconds, 20 seconds, 19 seconds he is going to have at the end of this race. That is devastating. Wes should have waited a few seconds? Absolutely. Well, maybe not. That would have been a lot of time loss. I mean, it would have been less time loss waiting than going into the pits, though, so you're 100% right, Josh. He absolutely should have waited. That's a crucial strategy decision right there from Wes Hepburn, and that's going to punish him. That's really going to hurt later on in this race. That's going to be 1 extra pit stop that Wes has to make due to 20 seconds. 20 seconds. All of the other drivers, we're going to be clear to the end for any driver that comes into the pit after this phase. In fact, Wes Hepburn isn't good. David Cesar, who came out of the pits 30 seconds behind him, he's good to the end. David Cesar is in the best position possible right now. Rui Nunez, he needs to make another stop. He actually came in 10 minutes ago. And Atomic, yes, thank you, Will Buxt. I can see how Josh feels about him. Yes, Will Buxton provides very, very insightful insight on the Formula One wall, in case anyone's curious. Oh, definitely does that. But Wes, regardless of him having to make another pit stop or not, he's 1.2 seconds behind Jeremy Mercer. He's still going to go on the charge and go for that overtake. Let's not take anything away there. And Simone Basolio takes the race lead. As we saw there, Gabriel Felipe is in for his final stop. Our race leader going to make his 5th and final stop for the night tonight. Insightful insight. I thought that was good. I like it.
The Anthony also into the pits.
Oh man, wanted to also mention, we had a couple setups as well be uploaded since I asked. I see we have Eric Miller's setup with his triples thrown in the Discord. Of course, anyone interested on the Discord, Trackalicious, we can type !Discord. And we have Forzy as well with a big clock and a big truck on the monitor in the chat. Of course, like I say, anyone interested, make sure you guys check out the Rigs and Rig info, where you guys can share all the awesome setups that you guys have over on Discord, which I can't spell. No, I still can't spell it. It's, you know, easy to type when you have a gigantic microphone blocking half of your keyboard, but that's all right. Zane Blisket in chat. Hype to Honda, even though he hasn't seen one on this grid. I haven't seen a Honda in the past probably 20 races that I've commentated on. Where's the love for the NSX?
I haven't seen a Honda be on the track before, ever.
The NSX, one update ago, well, not one update, before 1.9 was arguably the best car on the track. What happened? I know BOP is the answer to that, but it's just really unfortunate. But Lizzie, why don't you take us away here with this Wes and Jeremy battle, as this is quite incredible stuff. We're seeing flash of the headlights from Wes as he's getting impatient.
Well, West obviously is going to be impatient because obviously he wants to overtake already and get it over with and keep that position as he was before. But I feel it's going to take a little while. Mercer, obviously, it's the same car, but it's this different driver. I don't know if he's going to keep the pace or hold on to the position like O'Brien did for the longest when he was with Woodrow behind him. It's two different drivers in the same cars. So we'll see how the battle is going to unfold here. But for sure, I know Westburn is going to make his move soon enough. Yeah, Westburn's just pulling, looking for that moment to overtake there.
It's Wes Hepburn, man, eager as ever here to get an overtake done on to Jeremy Mercer. The two charging bulls could not be separated by any more margins here, as we're going to have Wes Hepburn make a lunge now onto the inside of the hairpin, heading onto the back, not so straight. We're going to go side by side. It's going to be Jeremy Mercer onto the marbles, and that's going to be a bad exit there for Jeremy. Can he stick with him? I don't think he can. I think Wes is going to be fully ahead by the time they reach the kink here, but not quite. Don't count Jeremy out just yet. He is a bit too far behind, though, to make any sudden lunges. Wes Hepburn now in P2 of this race. Although, he just came out of the pits. Never mind. He is good till the... No, he's not good to the end. We just decided... We just went over all of that. He needs to make a pit stop before the end. And Jeremy Mercer, he also needs to make a pit stop before the end of this race. So both drivers, this is a battle for position on track in full. Rui Nunez also to make a pit stop. And David Cesar, though, as I said before, the RNL roar, we're going to be hearing them roar tonight, I think, as David Cesar has driven just such a masterclass of a race. This is strategically the perfect race from the RNL roar guys. And we've seen both David Cesar and Tim Schafer putting in excellent stints, maximizing their stint timer to get the maximum out of their stints. And they have done exactly that, pushing it to the literal limit. They came out at basically the perfect time to make it to the end. David Cesar is going to be the furthest pit or stint timer by the checkered flag, and he's going to be close to that. In fact, he's going to be extremely close to that hour and 15 minute mark. If David Cesar has an error, alternatively, if there's an extra lap, that could be really bad for both David Cesar, or for David Cesar. He is really bad. So honestly, he's not out of the woods yet. Because if there is, like I say, even a small error, even as small as having a little spin and losing 10 seconds, that might be the difference between David Cesar finishing this race on a podium position and him finishing it down in the position that he is currently. And, yeah, names, you're 100% right. The extra lap, if we do get that, I think you have to take a drive-through. Yeah, you would. If you were to, but it's going to be close. It's going to be so close. In fact, you're going to have to make that call before you even hit that window, because if you make that call too late, that's it. And even, like I say, a slight offing. David Cesar, so far, has pulled off a masterclass of a strategy, both, as I said before, the entirety, Tim Schafer and David Cesar have pulled off a masterclass, but it's not over yet. They could...
I see Westburn building space between him and Jeremy there. He's gonna start pulling off and off. I don't know if he has to do another pit stop on the next hour.
And that is Luca Svorenchat. Welcome, Luca. Not driving with us today, unfortunately. And yeah, I mean, this is gonna be close. Renato is the only driver that I can guarantee will be, barring any massive catastrophes, in this position by the end of this race. I think Renato has done he's done a masterclass of a job. Getting the overtake done on Wes Hepburn in lap 1 was crucial to his strategy in making it work, and he did exactly that, and he has walked away with it since. 5.1 seconds is the gap to Wes Hepburn, which doesn't seem like much, but Wes needs to make another stop. Renato, he doesn't. Renato's green to the end here. So that is the difference between these two. And it's a big one. It's a big difference. I know we've been over it before, but the pit times here at Misano, they can be quite brutal. I think it's 63% of your lap you lose here, 67% of your lap that you lose here in terms of taking tires, making a stop and taking tires. Of course, these drivers are just going to be refueling. No, they're going to be taking tires, no doubt. Almost certainly. So Misano, yeah, 63% of your lap with a tire change. Or 67.
And force you to answer your question, we got 13 cars on track. And I think we started with 16.
I think we started with, I think it was 18 we had up to at one point. But we dropped a couple pretty quickly. So yeah, I think we had 18 at the start. Definitely not the highest. Yeah, 18. Yeah, Eric confirming that. And yeah, you're okay. Excuse and thank Atomic correcting me there. Yeah, I did say Wes got overtaken in the first corner. Wes did not. That was Brian Knappen. Atomic bailing out her ginger lover and giving him credit where credit's due. Fair enough. So, not Wes Hepburn getting overtaken. Wes Hepburn's teammate, Brian Knappen, getting overtaken. But as a result, Wes Hepburn has been overtaken. Not bailing, just fact-checking. Fair enough, Wes. No Wes Atomic. No biases whatsoever towards Wes. Definitely not. You might be right, one rule for myself. It was 18 or 19. It was somewhere in that range. It wasn't 20. I remember that. So, unfortunate on that, but, you know, still has been some great action here tonight and some great strategic battles at that. This really has been a strategic masterclass from some of these drivers, and we're going to see it pay off at the end here. Also, really, hold on, I just caught this. So Luka Svirkov here, is as well driving in the 24 hours. So, if I'm not mistaken, this means that there are 2 RNL Roar teams roaring around the world right now simultaneously. That's awesome to see.
That's insane. That's insane. That 24-hour.
And while we have one of the RNL Roar guys in chat, I gotta ask, I got to ask, how did you guys manage to make this happen? Because holy smokes, this is so cool. Of course, this is a handball stadium, an indoor handball stadium located in Germany, where the RNL Roar are sponsored by Kia. And up on the grand screen, or on the main, what are these called? The Jumbotron, that's the word I'm looking for. Up on the Jumbotron. How did you guys make that happen? And Tim and Dave are actually driving 2 cars? That's insane. So you're telling me that they're switching off between pit phases and they're literally doing other races, so they're going from one car to another immediately, no break? Well, maybe a little break? That's dedication. And 3 cars, actually.
Yeah, but that 24-hour, oh my god. No, that's insane.
It takes a lot of planning for a 24-hour. You got to have a great schedule, and you really got to rely on your drivers to be there at the right times. Because, of course, it's not just one driver for the 24 hours. You need multiple. You need somebody to report your incidents. You need somebody to be a spotter. You need a strategist. There's a bigger picture in the race that you can't see when you're behind the wheel. When you're behind the wheel, you you see this right here. That's all you're worried about mostly. You need somebody else in there.
It gets a whole team to play something like that out, not just the drivers.
The organizer. Okay, here we go. So we have a name that I'm definitely going to mispronounce. Apologies, but Ryan Neckar Lauvens? Is it Lauven? Lauven. I think that's right. He's the first division handball team in Germany and it's our organizer. RNL Roar is... Oh, that's Lions. Okay. I need to know how to say that. Is it Lauven? Is that how you say lion? Am I saying that correctly? I think I am. That sounds somewhat right, at least. Please correct me on that. That's awesome. So you guys, so you guys have a handball team. That's insane. You guys literally have a handball team and a sim racing team. That is so cool. Of course, over here at Trackalicious, not only do we run sim racing events, I don't know, this is a great time for Eric to pop in and give way more information because I have no information on this department, but I'll try my absolute best. Of course, we do over at Trackalicious offer track days as well, where over in Michigan, of course, that's where Trackalicious is based, they go to tracks and do track days where you can try. Like I say, this is why I should have had Eric do this spiel, but he isn't responding to my Discord messages, so I gotta do it myself. But yes, of course, track days offered over at trackalicious.com. We don't have I don't think there's a single link on this channel to trackalicious.com. No, there is. Okay, if you go down to the description in the social medias tab, that will bring you to the Trackalicious website where you can find our registration for the track days as well as our calendar. and other things coming up, sim racing and not. The next Trackalicious race day is going to be at the Gingerman. Wait, hold on. Am I reading that right? What month are we in? We're in September. It's September the 8th. We're going to be at Waterford Hills soon, I think, if I'm reading that correctly, on the 8th, which is already passed, so we've already been there. Anyways.
So we already got the last swap drivers. So we're 58 minutes away from.
Yeah, from the checkered flag that a lot of these drivers are waiting on. I think it's just a matter of time for some of them. Renato in particular, he is just cruising. I don't think he's going to have a worry in the world at this, basically. Has to worry about Wes Hepburn right now, but Wes will need to make another stop. So Renato is in the clear as it stands, barring a catastrophe, barring a disconnect, which, knock on wood, that we don't have, because Renato and Renato and Gabriel have experienced that in the past. Of course, over at Zandvoort, they had that disconnect, which resulted in them finishing P11. That was definitely, they don't want a repeat of that tonight. They can't afford a repeat of that tonight. As it stands, the Vacam Racing guys are in 6th position in the championship, and that is not good enough to guarantee yourself a slot. Of course, at the end of this race tonight, they will be going up quite a bit in terms of points paying positions. We have our scoring system here at Trackalicious, at the Road to the Grand Finals, which is 60 points for a win, 54 for second, 50 for third, 46 for fourth, and etc. as you move down the line. So 60 points is going to be heading the way of Renato Dornales, which is going to put him ahead of Madhouse Racing. Madhouse Racing not performing, or not participating in this race tonight. They are going to be dropping at least 60 points here to the Vacam Racing, as well as RNL Roar, as well as Box 3. Those teams are looking to put on good results, may even put on great results for the RNL Roar. We're still undecided on that one, if it is going to be a final one or not.
Hello, Mr. Nause.
Hello, Eric, the boss Gakas. Welcome.
And Miss Alicea, how are you folks doing today?
We're doing excellent.
We're doing great. Kind of tired, but it's not your fault.
You can blame it on
almost
me.
the last hour.
That's the responsibility of the that's a responsibility the owner of a community assumes is the punching bag. It's place blame on every possible thing on the owner of the community.
No. I'm not blaming anybody. I agree to join and cover for our fellow commentators, so no biggie.
Yeah, I do apologize. I've been kind of juggling a little bit here, as well as we just found out that the family has COVID. So trying to manage 3 kids while the wife is incapacitated is quite the task. But that being said, I am here now. And I heard that Mike was trying to give a little bit more information about what we do in our track days.
Absolutely.
So,
what do we do in our track days, Eric?
So Trackalicious started off as a track day company. What we do is we go out and drive our very favored and cherished cars on the racetrack. We do it in right now mostly in the Midwest, where we have multiple tracks that we go to. And unfortunately, given that we're kind of rolling into the autumn/winter season, and we have finished our track days for the year, are in process of scheduling our track days for the next year. Really fun. We do have a bunch of coaches that come out, so those who have absolutely no experience are more than welcome to come out. We have just an incredible community that's built around this passion, both in real life and in the sim world. So it's great. We have a really good time. We have new people showing up all the time, and almost every single track day, if not absolutely every single track day, has had a person that has never been out on track. And it's probably one of my most favorite things is seeing someone who hasn't done it before kind of get this new addiction of, oh my God, this is absolutely amazing. I have to do this more. But I will admit, it is a pretty intimidating step to take, which is why one of the things that Trackalicious does that's unlike everybody else, I think, is that we limit the number of people that come out on track. So we have more time on track and you have less people on track to worry about. And that really facilitates facilitates an experience that allows for a lot of room to learn, and that's what we love about it. So yeah, it's been really fun. We've been doing it for many years now, and considering that we've been having to deal with winters up here in Michigan, that's where Trackalicious Sim Racing started, as a means for those who have to deal with not having track access in the winter time to keep racing and keep having fun, which is what this fruitful environment has grown to be. And really fun to see the crossover from those who have been going from sim racing to the track and those coming from the track to sim racing, which we've had a couple of, and it's really cool to see. That's my little spiel.
We're talking about real life racing.
So it's not racing per se, because people aren't trained. So basically, imagine, Lizzie, if you put people who have no formal race training out on the track, just like your rookie series, what's going to happen? They're all going to crash into each other, right?
Yeah.
So it's actually a good point, right? So this is kind of where I'm coming from when we're having these lap one, don't touch anybody discussions. It's really to teach people who are new in racing that you really have to proceed with an absorbent amount of caution to make sure that you don't damage your car, damage someone else's car, and ruin your race before the race is really even started. And it goes a long way. Once you develop that mentality of safety in the first lap, because that's really one of the riskiest laps, then you really get an opportunity to continue to be successful in your races, and you find yourself finishing more races, find yourself getting into more battles that are meaningful down the road, as opposed to just killing each other in lap one and then kind of ruining your night. So part of where that mentality comes from for our very high penalty in our rookie series, where any lap one contact essentially means a pit start in the following week.
And also, just one more thing to add about those track days. Of course, there are some people that bring some absolute smashers of cars out there. If you guys want to just go and see and hear some awesome cars, there's Lotuses, there's Porsches, there's Miatas, of course, the Trackalicious Miata. Just some awesome cars you can go take a look at, and some awesome people as well. Just an amazing community out there. I've never been myself, but definitely have seen on Instagram, as Eric has just posted, plenty of pictures and the awesome cars that do show up there. But also, just want to say big thank you to the 3 follows that came in there. I see we got some Brazilian love coming in here. We have, is that Belipe, as well as Alisanda SF, Alisands, apologies on the mispronunciations, as well as Driven Age. Thank you guys very much for the follows and for the support they're showing towards Renato Dornales, as well as his teammate Gabriel Felipe. Thank you guys very much for being here, and and also Eric, thank you for your little speech, and also Eric Miller in chat saying there's a Z06 2003 car that is one of his favorites and out there. So
yeah, Eric Miller had to pull his socks all the way up to his knees before he typed that comment in chat. And Driven Age is actually Gabriel Felipe driving that vacuum racing car with Renato Dornelles. So welcome to chat. Boa tarde. So sorry, my Portuguese isn't nearly as good as your English is. Only got a couple of words, but we'll try to make everybody feel at home here at Trackalicious.
But interesting. So Bilape, did I say that right again? I think I said that right again. Apparently I said it right the first time. I don't fully remember what I said. Bilape is Felipe Gabriel in Portuguese. Boa tarde.
Driven Age is Felipe.
Yeah, even in Spanish it's Felipe.
Wait, so but Bilipe is also
I don't know who that is.
Felipe stands for
Probably.
Felipe, apparently. So it's Felipe Gabriel, not Gabriel Felipe.
Oh yeah, okay.
I
no,
think.
Well, who's? No,
I don't
Gabriel
know.
Felipe. Gabriel.
Okay.
Gabriel,
we have confirmed.
Gabriel Felipe is
not
Oh
Felipe
my goodness,
Gabriel.
that's the most confusing friendship on the planet. You can't both be friends. Everybody's gonna get confused.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Eric, my head just exploded. I think we have a good emote to sum that one up as well.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's pretty awesome, and love seeing. I mean, how cool is it, Mike and Lizzie, that we have the Trackalicious name up on a Jumbotron?
Oh my goodness. Sorry but Chronotus has just come in contact. I just caught that on the mini feed there. I was checking out on Lizzie's, and there we just saw a little bit of contact happen. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, with Johnny, or with, Jeremy Mercer.
That is really unfortunate. Seemed unnecessary.
That
but
did seem very unnecessary from, yeah.
But yeah, back to the point as we see this situation here. Sounds like or looks like a bit of a misunderstanding between the two. Sure we'll be seeing a report for that one, which will likely be handled after the race at this point. But yeah, how cool is it to see the Trackalicious Sim Racing logo on a Jumbotron at a handball stadium in Germany?
I can't believe it, to be completely honest.
I know. So, Tim sent me the picture, and he's like, "Can you see?" So he sent a bigger picture, right? And I sent a different picture to you. He's like, "Can you see whatever in the picture?" And I'm looking, maybe someone has a T-shirt or some little thing here or there. And then, just randomly scroll through the Jumbotron, and this huge Trackalicious logo is up there. Just really cool. I appreciate that being a thing, and appreciate that you guys have found some cool sponsors. So kudos to, yeah, it is pretty cool, Ashley. But yeah, kudos to Kia Christmann, I think it is, in Leuven, Germany. That's awesome. Really, really cool. Credit to the RNL Roar team. Really cool livery, representing their mascot and their team really well. So congratulations on that partnership, and appreciate that that being presented at the handball game.
I still cannot believe that. That's so cool. As Eric says, it's an international brand now.
Yeah, and you know what? It's credit to everybody here in the community. Credit to you, Mike. Credit to you, Lizzie. You guys do a fantastic job and really take what we do to the next level. Big props to everybody in the community and everybody that's helped get us where we are. And yeah, just awesome to see. And hopefully we'll see many, many more big banners and logos in cool places.
Absolutely. Of course, if anyone else has a handball sponsor or has a handball stadium that they own with our name, feel free to send us pictures. That's insane, to be honest. Like I say, it's insane. Eric, I couldn't even imagine what it feels like for you.
I mean, it's pretty cool. I'm still, he sent it to me a couple of days ago, and I'm kind of still smiling about it. As most of you know, there's no money in sim racing. What we do right now, right? It's a pretty big expense for us, and we just do it because we love it. Everybody who puts their time in is on a volunteer basis. All the money that we make on Twitch essentially goes to the commentators, to the stewards, to some of the admins that put an absorbent amount of work into it. Chrono, Aliraza, historically, Miller, his sire in chat, has done a lot of work, even though he's kind of like, gone to the dark side of iRacing, but we don't judge him for that. And of course, Josh Willis, who's in chat. And let's not forget the OGs, right? Vandy, and Jay, who started what was before Trackalicious. Of course, I'm gonna forget the name now for absolutely no reason. JAE Motorsport. Yeah. Yeah, just super cool for this to have come this far from where we were. Huge props to the community. Let's keep this thing going. And the more we get supported, the more we provide to you all as drivers, as community, as commentators. Another cool thing, I think equally cool for me, Mike, as much as having the logo up on a Jumbotron, is having a very own Mike Nause commentating in some really cool races. He's commentated in front of thousands for an SRO stream. So, I mean, that's a huge achievement, I think, for us as a community and for you, of course, Mike. And I think it's something that we get really excited about as a whole. I think we dominated that that last ADAC stream that we had. They were all saying how it was a Mike Nause stream more than an ADAC stream. So
no, that was all credit there to Paul Jeffrey. Paul Jeffrey, of course, the main commentator. I was the co-commentator. Everybody, let's not get too overexcited. But yeah, Paul Jeffrey, absolute freaking legend in the commentary community, and just incredible at what he does. And working alongside him was just a true experience. And of course, as you mentioned before, when I was back on SRO, working alongside the likes of just all of the incredible SRO community over there. Of course, big shout out to Mike Yao making everything possible over there, as well as a few other drivers, yes, but community owners and members and leaders over there that just do some incredible stuff, as well as Jules Elkin and DJ Clark and a few others. Josh Stafflin as well. Josh Stafflin, absolutely.
Robbie Montinola, who's the I think marketing director for SRO in North America. So super cool. Yeah, huge props to them and everybody that runs the championship that we all try to emulate.
Yep. And then shout out as well to Joe Peak back when I commentated that, because commentating with Joe Peak was one of the most terrifying things I've ever did in front of 12,000 people. That was quite it was quite intense, but you know, that's
yeah, one thing I would love to see sooner than later, maybe towards the end of this race when things calm down a little bit, is maybe an onboard lap with Lizzie Alicea. So let's say she maybe pulls up the map right now, learns a couple of corner names, and does an onboard lap. I'd love to. Wouldn't you love to see that, Mike?
I think I'm not the only one. I think we have a couple people in chat earlier that wanted to see it, and they redeemed some points, and we didn't quite get it.
People in chat, do we want to see Lizzie Alicea do an onboard lap? We're gonna put her on the spot, people.
Oh my God, you guys love to put me on the spot. I don't know for what reason whatsoever.
I sent you a link to all of
I'm
the
gonna mumble through all this thing, and then my words are not gonna come out properly. I'm gonna make a lot of mess in all this commentating.
You'll only make a mess if you think about it like that. You just gotta go.
That's the thing. That's the thing, is you will only learn from making a mess of it. Let's redeem our onboard laps for Lizzie. Try to get her. If we get 5 onboard lap redeems, Lizzie, you have to do it. That's one from me.
For the same racer.
Oh, that's one from Mike. We got 3 more left.
It's unfair. We have an unfair advantage with our points, but.
Oh, Forzy coming in strong with the third 1,000. You can't let they worked so hard to get those 1,000 points, Lizzie. You can't let it go to waste.
Lizzie, I sent you a link to the track and all of the other
tracks.
Yeah,
I'm watching it right now. You guys.
It really isn't that bad, Lizzie. I know for a fact that you can do it. You're going to be just fine.
Jake Wells. If Jake Wells can do it, Lizzie, you can do it.
Yeah. Oh, Ruthless coming in with number 4. One more, Lizzie.
Lizzie, you know what the people want, Lizzie.
Look, people have spent 4,000 channel points to watch an onboard lap with you, Lizzie.
You're terrible.
You're 4,000.
It's gonna be bad.
5,000 points as Ruthless is double down, and we also have Eric with a 6th. 6,000 points on the line for this onboard lap, Lizzie.
1,000 points. All right, let's be fair. All right, Lizzie, you're going to get like 5 to 10 minutes. Go do what you need to do. Prepare mentally. Oh my God, we're going 7,000 points, Lizzie.
Cody Blanton
8,000
as
points.
well.
Oh my God.
Lizzie,
9,000. That's 2 onboard laps, by the way.
Yeah, but people are gonna love me for sure. But oh my God, you guys are gonna make me go
10,000
insane.
points. People have spent 10,000 points to watch one onboard lap with you, Lizzie. Okay, so here is what we're gonna do. Okay, we got 38 minutes left in the race. People are relatively spread apart. You know, there's 6 seconds between Dornelles and Hepburn. If we get close to that, we'll watch that. But until that time, let's say you take 5 minutes. Okay, you only have to learn like 3 corner names, and I'll even help you. Look,
that's
I'll
like
help you.
That's like all there are, Eric. That's like there's only 3 corner names on this track, so she's good.
Basically, all you have to do is say, "Oh, look, and the car is going left on XYZ turn, and the car is going right on LMNO turn, and the car is going straight on the straight." So if you could just do that for 1 lap, I think you're gonna make 10,000 points worth of people happy. 10,000. I don't think we've ever redeemed that many points ever in the history of Trackalicious, and it is just for you, Lizzie.
Chat, I think there's a reason that Eric isn't the main commentator.
What? Look at this content. Mike,
he's going left and he's going right. I know.
I'm trying to simplify it, Mike.
Mm-hmm. You're doing a great job, Eric. Keep up what you're doing.
Oh my God.
Provolone with a hydrate. That's a great idea.
Yes, it is. Oh my God, you guys are gonna make me more nervous than I already get.
Miller with some extremely insightful, like a great tip. Commentate the direction it's going. That's brilliant. What does that mean? I don't fully know, but
I think he's just mocking what I said.
Is that what you said? Oh well.
I think I drove in Misano. I haven't drove in Misano.
Driven Misano. That's okay.
Yeah, and the guy that you send me, Mike, it's for Imola and not Misano.
No. So that has every single track on it. It's in alphabetical order. I made that. That's a list that I made. It has every track in alphabetical order. Just head down to Misano.
Yes.
11,000 points.
In the meantime, we'll get a little warm up. Why don't we do an onboard lap with Renato Dornelles? I'll take this one, and Lizzie, you can learn some corner names here as well. As we come into the final corner, Curva Misano, the final one here. Around, of course, this track, 16 corners, 10 to the right, 6 to the left. We're heading now in towards Varianti del Parco. The chicane, first chicane, it's going to be a right, left, and then a right again, which is going to turn into a very heavy, twisty section coming up here. It's going to be right flat out now, accelerating towards the Del Rio complex here, braking at the 50 border just before it, down into first gear. Short shift to second there, riding the curbs there. A little hesitant on the throttle, attacking those curbs there as you can do, riding off, just missing the orange and black sausage curbs on the outside. Definitely don't want to touch those or you will be sent into the stratosphere. Heading now into the back hairpin, or front hairpin rather. A little twitchy and a little understeery on entry. Definitely could have carried a bit more speed there from Renato, although at this point he's just basically hot lapping and, just driving a Saturday drive as it stands. Been out on track as it stands for 37 minutes, so the tire's in pretty good condition. 31-second pit stop definitely took tires. Renato, though, heading now on the back, not so straight, towards one of the most tricky parts of the track, the heavy braking and turning corner here, where you basically have to get that wheel as straight as you can and immediately start the turn in and do the same thing once again there in the back for Del Carro. Through the penultimate corner now, just clipping those yellow and blacks onto the Curva Misano one more time to complete the lap here. Renato Dornelles is going to come across the line. What's it going to be? It's going to be a 1:34. I started a little bit too early. It's a 1:34.7 from Renato Dornelles. This time around. And Wes Hepburn is going to respond back with a 1:35.1. Not quite on the pace there is Wes. Renato definitely on a different planet in this one.
And while Mike was doing that onboard lap, we got our 12,000, our 13,000, our 14,000 point redeem for a Lizzie Alicea onboard lap. 14,000 points.
Who do we want first off?
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah.
Who's gonna be the driver?
Let's go last place.
The Team Iris of Lucas Lichten. Is Lizzie-
Or we could do it. Oh my goodness. 15,000, 16,000, 17,000.
As we have Niall
Oh my
Leroy
God.
Brown Schleter in chat. Welcome, Niall.
I don't think anybody in Twitch has ever spent this much money on one singular task to be achieved.
Well, points, not money, but yes, if it was money, oh my god, it would be insane.
Yes.
Look, people spend time to earn these points, and time is money. Okay, these are literally thousands of dollars worth of time spent on Trackalicious channel, and that's what they value you at, Lizzie. This is you being valued at 17,000 points.
Niall, you have a lot of points, but do you have enough for the T-Rex costume? As I know, Jason Provolone has enough for the T-Rex costume, and he still hasn't redeemed it.
Oh, Provi threatening that T-Rex costume.
He's been threatening it for months now. At this point, I don't think he's going to pull the trigger.
I love it. I love it. There may be someone else who has enough, but you know, it'd be
Well,
cheating.
yeah,
if I did it.
I do as well, but that's also cheating. And another one.
Oh my god, another one.
Lizzie, are you ready for this onboard lap?
Oh my god.
My favorite quote from DJ Khaled is, "I don't lose weight because I don't lose."
What? Oh my god, that's so hilarious.
Oh, Renato is taking notes from his book today, that's for sure.
Again, we have to wait for him to pass the finish line so I can start from the beginning of the track.
18,000. You know what? Let's do the R&L Roar team.
Yeah,
They
that's a
have
good
given
idea.
us so much. Let's give it back to them.
Is the yellow or
That is-
orangey, that's the name of the curves?
Yeah, yellow, orangey. You should just
Yeah,
go with that.
whatever you want to call it. They're just called sausage curbs, to be
You know
honest.
what?
But if you want to put a spin on it, you know, like this, you got.
No, I'm looking at the map right now, so most of these things are, I can't,
Oh,
they're in Spanish for some reason.
It's Italian.
But still, I
You
can't read
should
in
say them.
Spanish.
You should say them. And Miller has completed $20,000
Oh
worth
my
of
God.
20,000 liters worth of redeems for one onboard lap.
20,000 liters of fuel in this economy. That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money, Lizzie. Are you gonna let the people down?
No, I'm gonna try my best like I always do.
Well, then
And that
we are
is
gonna
all-
shut up right now.
Here we go. As we are finishing up the last sector here, Lizzie, as David Cesar is about to go through the last corner and go through the start-finish line. Lizzie Alicea, 20,000 redeem points, onboard lap.
Talking sausage. Oh my god. Well, he already passed on my end. I don't know how is the timing on the stream. I think it's just a couple of seconds, or I don't know, maybe
Watch the
30
Discord.
seconds
Watch
behind.
the Discord stream.
That's hard to do, Mike.
Reset. We're doing. It's got to be a
It'll
Discord
be the
stream. You
next
gotta
lap.
look at-
Yeah. It'll be the
next
we
lap.
weren't fully prepared.
That's an amazing effort. Really good start. Okay, but you gotta watch the Discord stream. There's no way you can watch the Twitch stream and keep up. It just doesn't work. So.
No, not
Oh my
the
God,
Twitch. I'm
21,000.
watching my end, but I gotta watch Mike's in a certain way.
No, you can watch
Yeah,
your
you can watch
own
your-
game.
the
Yeah,
Twitch-
you watch your own game.
The Twitch stream is the only one you don't want to watch.
Yeah, exactly. Just call him the first corner and the next corner and just say he's going left and going right, and we will be
Eric, shut
completely
up.
satisfied with that. I'm trying to simplify it. It's intimidating, Mike.
You're
Relax.
intimidated. You're being intimidated.
That's-
No, it's fine. It's fine. Let's let him start so I can actually catch up.
All right, so deep breaths. You got this. We're all here to support you. That's 21,000 points of redeems. that have been sent your way. Last corner.
I'm still watching his stream, so as we go, as the first turn, right?
Yeah.
And oh god.
That's it. Keep going. You got it. Keep going.
That's awesome. That's a great start. Let's go.
And then he keeps. Oh, now we go into approximately like what our fourth turn to the right, and then we turn right again, and then we keep going. Oh my god, this is so hard.
Oh, keep going. It's going right. Yeah, that's
We're
right.
on the straight, and I don't know which straight are we going after the Curva de Rio, I think was.
Yeah, unnamed.
And now we're approximately going to the Curva Curcia right now. And as he keeps going, we are going into the Curva or Tramonto.
Yep, that's good.
And then we gonna go in the short straight, I think it is. And we're gonna get this mild turn curve called Curvane, I think it is.
Okay.
And as he keeps going, obviously he's doing a great job, obviously. And then we gonna approach this turn curve called Curva de Carro. And then we going into the Curva of Misano, reaching almost the end of the lap here. And here we go, and yeah, and now we're heading on to the straight, and sorry guys if I fail you on this.
Oh no, you're doing great. And you did a great job. Great job, Lizzie. Lizzie Alicea, ladies and gentlemen, 21,000 points for one full onboard lap with the RNL Roar team and the Mercedes and Lizzie Alicea, everybody. Cheers in chat. Cheers in chat. Snapping fingers as they do on the west side.
Hey guys.
Absolutely excellent job there, Lizzie.
No, it's because, well, I'm gonna apologize anyway, because I should know all these tracks, but since I've been practicing and driving and I haven't got the time to actually sit down and actually get to know the tracks better before commentate. I got into the commentating world with no experience whatsoever or knowing anything about cars or racing at all. So I feel like I'm still disappointing people in a certain way. But I'm still enjoying every second of it. I like the experience that I'm having throughout all this racing community and track collisions and noobs and all that stuff. You know, it's been amazing, and I hope in the future I get better and not disappointed and I can do the full on lap, you know, as a pro.
It just comes with time, Lizzie. Of course, I've literally been driving. I've been driving literally my entire life since I was 2 years old, and watching various forms of motorsports that entire time. So, you know, it comes with time, you know. It's something that it's not easy commentating, but it's
the most important thing, Lizzie, sorry Mike, is that you have now completed your first onboard lap, and you can do many more because the first one's done. You already did it. Now you can do many more.
You're 100% right.
It was
Eric.
awesome.
Broke the ice there. In fact, shattered it. The ice
Thank you
is
to
wide,
all the
doors
guys
wide
for
open.
spending all the coins and the money, like Eric calls it.
21.
I appreciate the energy and the support towards me. So I really appreciate, guys.
21,000 liters. Never in the history of Trackalicious have I seen so many people come together for one united request. Totally worth it.
I will say, that was a lot of points. That was quite a bit.
It is.
21,000 points towards the full
Yeah,
onboard.
you don't see those practically any other race.
Yeah. Just goes to show, Lizzie, how much everybody appreciates you being here. Did a great job. And next time, I'm sure you're going to do an even better job, and then an even better job the next time after that. So just keep it up. We love what you're doing.
Oh, no, thank you. I appreciate you guys for the opportunity and welcome me, you know, into this amazing community. I'm loving it.
And a fellow commentator in chat, Stephen Tomazic, giving you some love as well. And Lizzie, or Roofless also, thank you very much, Roofless. I appreciate it. But yeah, it definitely takes time. But at the end of the day,
Right, Ruthless.
This
Mike
is-
makes it look so easy. It is. It makes it look so easy. But it's like he said, it's because he's been on the racing community and the racing environment for so long. And I just practically TP-toe myself into the racing, sim racing,
yeah,
community now. So I'm like still TP-toeing. So
I know that.
hopefully later on it will be steady steps.
What I'm about to say, some people are going to laugh at me for, because I know these are rookie numbers compared to some of these drivers out there like Wes Hetmer and Mercer. But, I've about 850 hours in this game, approaching that 900 mark and closer to 1,000. So, I've been around the track a few times, basically. Drive-through penalty picked up for Townsend.
I appreciate that, even if I reverse on the track.
That's awesome.
Oh god, oh god. I still feel guilty for it, Ruthless. You had no idea. All the things that I messed up for somebody else, I still feel guilty about it. I was like, oh my god, people are gonna hate me.
Anybody that is wondering what we're talking about, of course, we're going to out Lizzie now because she decided to out herself. So, we're going to do it fully now. We were on, what track was it? Was it Glen? Was it the Glen? Watkins Glen, where you backed into the middle of the road?
I think it was what, Soldier?
Zolder, yes. Is it the
On
second
the
chicane?
yeah, by mistake. My mistake was huge.
Yeah, the second chicane.
I spin out a little bit off the track, hit the wall, and instead of pushing my brakes, I pushed my throttle and on reversed. So it was even worse.
Lucky for you, it wasn't on lap 1, so you didn't get a penalty for it.
I still got a penalty, Eric. I started from the pits on the next race because I killed like 5 cars or 6 cars by backing up.
Wait,
It was
not in lap 1 or?
No, it
I
wasn't
don't
on.
remember
No,
if
it wasn't. It wasn't lap 1. It was like midway through. It was closer to the end of the race. Like it was over halfway through. I remember
What?
watching it happen. Yeah.
Who gave you a penalty for that? That's not a penalty.
Yeah, we review it and they said that yes, I deserved a pit stop. So I did it anyways. It was my first pit stop.
It may have
So
been. It may
I
have been
didn't
lap
mind it.
1. Eric, it may have been lap 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
it could be. I don't remember. It's
I
been a
don't.
while.
I don't remember, to be
my,
honest.
For my
but
own sanity, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that it was lap 1.
I feel like it probably was. I think I thought it wasn't, but it may have been. The more I think about it, I actually think
We
it was.
went over it with Chrono and the guys after the race.
I
day,
was
so
there.
I think it could be. I think it could be the first lap. I don't remember.
Well, here's the important question: did you learn your lesson?
Oh yes, I did.
Considering she brought it up
So-
live on stream, yeah, I think she
So-
did.
So what does the left pedal do, and what does the right pedal do?
Whoa, Eric. There's 3
Oh
pedals,
my
brother.
god. I got 3 pedals, but I didn't use the third one on the left.
The left one.
Okay.
Don't use the
middle-
left one, guys.
Middle
Middle
brakes
pedal.
and right. It's accelerating.
Great success, victory all around. Look at this. This is amazing.
Oh my god, you guys are making me sweat here. See?
Okay, that's enough. We've put I personally, Eric has put Lizzie under enough pressure. I apologize, Lizzie. I'm a push learner,
and
right?
I'm glad that they didn't switch my name after that one because that was after the Wicked Witch of Watkins.
Yeah, that was the
So-
week. That was a week after it. In
I
fact.
love that.
Yeah.
The Wicked Witch of Watkins.
Yeah, she was almost
So-
the Wicked Witch of Zolder. Wait, Zolder?
Yeah.
Yeah, Zolder.
Every week it's gonna be a different track, but it's still gonna be a witch.
No,
Oh, God.
you'll always be the Wicked Witch of Watkins, there, Lizzie.
No, I apologize to Potts Weaver because of that. See, I felt really, really bad, even though it wasn't my fault. But yeah, it was bad.
Mhm.
I didn't mean to overrun anybody.
But you did.
Oh my god. Yeah, I did. I felt bad, and it happened to me. I think it came back to me in another race. Somebody did that to me on the last race. I think it was in last Monday. It happened. The same thing happened to me exactly. But
Look,
yeah.
Lizzie, it happens. Okay, I'll give you an example. There was a race at I think it was Indy. And the previous race, this was 1 or 2 seasons ago. The previous race, we had a big crash in lap 1. And the admin, Eric, goes, hey guys, you gotta make sure that you don't do silly things in lap 1 and blah, blah, blah. And spent like 5 minutes, berating the entire grid saying, don't do stupid stuff in lap 1. Well, guess who goes and crashes into like 4 or 5 people in lap 1?
I have a sneaking suspicion it was Eric the Boss Kakas if I had to make a shot in the dark on that one.
Yeah. So certain things happened. I didn't leave enough room. Ran into like 4 or 5 people, and yeah, of course, the entire GT3 chat's like, hey Eric, I thought you told us not to crash into people. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, it's totally on me. Yeah, I make mistakes too. I'm human. I try my best not to, but yeah, this is what happens. It's racing. But as long as you take every opportunity to learn and improve, right? That's what's important. As we clearly have seen Wes in a matter of 6 months go from a pleb to an absolute alien. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I remember the one race that I was able to keep up with Wes, and that was a year ago, and then all of a sudden he comes back out of the darkness. He went into that same cave that they sent Batman to, in the middle of nowhere, and he's like, I was born in the dark or whatever, and came out being an absolute alien.
He went in about as skinny as a twig, and he came out as ripped as Nate Lamlin.
Yeah,
it's truly an incredible feat from Wes Hepburn.
Yeah.
Almost an inhuman feat, being as ripped as Nate Lamlin.
Yeah, we're 17 minutes away to the end of the race. Now time is flying.
Somebody who's really flying and has been this entire time, Renato Dornales, our leader, the Brazilian driver. I know we got some Brazilian support here in chat, which also big thank you to all of, I know I said it before, but I love the Portuguese community that we have here at Trackalicious. I think you guys are so incredibly awesome. I know we haven't seen one of the Brazilians that we haven't seen in a while, and I don't know where he's been. It's the Lil Brazilian. Where has he been?
He was actually streaming earlier.
Oh, Lucas was.
Yeah, was hanging out in Gabriel's stream.
Which Gabriel Felipe or Felipe Gabriel?
Gabriel Felipe.
Okay.
And I did inform him and to the rest of you that we are going to be firing back up the Porsche Cup Support Championship, and I expect that he's going to be there. Him and the other little Brazilians.
As that was that series was so cool when we had it, because it basically became a split of Brazilian and American drivers with a few others thrown in there. I know we had like Alexandre Afonso, Portuguese, we had a couple Spanish drivers, but it was a nation battle between that Porsche Cup League. That was 2 seasons ago at this point, but that was such a cool series when we had it. But
yeah, definitely really fun. And then, it's really cool. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I love the Porsche Cups. Adds a little spice to the driving, not having traction control. And boy, not only are they amazing sounding in the game, they sound freaking awesome in person. Having been to Indy just last weekend and watching those cars go around the track at Indianapolis, ridiculous. So cool.
Yeah, I haven't drove the Porca. The Cup one at least. So I don't know the feeling.
Well, I can give you a brief little a synopsis of what the feeling is. Basically, I mean, I know if any Top Gear fans out there, back in the days, they strapped a V8 to a rocking chair. Now, basically, this isn't a V8 in the Porsche, it's a flat 6, but nonetheless, it's about the same, where no traction control on those cars is, it can be a bit of a journey, to say the least, as a foot full of throttle could result in you easily facing the wrong way in those cars. They do have ABS, but 50% of their assists are removed, of course. Very, very tricky, requiring a lot of just pure skill to drive. And some of those drivers, Lucas Mind, a lot of those, other Renato Dornales especially, that's a driver that we saw in that league absolutely dominant. And yeah, just able to control those cars like it's second nature to them, like they were born to do so. Because, like I say, it's not easy to drive those Porsche Cup cars. It is a foot full of throttle. And yeah, as Forzy says, just like the Maserati GT4, the Maserati, though, is that one's lacking all of the assists. There is no traction control or ABS. That one's even a bit more of a show. But also, the Porsche Cup car is, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong here, also chat, the fastest car in the game? Or is that...
No,
because the new
GT3s
Ferraris,
are faster.
the Ferraris, in a straight line, I'm saying.
The Ferrari is probably the fastest car in a straight line. That thing has ridiculous power.
But I think the Porsche Cup car used to be, before all those other cars came out, because I'm an old guy, I guess, even though I'm young. The Porsche Cup car used to be one of the fastest. Fastest cars in the game, but
you're saying that in the wrong crowd, Michael.
What? I'm young.
You're a baby, right, Lizzie? little baby.
Yeah.
Fair enough, regardless of what I am or where I am. We have a battle unfolding on track here. At least it's starting to. Simone Basolio has caught up with Jeremy Mercer, although Jeremy Mercer is fresh out of the pits. Simone Basolio is actually good to the end. Is he? No.
I have to correct this for my Italian.
Simone Basolio.
Simone Basolio.
I knew that. I just don't know that.
Simone Basolio. Okay?
Simone Basolio. I also have messed up plenty of times on his teammate, calling him Emmanuel for the first half of the stream. Definitely. Eventually it clicked where I realized, wait a second, he's Italian. It is not Emmanuel or Emanuele. It is Emanuele. You gotta love languages.
Zampieri.
No.
Isn't it?
No.
It's Zampieri.
No, that's Alessandro.
Oh, Alessandro. Okay, which one's Emanuele?
No-san.
Oh, okay. Has there been an anniversary race for Trackalicious before? Forzy, there has not been an anniversary race. It was something that was in the books when our anniversary kind of coincided with, why is Eric so extra? Good question. It coincided with our 1,000 followers on Twitch and 1,000 followers on Discord, and would have been a fantastic thing to do. However, we just got really busy with leagues. Our leagues were really busy and we were doing really well, and everybody was occupied trying to make them as good as they possibly could be. So we never ended up organizing a specific race. However, it is something that I would love to do. Maybe when we hit the 2,000 mark in our Discord and Twitch followers, we could do a little bit of a celebration race. But we do have a bunch of special events coming up. We are on the verge of being able to release our schedule. I think everybody's gonna love seeing what they see. Yeah, I think it's gonna be cool. We got lots of leagues coming up and lots of special events. So,
is the vote still alive for our server supporters, by the way, or has that been closed?
I mean, it's still there, but I expect that probably today or tomorrow between us admins, we're gonna just tally it up, and I don't expect that's gonna be much different. Well, celebration needs to be only gradient liveries. 100% agree. All gradients only. Start making our liveries, folks.
And
10 minutes left.
We're in a final sprint showdown here. There's still a lot of pit stops that need to be had in these final 10 minutes. I know it's surprising, but there are quite a few drivers that have to come in. Rui Nunez, in fact, he's come in. This is his lap. Yep. He's reached that 1 hour and 14 minute mark and has to come in at this point. Otherwise, we'll receive a penalty. We are also going to see, actually, Simone Basolio is going to be green to the end. Also, Jeremy Mercer. So these two are going to be battling it out to the checkered flag here for the rest of this race. Rui Nunez is going to be coming out of the pits, but behind these guys, David Cesar, he needs to make his pits. No, David Cesar does not. This is how crazy these margins are. Wes Hepburn is at 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 50 seconds. David Cesar is at 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 20 seconds. David Cesar, more than likely, and depending on how it goes, does not, unless there's an extra lap, will not need to make a pit stop to manage to stay without a penalty, but within those 20 seconds, Wes Hepburn, he needs to. That is how fine these margins are here at the end of this race, and it's insane. Wes Hepburn, I don't know how they've managed it, unfortunately, to be honest, but they need to make another stop. It's going to affect their track position massively. 30 seconds is the gap to David Cesar. Actually, David Cesar, no, never mind, that's just a visual bug. 33 seconds is the gap to Wes Hepburn, and the pit loss time here at Misano for a pit. I mean, he just needs to come in and take a little tiny splash of fuel at the end. Basically, a drive-through penalty is really all he needs. But he does need to make a full and complete stop, be jacked up and lifted at the stop. And of course, here at Misano, it's going to be looking at losing roughly 29% of his lap time there. That's going to be about 39 seconds in the pits that he's going to lose. So he will come out about 10 seconds behind David Cesar if they continue at the pace that they're going at. The Wes Hepburn's still potentially on for a podium finish, despite all that has happened. Renato Nause, he is comfortably green all the way to the very end. But this has been such an incredible spectacle up to this point, you've got to say. And another little note, we have more rig and rig info stuff being posted, as well as a Roofless gifting a tier 1 subscription to Sir Fosh. Gifted 4 subs in total. Thank you very much, Roofless, for your continued support. That is, the guy's absolutely awesome. Thank you guys so much for just being here. Also, David, speaking of being here, managing to make it home for the closing little bit of this race. Welcome, David. Of course, Lizzie's brother. One thing I did want to make a quick mention of, though, we are 29 followers to go before we hit our goal of 1555. And, of course, what happens at that goal? Well, Dominic Smedger and I have to have a kiss cam. So, in case anyone wants to see that.
I can't wait to see that.
Get your Twitch clips ready. Of course, I'm sure there will be quite a few of those.
You missed the onboard that people voted for me to do. How many did they spend? 21,000 points?
And
21,000 points.
For those of you who are relatively new to ACC, we have a legend in chat. Sir Fosh, Samir joining us in chat, one of the alienest of aliens, huge Twitch streamer for the ACC community. Go out and check him out. Does a fantastic job. Say what's up. Streaming World of Tanks right now, looks like. Yeah, the legend himself.
He has our stream open while simultaneously there. You love to see it. You love to see it. Can't get enough of this incredible 6-hour action. Of course, 6-hour road to the grand finals VCO, where the top 5 are guaranteed a slot in the finals in October. I think 3 positions after that are also guaranteed a spot in the qualifying race, which can get a spot in the finals as well in October. So potential qualifier for a qualifier for some of these guys, but a lot of them are going to be heading straight up into the big leagues there. Of course, Rockets.
Hepburn going into the pits. 5 minutes and 45 seconds away from the end of the race. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I feel so weird with a tie. I've been fighting with it for this last 6 hours.
Lizzie, you don't have to wear it when your camera's not on.
Oh yeah, because it's gonna be so easy to take it off and put it back on. And I was like, no, I don't have time for that.
Did I just hear you take it off?
No.
You gotta leave it on. They can hear the difference in your voice if you take it off. You can't take it off now.
If anyone's ever been curious,
but yeah.
The tie is actually glued to my body, so it doesn't come off.
Oh my God, you go to work with a tie?
Yeah, I go to work and I use my table saw and my chop saw with a tie. Yeah, that's exactly what I do.
Mike Nause was born with a tie.
Oh my God, I cannot imagine a baby picture with the tie.
Dude,
born.
Now that you mention it, Lizzie, I can't believe it. There is actually a baby picture of me with a tie. Now that you mention it, I have seen that one before. And that's actually pretty funny that you say that. I've never thought of that.
Ooh, looks like Wes got that pit done and stayed ahead of Cesar in P2.
Yes, I told you it was gonna get interesting. And oh my god, 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm really glad us three commentators are not doing our jobs covering the important action on track. With 4 minutes left on track, Mike Nause, Lizzie Alicea, I'm going to bow out so you guys can do your thing.
Sounds good, Eric.
Thank you,
As he
Eric.
gave himself the title of a commentator there. That's a bold one from our community leader, Eric Kakasian, but thank you for joining.
Oh, the words I want to use that I shouldn't on stream. Love. I love you guys. Love, that's the word. Okay, see you guys.
Have a good one, Eric. Let's talk to you later. And yeah, Wes did come out ahead there of David Cesar, timing that absolutely perfectly, nailing his stop. In fact, I don't think he could have hit a more perfect stop. 40 seconds. Did he do a drive-through? Is that why? Does a drive-through count? Look, Atomic, I did read chat. Eric just beat me to it. I read your... yes, you're right.
I mentioned that he was on the pits, but obviously I don't know the data very well. I cannot read it very well, and I'm not familiar with the data, but I didn't even notice
Came out about 2
that
minutes
he
ago.
was 10 seconds before.
2 minutes ago, and David Cesar is going to be trying to reel him in here. David Cesar, though, doesn't need a pit. David Cesar is going to be good to the end. But yeah, Wes managing to sneak that one in. And what a stint from Wes as well to be able to gain enough time to come out 3 seconds ahead of David Cesar.
Yeah, Atomic is a gift, you know? Only us female, we know about it.
Oh, Simone! Oh no, Simone, get out of the track, dude. I understand you're waiting, but that's just not the... Oh no, and then you got on the throttle too. Simone, you have caused so much of a problem here by accident. Oh my goodness, that was not intentional whatsoever. But we gotta go back and watch this. This is Simone, a little love tap there to the Lamborghini in front, and he feels really bad. You can see that. He's like, cool, I'm gonna let you by. But he's sitting in the middle of the road, in the middle of a corner. Simone, there's a better spot to let him by, like on the entire straight right after there. Oh.
Thank you, Ruthless.
My goodness. At the very end there, Simone, he doesn't lose a position. He does. Rui Nunez got by. Rui Nunez is going to pick up P5 at the very end here due to that mistake from Simone. Oh no, Javier rejoining at the perfect time. I would call that a Javier curse right there. Of course, Javier Marquez in P3 as it stands. Peter O'Brien and Jeremy Mercer. Jeremy Mercer behind the wheel of that Lamborghini. Didn't quite get the position onto Wes Hepburn at the end of that pit phase. Simone, though. Why did Cesar pit? Why did Cesar pit? Oh, because he had to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, he didn't. No, he did. Yes, he did. Cesar had to pit. He was gonna... No, he didn't. Okay, he pit because of an extra lap. He had the ability to pit because he came out in the same spot, and he was basically saying, if there's an extra lap, I will have a stop go 30. That's going to be more of a downside to getting later on if you were to run your stint timer over due to an extra lap. So he just played it safe here and took the guaranteed card, which is very fair. I think that's actually a brilliant decision. David Cesar realizing, I'm sure his team was telling him in his, they're just telling him basically. And Victor, not the greatest English, but is Assetto Corsa good game? So, assuming you're talking about the original Assetto Corsa or the new one, we are currently playing Assetto Corsa Competizione, which is an incredible game and one of the most realistic sims out there in terms of car control and graphics and everything. It's an amazing, amazing game. I would highly recommend it. The only downside with this game, if you consider it a downside, I personally don't, is that it is a GT-only game, so there's only GT cars, there are no Formula cars, there's no go-karts, there's no smaller, littler Mazdas, nothing like that. But nonetheless, I would highly recommend ACC, and if you're looking at the original AC, that's going to be a good one too. Lots of communities over there, but nonetheless, let's take all of our eyes here, because after 6 hours, Renato Dornales has come across the line for P1, along with Gabriel Felipe, the Vacuum Racing Brazilian team. number 66, takes home the victory here tonight at Misano. 6 hours under his belt, and that's going to be our, 32nd? No, 30th hour. This is our 30 hours complete so far in this league. These cars have been driving for 30 hours. And Abyss Watchers with some Brazil support. You love to see it. The Brazilians, they're going to be celebrating early.
Coming across the sticker flag.
And yes, indeed. Wes Hepburn for P2 with an incredible recovery after, well, not really a recovery, managing to stick. There was no recovery. Wes Hepburn, I've been saying that every week he's been making a recovery drive, but this time around he pretty much didn't put a wheel wrong. Jeremy Mercer is going to have the pleasure of the final podium slot here. Not that comfortably. David Cesar 2.3 seconds behind, but Jeremy Mercer manages to secure it. David Cesar in the RNL Roar comes across 4th position. Rui Nunez in 5th. Simone Basolio in 6th. Ali Raza 7th. Andreas Kleinvacher in 8th. Jace Wright in 9th. Professor Cronotis in 10th. Only 13 cars finished this race. Oops, wrong button.
Yes.
Definitely something to be said there, but interview with Hepburn, yes, Atomic. We're getting there. As we also are going to get ready to head back into the booth as well. There. Lizzie, if you want to turn your camera on. We're also going to be looking for the drivers here for the interviews. So if we could have the top 3 end up in the green room, that would be awesome. Renato, or one driver from the top 3 teams, excuse me. So either Renato Donales or Gabriel Felipe, either Wes Hepburn, Ant Anderson, or Brian Knappen, and as well the P3 there, respectively, as well. If we could get you guys to come in to the green room, we can get you some interviews going on. We're going to head off into the booth now as we move on over to there. Welcome back to the booth, everybody, as we are here once again. My hair has messed up slightly as a result of the action. You love to see it. We can get some replays up here as well while we wait for the drivers and like to get into the green room. We pull that up, can see the race start behind us, which is an amazing race start. We're going to see the Brazilian take the lead once again. That was a very, very nice send. As we see here, we have Brian Knappen in the green room. Now we are just waiting on a few others. I see we have Eric bouncing into the vacuum garage to try to pull them in. Why don't we start with Brian Knappen here with the Box 3 Motorsports here, as we have, like I say, Brian Knappen, the 3-timer. Crow, welcome, and congratulations on that podium result with a great drive from every single one of you out there today. Not really putting a wheel wrong, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, what it came down to was a difference in strategy. I mean, it's hard to tell because we opted to go for the true double going all the way, but our tire popped with essentially 1 lap till our target. So we essentially had to take that DT at the end. But had that not happened, I think it would have been a sprint to the finish at the end. But, you know, basically the entire first stint, I don't know what the Lambo behind us was doing, but our goal was to just not fight and preserve as much as possible, because I did some practice recently, and you know, the tire popping was at the front of my mind from start to end. And while it did happen, I think we got a little bit more mileage out of our tire than some of the other teams, which set us up for a better result.
I will say that tire popping was rather unfortunate, but other than that, I will say I didn't even realize. You guys, so there was at least 3 blowouts then throughout the entirety of that race. That is quite something to be said. Misano is brutal.
Yeah, we were tracking it. It was our team, the other Lambo of Woodrow and Nunez. It was Quinn Smith's team, as well as the Mercedes team.
Yeah,
so it was like
right.
all of us fighting for the positions, right? And when you got that blowout, influenced how much extra time you had to tack on at the end. We were lucky where we didn't even have to refuel. We just took a DT and carried the fuel that we had. But other people who got a blowout a little bit earlier than us probably had to fuel up a little bit and take that time penalty.
That makes a lot of sense. I didn't realize that was why. So that's why you guys missed your pit window, basically, is because you had to box too early because of that. So, and you were, as a result, 20 seconds too early out of the pits, which just has to be such a killer. I mean, like, it's just it's so close, but man.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a race of pit stops. I don't know if, like, I'm going to go back and watch it, but I don't know if you saw my first pit stop. That was, I think, maybe my play of the game there, where I was basically, I mean, not to like hype myself up, but there that one F1 clip where Vettel makes a pass on the pit entry. That was like, I think, my only pass of the race, if I can think of it. But
we did not catch that.
Okay, yeah, it was probably my best moment in terms of I guess making the most, because it was just a battle of preserving tires and not losing time from the very beginning. So that's what it was about.
Awesome. And we do have a couple other drivers in here as well. Why don't we move on to our P3, Peter O'Brien, representing the Tire Sim Racing. Peter, how was that from your end?
It's a pretty good race. Shame we got the stop go on the pit entry, but I feel like we recovered well and managed to pull back a solid result.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you guys had a very superb drive and some really good battles, too, at least early on. I know everything it came to a bit of a lull throughout, but it seemed like you always had somebody not too far away from either your bumper or you weren't too far away from somebody else's throughout that entire race. So, Peter, I mean, how is that from your perspective?
From us, yeah, it was kind of like what Brian said, a game of doing your best to preserve the tires while also managing the pit stops. We were really just trying to manage the gaps, since there was really only 2 cars, maybe 3 on our pit strat. We planned to do a double at the beginning and a double at the end, and we followed through on that. It just made like timing where people were going to come out difficult, because Misano has a really long pit lane, but it skips the first chicane. So it was just a game of, can we manage this gap without killing our tires on our double stints, which we didn't blow a tire, so I'm going to say we did a decent job of that.
Yeah, one of the few, as it seems, quite a few drivers blowing their tires. But one driver in this race that I don't think put a wheel wrong the entirety of it was the Gabriel Felipe, number 66 driver, the Brazilian in here. Gabriel. Gabriel? Yeah, Gabriel.
Hey, yeah. Gabriel, whatever.
Gabriel, absolutely superb drive from you and Renato. Like I say, I don't think you put a foot wrong. You got the job done into the first corner on Brian Knappen, who's here with you, which was a superb move as well. That was definitely probably the overtake of the night, honestly, where you sent it around the outside of turn 1. Just an absolute, absolute masterclass of a performance, quite frankly, from you there, from both of you.
Oh, yeah. I already know that with the second place on the starting line, I knew that the first corner was on his side, so the second corner is a bigger one on to the left, so I would have the opportunity to overtake him. So I tried to hold on the outside as much as I could, so I had the priority on the second corner, as I knew that this would be my only chance to overtake him, because I think that he was quite faster than me. And since once I was on the front, I knew that it is a hard track to overtake, so I was just managing the gap and trying to not committing any mistake. That's the main point. And I will say the warnings for track cuts, I was taking care of it, because on Misano there's a corner on the opposite straight that if you take it too wide, too fast, you don't even have time to slow down your car, so you take the penalty straight away. So I was just trying to take care of the warnings and managing the gaps. I just knew that Dornades, as always, was taking care of the strategies like a god. Like every single race, he had the best strategy ever. So I can trust him, leave this part to him, and take care only on the driving. So he can leave it to me as well.
I will got to give credit to just the entirety of the Vacuum Racing team in general. I mean, throughout all of the leagues, you guys have been doing absolutely incredible and have been improving as well in terms of just, like I said, not just you and Renato, but the other Vacuum Racing members as well. Of course, quite a few of you guys now behind there. The Brazilian representation is strong here at Trackalicious, and I love it. If you want to give a nice little word to your Portuguese fan, or to everybody out there in Portuguese as well, feel free.
Oh, yeah, of course. I would like to send hugs to my mom, obviously, and to my viewers.
You can do it in Portuguese if you want.
Oh, claro.
Yeah.
Então, mandar salve aí pra galera do Brasil, galera que torceu. E abraço aí pra galera que mandou followzinho aqui na live da Tracklicious. E é isso aí. Vamos pra próxima. Beijos, kisses.
Thank you very much, Gabriel Felipe, as well as Renato Dornales for the race win tonight. Big shout out as well. Brian Knappen and the lot for the second position, and Peter O'Brien taking third for the tire sim racing. It's been absolutely incredible. Wilson Fernandez, another Vacuum Racing member out there in chat. That's so cool to see. You love the support here from them. And his mom as well. That's so cool.
I have another hug to send to my team.
Oh, okay.
ORT is the Oak Racing team, so they work hard for me. They send a lot of support to me, so I could not just forget them because they are very important to me.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. As the replay seems to have, it ended. Okay, it seems to have come to a close. But yes, big thanks to everybody. Yep, congratulations. Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you, Lizzie, for joining me in the booth today. Lizzie Alicea for the 6 hours, the grueling 6 hours that it has been. Thank you so much, Lizzie.
Thank you guys for inviting me. I appreciate the opportunity. It was fun.
And we're going to be rating SRA. They're going to be doing 6 hours of the Glen, Watkins Glen. Make sure you guys go check them out, going from 6 hours to 6 hours, because 6 hours of racing wasn't enough, clearly. Of course, I know after this I'm going to be watching a few other racing series, so it wasn't enough, quite frankly. But yeah, thank you, everybody. I hope you guys have a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. From the bottom of my heart, thank you guys so much, and have a great night.